What's good? What's good, AO?
What's good, fam? What's good? What's up, Mr. Simon, Marky Dad, everybody in the panel, everybody in the chat. It's been a minute, you know. What's up, fellas? What's going on with the boxing talk?
Talking about Tank and Ryan Garcia. Me and Jay Simon, we got our opinions in on the other panel. What you think about this? They're saying that the fight may be stalled due to a
Yeah, I'm hearing.
disagreement over the
Yeah,
rematch.
I'm hearing that both sides want a rematch clause, but I'm not sure if this is true or not. But they saying that Ryan want to be the A side or some shit like that, basically.
I
No,
don't
but
believe that
it's
because
typical.
Calvin Ford said Ryan agreed to everything, and he said he was impressed with how confident Ryan Garcia was. I think that this is an issue with the networks. I don't think it has nothing to do with the fighters.
Okay,
But y'all
that
forgetting
make a
that.
lot
Hold
more
up, hold
sense
up,
because
fellas.
that's strictly what they was talking about.
Yes, y'all forgetting that when it comes to a big fight like this, y'all forgetting that the rematch is an exclusive deal. So that's part of the agreements,
Right,
but it's after the fact.
right,
So yeah, the initial agreements with the fighters is set, but the two opposite promotional entities is at opposite or demanding rematches and it being on certain platforms and
right.
so you know it ain't the fighters and the fighters could demand but so much. You know what I mean? So
Who's playing that?
so it's a sticky situation with the networking shit. You know, but hopefully the fight come through and shit. You know, but I want to say, for the record, Haney. I mean, he surprised me again for this upcoming year to let me know that it just warms my heart to know that he's gonna settle at 135. Like he ain't just gonna up and leave like most or we expect. You know, he needs to lay claim this division. He's already ahead of the game. He's the undisputed champion. Now he's at the point in his career. He's he's an underdog. Every fight before this, he was always a favorite. He was never the underdog to lose. Now he's at a pinnacle of his career. Now he's at the real next level. Now he's the undisputed champion, and every defense beyond that is a next level. And it's all southpaw. So if he stays for all this, you know, what I mean, the boxing world is his. You know what I mean? And all hail to him. Like even though I might prefer and rate somebody else at 35, but all due respect, you know what I mean? I'm gonna say it now, like,
I mean, me
Yeah,
personally, I feel
I
like
think Haney needs. I feel like. Well, okay, I'll let you go first. Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say I feel like personally, I do think Haney do want to maybe stick around a little longer, but I feel like Haney is he really dedicated to this shit. So I wouldn't be surprised if if you see Haney go try to get around multiple different weight classes. I genuinely wouldn't see an issue with that, or I wouldn't. I don't see he wouldn't feel like he couldn't.
Yeah, the way I feel is I want Haney to stick around for at least two more fights. The Lomachenko fight and then a fight against Shakur. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him to stay at a weight class where he's got to drain himself down. Just go ahead and move up, fight some of them killers up there. You got Regis, you got Subriel
Yeah,
Matias, but I want at least one
Boston
fight.
fight. He looked
Yeah,
bad,
I
man.
want at least one fight where that defines Haney's reign at 135, and I think that's Shakur
He struggled
because
to
that's a
wait.
real super fight.
He struggled to make weight too much now. It's just starting to get a little bit too hard. So I don't, I totally don't agree. I totally understand the move up. You know, shit.
Well, yeah, you obviously gotta understand it. The man is. I hear some people say he's walking around at 150.
Hell yeah, man. He's starting to get. He's not even in his prime, bro. He's not even in. He's not even anywhere in his prime. That's the crazy part. He hasn't touched none of his prime years of boxing, in my opinion. And that's what's scary about it.
Right.
I
Yeah,
feel
he's
like
only 20.
Devin Haney prime is gonna start around 26. I feel it's probably gonna last till about his early 30s. I wouldn't be surprised if it lasts even longer. We don't know. But I feel like it was definitely the best is yet to come.
Hell yeah, Devin Haney, the truth. I've been trying to tell you, Ayo, man. Devin Haney's the next Floyd Mayweather, Ayo. Devin Haney is the next Andre Ward. He is the next Sugar Ray Leonard, 23 years old, undisputed champion, just like Ray Leonard, right?
Yeah, it ain't gonna be easy. It's not gonna be fucking easy at all. Like,
It's not
and
supposed to be easy. We don't want it to be easy. We don't want no easy touches, man.
I mean, absolutely. At this level and what's demanded of him. And he can make. He can make this shit possible. Like his destiny is like laid out, and it's just all it is motherfuckers just need to step up. You see what I'm saying? And ride that wave. But everything right now from Lomachenko up is a difficult fight.
Yeah, I
And
agree with that. It can't go down from Lomachenko.
I could see Lomachenko socking him. I want to see how he react.
I seen I forgot what I was watching the other day. I think it was Ali daughter was talking about something. She was basically talking about every fighter got to fight dog food, and it get to a certain point in time in your career where none of your fights will be dog food anymore. So
He's cleaning he's cleaning house. Long as he stays at 35, his legacy is cemented. Like he's young. Ryan Garcia is one of the worst examples right now, and he's gonna be on the stage to show that like this is real serious business. This ain't about clout chasing. Like his goals is like twisted and demented in a way. Like
yeah,
hopefully we get to fight with him and Tank.
I knew somebody was gonna say that.
So what?
Layla Ali didn't fight one. I can't. It disappeared, but she basically said she didn't fight nobody good at her prime. Didn't fight one key fighter during her career. Yeah.
Well, I don't really look into the women's fights or I'm paying more attention to it nowadays, but I can't really
I
tell
was
you
just
like the
talking about what
history.
I wasn't talking about
So who she
she fought.
fought?
I was talking about what she said, and what she said was true. It get to it. Everybody gets every high class fighter done got in the ring with somebody who wasn't as skilled as them, and they took advantage of that. And it gets to a certain point in time where that gap starts to shorten. That's a fact.
Yeah, most deaf.
I mean, that's what it's about. I mean,
And
I
even so,
I
even
can't fault the man that's popular as doing, handling his business in one division compared to his opposition might have won world
just
championships in two other divisions.
we're not about to just discredit that, bro.
Yeah, we don't have discredit in that. Like, especially if you want to stay for the long haul. Like, the lineage is through fucking Lomachenko. He's been campaigning at these lightweight classes like he little big shit, you know, and his time is up. You know what I mean? And he needs to step in the ring to show and prove that. Like, is he going to set back the time? You know what I mean? I don't know. That's another fight. Like, I can't even believe he asking for more money out of somebody else. Oh man, I can't believe this guy is bringing up money, especially where they're fighting. I can't believe it. Well, hopefully we get the fights we want.
I know, like Devin Haney try to make the fights we want, bruh. You know what I mean? He got all the belts. He calling out all fades. He looking for all fades. You know what
That's
I mean?
that's what I was saying, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody, so it ain't no reason why a fight can't get started.
Yeah, hey yo, because Haney willing to fight anybody. He showed it when he went to Australia and he beat George Kambosos to become the youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing. And that's what he did, like a real man, even without his father, without his trainer. Hey yo, you mean the
Yeah,
man sacrificed, took less money, went to Top Rank. He went across the street. He left the zone. He left his promoter, Eddie Hearn. He left his platform, the zone, to go to ESPN and sign with a new promoter, Bob Arum, in Top Rank, just to make the fights happen. Who else is doing that?
all hail to Haney. He took all the risks. They've been taking the risks from the beginning. Um, it's all credit to them, and is what fighters supposed to do when they get the opportunity to take an international bout. It's excellent on your fucking resume. Like, it's legendary, and he did it twice to seal the fucking deal.
Yep, that's what from what we hearing. That's what they saying. Stefan Fulton about to go do.
I heard he don't want to go to Japan.
That's the only way to fight. That's H. That's what were we saying? That's the only way the fight gonna happen, though, right? From what I was hearing, that's the only way Eno will feel comfortable. He would feel more comfortable fighting at home.
Facts, bro. Like, I mean, hey, yo, know what time it is, man. You know what I mean? I don't even know why you playing with Devin Haney like that, homie. Who you got at 135? Who you rocking with? I got Haney. I got my money on Haney, homie. What's up? Hey, yo, who you got? Who your top dog at 135?
I mean, shit. I'm still favoring Tank, man. Like, I can't, until somebody knock him out I mean, I can't see it. I'm still leaning towards Tank. Like, I ain't gonna front, but that nigga, boy, that man, shit, he make me fucking proud. He made me proud to know that he gonna leave the door open for fucking Shakur and fucking Tank. Woo! Or fucking Ryan Garcia at that. So
Man, hey man, Devin Haney down to fight whoever, homie. You put a name on it, it don't matter. Tell them niggas to set it up, homie. Devin Haney got free smoke with everybody at 135, nigga. Nigga, we won't Tank Davis, homie. We want to fight Shakur. We want to fight Loma. Where they at? They don't want to smoke. They don't want no smoke. We got all the belts. Hey, yo, these niggas still won't step up to the plate. What's happening, homie? Nigga, we the top dogs, nigga. It's Haney time. What's happening?
They ain't ready for war yet. They trying to get their bag right, man. You know what I mean? You got to get your money right, man, before you go to war. And I think niggas got to get their money right first, man.
Man, the money been right. Devin Haney been getting paid millions of dollars. Devin Haney been hey yo, the money been right. Devin Haney, he been the youngest millionaire in boxing, homie. He been getting M's. I can't say the same thing about the rest of these guys, homie. Because when you talking about money, okay, let's do it.
Yeah,
we here for the smoke.
My action is, I want to put some action on a fight like that. That's a serious fucking fight. You know what I mean? Like, I want Haney to prove me wrong that he could beat a Shakur or a Tim. This is it. Like, all 12 paws at 35. You know what I mean?
He gonna whoop him. You saw what he did to JoJo Diaz, who was a southpaw. You seen what he did to southpaw JoJo Diaz. Devin Haney is the southpaw killer, bro. Devin Haney he'll pick apart a southpaw nigga like 1, 2, 3. Nigga, that shit easy like ABCs, nigga.
Honestly, my nigga, that was a fight that said a lot when it came to an awkward southpaw fighting Haney. And I like what I seen when it came to what JoJo did. You know what I mean? So Haney's approachable. So that's all I really want to say on that.
You said Haney's approachable. How is he approachable? Nobody would approach him, bro. Don't nobody want to fight him.
In the ring. I'm talking about
in the ring. Don't nobody want to get in the ring with him, bro. He the boogeyman.
I mean, when it stylistically, Tank and Loma look real good against Haney. Stylistically,
Tank and Loma, come on, bro. I'm trying to see what's going on, man. Are you serious? Nigga, you gotta be choking.
Fantasizing right now. I'm just thinking based on everything.
Yeah, you gotta be in the fantasy talking like that. Devin Haney will beat the fuck out of Loma, nigga. Easy work. But I respect your opinion. Devin Haney gonna beat that boy.
I would only hope. I will hope that world-class jab. They say, I mean, if he claims he got the best jab, that's supposed to negate everything. It's supposed to negate.
Nigga, he do got the best jab. Nigga, that's a fact. Devin Haney got the best jab in boxing. He got the best jab since Larry Holmes, nigga. Yeah. What's up, Threes?
I just went back and seen the first round of the Joe Diaz fight I was just talking about.
Lomachenko's counter game is crazy.
Devin Haney got his face red.
Look, hey, D tell the truth. D tell the truth says keep that same. He said keep that same aggressive energy after the Loma fight. Nigga, tell Shakur to keep the same energy. After Shakur left this show, Bill Haney told him to call Jay Prince so we can make the fucking fight. Did Shakur keep the same energy? Did Shakur try to call Jay Prince to make the fight with Devin Haney? Did Bill Haney ever receive a phone call from Shakur Stevenson manager Jay Prince? Yes or no about the fight? Bill Haney was on TV telling Shakur, call Jay, what you waiting on? Make the fight. So what's going on, bro? All cap. Did Shakur contact his promoter, Bob Arum, to try to make a fight with Devin Haney? Yes or no? Did Shakur Stevenson call his manager, Jay Prince, to make a fight with Devin Haney? Yes or no? Just waiting. I need an answer. D, join the panel, D. You ain't got to type. Say what you got to say. Answer the question. Did Shakur Stevenson contact his manager, Jay Prince Jr., Jay Prince, to make a fight? Yes or no? Did we hear anything from Shakur after he left this channel to try to make a fight with Devin Haney? Yes or no? When it was hot, when everybody was talking about it. Did Shakur try to make the fight? Yes or no? Answer the fight. All right. No answer, bro. What's up? What's up, man? Let's talk about it, bro. What's good? What you got to say? Did Shakur really try to make the fight? Did Shakur try to force a fight with Devin Haney? Did he pursue a fight with Devin Haney? Yes or no? No answers. Crickets. Go ahead. I rest my case. I'm on mute. You guys got it. What's up, Jay Simon? Well, go ahead, Ayo. I rest my case. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Marky Dan. Can't nobody answer my questions. Can't nobody answer my simple question.
Absolutely, H. But we gotta understand that Shakur gotta wait for a little time lapse, especially how Lomachenko might not want to fight, and Bob can't be satisfied with that. So somebody got to step up. So he could satisfy Haney and defend that motherfucking belt. Like if Haney wants what it takes to be the best, he'll fight Shakur. I know he'll fight Shakur. He'll fight Tank. So Lomachenko and Shakur is right in front of him. So you know what I mean? I think Lomachenko is, you know what I mean. I don't got words for him. For him to be stalling right now, but where they gonna be fighting at, it shouldn't be the issue that he's drawing up. Like, that shouldn't be the fucking issue. Like, there's no.
Hey, to be honest with you, Ayo. To be honest with you, Ayo, nigga, it's Haney time. Hey, Ayo.
Hold on, H.
Okay, I'm gonna go after you. Let me know when you're done.
The initial negotiations, everybody's gonna agree, especially the fighters initially. So when motherfuckers find out a little something after the fact of what other fighters are getting, motherfuckers they turn and get a little salty and start, tripping up, negotiations. Like, yo, I think you know what I mean, and that shit ain't even fucking right, like, because he's not even a mandatory. This is like a volunteer.
Shakur could have been a mandatory, but he got stripped for his belts. He couldn't make weight and got stripped for his belt. So that was him being unprofessional. If Shakur really wanted to smoke and he planned on moving up to 135, he should have never got stripped for his belt, though. Let's be professional about the situation, bro.
I believe Lomachenko need a class and a lesson. He need to sit down and watch Shakur fight Haney. And I honestly always believe that.
Nigga, Shakur ain't the champion, nigga. Nigga, Shakur ain't the champion, nigga. We got the belts, nigga. It's Haney time. Nigga, no, I've been waiting. Let me say what I gotta say. Nigga, I've been patiently waiting. Nigga, Shakur ain't the champion. Shakur, he not a champion. Devin Haney is the champion. Devin Haney got all the belts. He the undisputed. What's happening?
I'm with it. You know what I mean?
Ain't nobody taking shit from Devin Haney. Ain't nobody taking shit from Devin Haney.
I don't know what's wrong with Lomachenko. He got the opportunity of the whole world, the undisputed champion. Like, this is your time. Like, hopefully he takes the fight. If he don't take the fight, I see Shakur stepping up, and we're gonna age that old guy out. You see what I'm saying? And let Haney do what he do, like, and become.
Explain this to me. Devin Haney is younger than Shakur Stevenson, with more money than Shakur Stevenson, with more followers than Shakur Stevenson, with more belts than Shakur Stevenson, with more fans than Shakur Stevenson, with more ice than Shakur Stevenson, with more chains than Shakur Stevenson, with more bitches than Shakur Stevenson. And Devin Haney is his own promoter, and he got his own promotional company, nigga. What's happening, nigga? It's not even a comparison, nigga. When you really look at it, Devin Haney is younger than this nigga with more. Devin Haney got more in everything than Shakur. Who got more money? Who got more belts? Who got more fans? Answer that. You can't even answer that. It's a no-brainer. It's Haney, nigga. Devin Haney, his name in the record books, nigga. Shakur Stevenson, He can't fuck with Devin Haney, nigga. And I put that on God, nigga. And we could bet, nigga, what's happening, nigga. And that go for Tank, too. And then not just Shakur. This for everybody at 135, homie. Because you know who the champion is. How he gonna hurt Devin and he couldn't even hurt Robinson Conceição? How is he gonna hurt Devin Haney and he couldn't even knock out Oscar Valdez, bro? At 130. Shakur wasn't knocking people out at 126. He couldn't even knock out Joel Gonzalez. He couldn't even drop him. But he gonna hurt Devin, who's actually bigger, stronger, and faster. So D, I see D, you just hanging in the chat today. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what's going on, bro. You know what Devin Haney gonna do to Shakur. Shakur, the baddest man at 135, but the nigga strapless. Like, my nigga is literally strapless, but he the best. Make that make sense to me, bro. Like, damn, he don't even have a secondary belt. How the fuck is he the best at 135? He hasn't even had a fight at 135, nigga. All that shit is all hype. Like, I ain't never seen no shit like this, bro. And then on top of that, with all due respect, he had Jermaine Ortiz on his ass calling him out. He wouldn't even respond to Jermaine Ortiz, bruh. But he do all this barking, all that barking, but he couldn't even respond to Jermaine. Come on, bruh. Jermaine Ortiz, he just fought Lomachenko, bruh. He gave Lomachenko a great fight. Shakur, he could have fought Jermaine Ortiz. Who this Japanese guy? I ain't never heard of him. Who he fight? Who he beat? This nigga Shakur said, oh, he beat Nakatani. Nigga, Nakatani is a bum. You going around bragging that this dude beat Nakatani, who's a bum. Nobody cares that he beat Nakatani. Nakatani wasn't a champion. There's some capping going on. I see. And like on some real shit, like Jay Prince, shout outs to Jay Prince and shout outs to the Mob Ties. But Jay Prince, he not even worried about that shit. Like, I don't hear Jay Prince doing interviews talking about making the biggest fight in boxing with Devin Haney and Bill Haney. I seen Jay Prince talking about what happened at Takeoff, doing an interview. He talking about some whole other shit. He not even focused on boxing. He not even focused on that. But you got Shakur doing these interviews, but your manager ain't talking about that. I haven't heard Jay Prince talking about making a fight with Devin Haney. What's happening? What's good?
But realistically, it ain't fair to actually have Jermaine take a loss to Lomachenko and then fight Shakur right after. He gonna get
anybody though.
He need a fight in between, and then if that's the case, but it wouldn't even make sense because most likely Shakur's gonna lump him up. You know what I'm saying? And keep him still because he's just a fucking jittery bug. Just love moving around. He got pop. He heavy. You know what I mean? He's a heavy lightweight. But like he already campaigned at the weight, so they gotta do it smart. Like, you just don't throw Jermaine in there after you just got lumped up.
He didn't get lumped up. I mean, he got lumped up a little bit, but I thought he won the fight. I thought he did enough to win the fight. I had him winning 7-5 rounds to 5 against Loma. And Jermaine Ortiz, he been in there with Jamel Herring, who's a common opponent with Shakur. So he beat Jamel Herring, the same guy that Shakur beat. And Jamel Herring, he's one of Shakur's best wins. You know what I mean?
I disagree.
You disagree with what? You disagree with what?
He was coming over his jab when he wasn't actually fucking moving, and he started setting and flicking his jab. Lomachenko was coming over his jab with a stiff jab, a power jab, or he was coming with the 2-1. He came across, boom, left, and then the stiff jab came across, bang. He staggered him more than a few times. I think like 2 times at least. So
who are you talking about?
Lomachenko. Like I'm talking
you talking about Jermaine Ortiz?
Yeah, I'm talking about
why
Lomachenko.
He never went down then? If he heard him that many times, why he never went down though?
But yeah, he's a big kid. You know what I mean? Much due respect. He's young. He's strong. It's expected for him to be standing up, like to endure that fight. You know what I mean? But and he had his his good moments, but overall it wasn't consistent. Lomachenko was a little more consistent when he was, you know what I mean, you know, pressing him.
Yeah, but Ortiz,
really a
Ortiz
boxing
was
match.
he won like the first 6 rounds against Lomachenko, bro. There's only 12 rounds in the fight. Lomachenko had no knockdowns, so it definitely was a close ass fight that could have went either way. You know that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it could have went either way, but
Yeah, Ortiz put up a hell of a fight against Lomachenko, and Lomachenko, he's considered to be one of the best. So Jermaine Ortiz, he's actually a better opponent than the guy that Shakur is about to fight.
yeah,
Nobody know who that is. Don't nobody know who that guy is.
Jermaine,
That Shakur about to fight, though.
Now. At this point, it's pressure. I don't know.
So you don't think Jermaine Ortiz deserved to fight with Shakur?
Yeah, I didn't say that. I mean,
I'm asking.
He should get the fight based on, if he was in line to say, all right, say like Jermaine, it was really a fight where it was close, where he could beat Lomachenko and actually get a fight with Devin Haney, which we know it wasn't really that, you know what I mean? It was close. Maybe you could say he won the fight, but he ain't ready for Haney. And it's not like he fought anybody, a pure boxer or anybody of that stature to fight like Haney, to be ready for Haney. So for him to fight Shakur, he need one more fight. He need at least a win. He could step in there with Shakur now, but I think Shakur gonna lump him up just cause.
Who, Jermaine Ortiz?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Shakur could beat Ortiz. I think Shakur would beat him, but Shakur, he even said it like he said Jermaine Ortiz will be a tough fight for anybody. He said Jermaine Ortiz would be a tough fight.
For real.
That's what he said.
It'd be a tough fight. It'd be more of a tougher fight for Jermaine. And that's why I believe that like at this level, you just don't. You're supposed to be scheming in the sense of, you gotta have like an idea of what you're doing. You gotta have a game plan. You just gonna be throwing your fighters and but I like the fight stylistically. You know what I mean? But I think I need to see a little more. Like if shit like Lomachenko fought him again, that'd be interesting if that was the case. But that's not the case. You see what I'm saying? Like based on both of them redeeming themselves, who actually can.
Yeah, he should. I think he should have fought Ortiz again, but it's too much of a risk. He don't want to fight that motherfucker again after that fight. He barely won that one.
And Haney is as big as him, so it's like,
Haney bigger than Ortiz. Haney a little bit bigger than Ortiz, but they almost the same size. But I think Haney a little bit bigger though, just by a little bit. What you think about Ortiz though as a fighter?
Who y'all?
Go ahead, Jonathan. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
Who y'all think won that fight? If you really break it down,
I thought Ortiz beat Loma, but it was close.
But the thing about
Loma came back at the end.
Yeah,
Loma came back, but it was kind of like too late, I think. But he did come back though, and Loma does that with a lot of them guys. He always come back.
We should be watching Devin Haney and Jermaine Ortiz fight. He just didn't get the nod on the cards.
I know, huh?
Yep.
It was close. It was real close. Yep. But they wasn't gonna let Loma lose, man. They want Loma to get a shot at Devin Haney. So it was no way they're gonna let Loma lose that fight. Loma did come back. Loma had a rally at the end of the fight, but I thought it was like too little, too late. Yep. But Loma did come back and he started to lump him up like Ayo said, So Ayo, you think Lomachenko will be a difficult fight for Devin Haney because he is southpaw? Is that correct? I think he stepped away. Keep going, Jay Simon. My bad. Because he said something about Loma, being a tough fight for Devin Haney.
It could be.
What you think, Jay
You know,
Simon?
it could be. You know what I'm saying? It could be. You know,
What you think?
it could be. You know, a tough fight for Devlin. I know it's going to be a tough fight for Loma and stuff like that. It could be. It all depends what Lomachenko we gonna get, what he has left in the tank. More so with Devin. Devin is just shit. Devin not even is. Devin never hit his boxing prime yet. You know. So it all depends what Loma brings to the table. Well, like I said, what he has left in the tank. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's gonna be the experienced fighter. You know, we all know that. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney is the younger fighter, the stronger fighter, the bigger fighter, and the champion of the weight class. So, you know, whenever that clash happens, then we just have to wait and see. You know, I would give a slight edge right now to Devin Haney. I give a
Only
slight
by a
edge. A
little
lot
bit,
of
though.
people got, I'm gonna say 60-55. 60-55 and stuff like that. But I
Mm-hmm.
give a slight edge to Devin right now because the way Devin been looking, the way he's been fighting. I know Loma after the TO put on 2 good performances with the guys that he fought, but I didn't really like the way he looked at against Jermaine Ortiz. Yeah, he came back strong the middle half and late in the fight. I just didn't like the way he looked. You know, I don't know if he's all the time is catching up with him. I don't know if it was the war situation and stuff like that. One thing that I do see with Lomachenko that's different with him now since he's getting up there in age, he doesn't have the same legs he had when he was a little younger, a couple of years back. His legs are not the same. And I said that last night in the chat when the discussion came up who would win the fight. I said I have to give the edge to Devin because one of Lomachenko's greatest attributes a couple of years back was also his legs. It wasn't that he could fight a certain style or this matrix stuff. Loma legs. His legs hadn't been the same. He hasn't been able to move like he used to. Because if you go back and look a lot of Lomachenko fights, he's a guy that used the whole ring. He used the entire ring and stuff like that. I don't think he has those same legs. And for him, that's part of why he's having these slow starts in fight because of his legs. And probably has to do with the guys being naturally bigger in the weight class and younger. But to me, his legs, and I give Devin the advantage because of Lomachenko legs. They're not the same no more. Is he a great fighter? Yeah. Can he still fight? Yeah. He still has a boxing IQ. He understands how to handle himself in that ring. He understands the sport. He understands how to fight and everything. I just don't see him beating Devin starting off slow. I don't see him beating Devin if he give up rounds the way he been giving up rounds and stuff like that. I don't see him winning that fight. I just don't. And I don't think Devin is the type of person. I think they're gonna be prepared for that. I don't think they're gonna let Lomachenko get back in the fight like he did with T.O. and Jermaine Ortiz and these other guys. I don't think Devin gonna let him get back in the fight. Yeah, he may run some rounds here and there. Devin is not gonna let him get back into the fight.
How you think Lomachenko will start the fight off with Devin Haney? You think he will start off slow, or you think Lomachenko will come out strong, start off fast against Devin?
That's a good question, H Money. I never knew Lomachenko to start off fast, be a really, even when he was in his prime, a fast fighter. He always took his time and feel you out. And the one thing about Lomachenko that I know by watching him for years, If you don't hit him with something that he can respect, he gradually gonna break you down and mow through you. He collect what he have to collect, but in this situation, he's gonna have to start off faster. He's gonna have to because Devin Haney's jab is too consistent, and that's gonna offset some of the things that Lomachenko likes to do, that long jab. I don't think he has ever been in a fight in his career with a fighter with an attribute like that. I can't name not one fighter that Vasiliy Lomachenko, and I can't name a fighter that Devin Haney been in there with. But the jab is one of the key fundamental parts of the sport of boxing, a jab. I don't think that Lomachenko, maybe in the amateurs, I don't know. As a pro, I can't think of a fighter that he fought that had a consistent jab like Devin Haney. And that's the thing with me in this fight. Everybody knows that Devin Haney has a good jab, with pretty much a great jab. It's just how Lomachenko is able to deal with that because he never fought someone with that attribute in his arsenal, a jab and a consistent jab. It's not like Devin gets away from the jab. He hit you all night for 12 rounds with that jab. That's one of his attributes, that jab.
I agree. Based on opposition, Lomachenko ain't never seen nothing like Haney before. Nobody, that that's so structured, and he's never fought anybody that's so disciplined and structured and so strong, and that has a very good jab. So and vice versa. That's why I say this ain't a fight that typically Haney just favors all across the board. And but I believe that jab, if anything, I believe Lomachenko, when he feels and absorbs the jab, it will only have to encourage him to press harder and more. And just like how he fought Jermaine, I believe he gonna press Haney. That's the only way. You gotta get to his tank. You see what I'm saying? And you gotta go under and over. So I think he needs Haney to be shooting his jab and opening up. Because you got styles that don't open up, and they kind of have that low percentage, high percentage, and know how to get off on you, and you can't hit them, like a fucking Winky Wright or Arthur Abraham, you know what I mean? But they will get off on you with no fucking problem, with no motherfucking problem. So, I believe Loma's gonna press him. I think he's not gonna press him as he did Jermaine, so he conserve himself, so he don't gas out, but it's gonna be a tall task for him to actually stop. I can't see the only way he could beat Haney is if he stops and this I don't see that. I still give Haney the edge to out fucking
Like I said, yo,
yeah.
Lomachenko, he got some tricks in his bags too now. You know what I'm saying? Even though Dev beat George Kambosos in both fights, Lomachenko is way well rounded compared to George Kambosos. So he got tricks in his bag too. You know what I'm saying? So Devin gonna have to be on top of his game, not only physically but mentally. He's gonna have to stay focused. Therefore, you don't want to lose your focus for a slight minute with a guy like Lomachenko with all that experience.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
And you don't want to make it a fight to where it's up in the air. Because I'm
Yeah,
telling everybody, if it's an up in the air fight, I just believe they're gonna give Lomachenko the nod. That's
yeah,
just
and
my
that's another
opinion.
thing too. I'm
That's
on
what
this
I
side
feel.
too.
You know, Devin don't want to make it a fight where it's up in the air, where it's gonna come down to certain rounds in the championship rounds. Whoever gonna win that fight. I don't think Devin. That's not a good idea for him and his team. Which I'm assuming he's not going into the fight with that mentality. But while he's in the fight with Lomachenko, don't leave it up in the air like that. Because Devin Haney gonna have to mix it up because at some point in time, Lomachenko is gonna make Devin Haney fight him. It's not just gonna be a one-sided technical type of fight. And no, at some point in that fight, Lomachenko is gonna make Devin have to fight him. A lot of the techniques gonna have to go out the window. At some point, Devin gonna have to mix up his game, fighting, boxing, just a lot of different things, because he is going up against a veteran fighter. Even though he's an older fighter, he's a veteran fighter. He got a lot of experience, and he understands how to handle himself in the ring in big fights of that magnitude. So it's gonna be a good fight. I'm still giving Dev the edge, but I don't want it to go to where it's up in the air. But I know the powers that be want Lomachenko to be a champion again so bad. That's just the way it is. They want him to be a champion so bad.
But you don't think they feel like Loma's towards the end? I mean, like towards the end of his career at this
I,
point.
we look at it, Ishman, with the eye test. You know what I'm saying? We, like I said, the powers that be, top rank. They look at it. If Loma can get the nod on the cards, and it's controversial, a lot of people may say, well, no, Devin really won that fight. That was a travesty. They took that fight from him. Bob looking at it from a business standpoint and a company standpoint, I still got Shakur now. I still got that fight. I can have that fight next. That's just my opinion. You know, from the business side and the top rank side. Devin loses, moves up, doesn't resign with top rank, and they're just hypothetical. You know what I'm saying? Just foreshadowing. I got another mega fight with Shakur Stevenson. Because he probably would have been lining up for a championship fight anyway. So I'm just looking at it both ways. What can happen in the ring and what could happen later on. People may not agree, but that's just how I see it.
Yeah, I agree. I even support that top rank. If Lomachenko don't step up, we got Shakur. And if Shakur so happen to beat Haney, maybe Lomachenko might step up or something. Or let me not get ahead of myself, but if Shakur was to beat fucking Haney, then we'll have a rematch. You see what I'm saying? A sequel. That's what we really looking forward to. Like
Yep.
a one-on fight. Especially at this magnitude. It might not have to be just one fight to sell it.
Yep. Because if Lomachenko somehow find a way to win that fight and become undisputed, that's just the cherry on the top of his career. And if he want to go off in the sunset and say, well, you know what, I did what I had to do. They got a bunch of these young lions that's good, that's great, that's on my heels and stuff like that. I done took one of them down as a cherry on the top of my career, and I can just go off on into the sunset and let the division figure it out after I'm gone. because you got a lot of young guys in the division and stuff like that that's going to be here for a minute. That's how I look at it. This fight and this win here would be the cherry on the top for his career. With all the other things that I have done in the sport, all the other things that I accomplished, I got it undisputed. I became undisputed champion. That's like cherry on the top. Where would you rate me in this era of boxing? I'm back on the pound for pound list. How high would I be rated if he defeats Devin Haney?
Man, that shit would be sickening.
And we talking about Inouye and stuff like that. Lomachenko beating Devin Haney for undisputed.
With everything, even with world politics, they will spread that shit like mustard. You know what I mean? And then pile it with all type of you know layers of meat that he ain't. You know what I mean? It's just that's what I'm saying. Like he should take this fight. This is a volunteer. He barely earned this shot. He does earn it. Earn the respect to get a shot based on he was lineal unified champion and he ain't get a rematch.
Yeah.
He was the linear champion and he ain't get a rematch. I give him that, but he's like
That's why I got a lot of respect for Devin Haney because Devin could have been real ugly and be real petty because you got a lot of that in the sport of boxing today. No, when I had my opportunity, I was in line to fight you when you was the champion. Y'all looked the other way. And I was scrutinized and criticized behind the belt situation. Now the tables had turned. They were like, nah, I'm going to still fight you. Even though you didn't want to fight me, when I was in line to fight you and stuff, you didn't want to give me the opportunity. I'm giving you the opportunity, and I don't have to. That's why I got a lot of respect for him.
So the Haneys are so respectful around the board, and that he can't respect the fact that you getting the opportunity. And Haney's they always play above the belt, like and outside the ring. Haney could have, he's a young man, like he could have took it to another level and really then this, what I mean, like spit every time he say his name, like you know what I mean. But that's never the case, So, I'll be real disappointed if this fight don't take place. It's one thing with Ryan. Ryan's at 140. Allegedly. It's just
me too.
It's a little more too much drama.
Yep, too much, man.
But with Lomachenko and Haney, there's a score to be settled.
Yep.
It ain't nothing personal. It's nothing personal at all. Like this is business.
Yeah, just the tables has turned. You know what I'm saying? Now, Loma, you in the position where I was.
But for him to defeat Haney, oh my God, that'd be like fucking when the ups. It'd be 10 times worse on a magnitude.
Oh,
what?
what?
It'd be a heavy magnitude, like But the Haneys prepare very well. Like they don't prepare for no. They prepare beyond some upset. To the point where not a lot of fighters do it nowadays. Is prepare to bore the shit out of a fighter, put him in his place, keep him upright, keep him under manners, like everything, make him look like an ordinary. He ain't even supposed to be in the ring. He don't even put up a fight kind of ordeal, like and that's what Haney is opposed to. I can appreciate his will to discourage. He discouraged most of his fighters on what they do well. You know what I mean? And I could respect that. I see that kind of replica of Mayweather.
Yo.
I see that more than anything. You know,
But a lot of people was like, nah, Dev need to fight Tank or Shakur and stuff like that. Well, I say Lomachenko is the last breed. He's last of the Mohicans. And then when you're a young fighter, and they've been throughout the history of boxing, where the old line goes down to the young line, the new line. And always been the case in the sport of boxing. So that's how I look at it. Anybody, Tank, Shakur, Dev, put a Vasiliy Lomachenko on their resume right now, where they're at in their career is major. I just think that Tio and his team just didn't capitalize. By them defeating Lomachenko, who hadn't lost a fight in years and stuff, I just didn't think that I don't think they maximized that situation to the fullest. But they had a lot of momentum going behind them. Dev and his team are different. Dev is a different character and stuff like that. He beats Vasiliy Lomachenko, and if he do it in convincing fashion, that's a big feather in his hat, and vice versa. But it's a big feather in his hat, you know. But you're always gonna have your skeptics, But that's just part of boxing. That comes with the territory. But you'll finally have some clarity that's in the division because, like I said, Tio left the weight class. They still had unfinished business at 135. Tank is still there. Lomachenko is still there. Shakur move up, which is big for the division. You know what I'm saying? Because I see when Tio left, Shakur moving up is just as big or bigger than Tio leaving. So the light is still bright on that weight class and stuff, and you still have a lot of clarity. You know, Dev is undisputed. He beat George Kambosos. But the question is, what can he do next? You know what I'm saying? I give it was a good win against Kambosos. It was legitimate. You know what I'm saying? It was a legitimate win. A lot of people like, oh, I know, and stuff like that. He was garbage and he wasn't the stuff. It was a legit win. He beat a lightweight. He beat a unified champion. It was a legit win to his undisputed.
absolutely.
And I don't get the some. Well, he didn't beat. Well, Shakur wasn't at. The Shakur was trying to do his own thing at 130. He didn't. He wasn't allowed to get undisputed. That's what he was looking at. So we can't use Shakur at that moment in the situation where he didn't fight. Shakur was in a lightweight, and Tank, Floyd Mayweather, and Leonard Enterby, they had other things lined up for Tank Davis. And Tank was in the unified champ at 135. Shakur was unified at 130. Loma was at a war, and George Kambosos was the champion of the weight class. He was the guy, whether we want to accept it or not. He was that guy. Whatever we think of him as a fighter in the ring, he was the guy. Whether he lost in his first defense or whatever, he was the guy. So it was a legit win. You know what I'm saying? Those who look at it different, they really don't understand the sport of boxing. He won his championship, George Kambosos, legitimately, and he beat a legit fighter.
Yeah, he beat the
He,
reigning.
he hadn't been looking good this last couple of fights, but Tio hasn't lost a fight since he lost to Kambosos. He ain't been looking outstanding, but he hasn't lost a fight.
But it don't make no sense because now Aram, like the thing with Aram, he puts his fight on a high scale.
Yeah.
and he matches them up tough. I give it to him. But it's honestly based on a lot like Barbosa's last fight. You know, he's still going to fucking 12 rounds.
Yep.
Like, yo, if he ever imagine ever fighting a Haney or believing you gotta fight you need to match up with like a Barbosa's, you know, like a long arm boxer. Like that would show and prove, you know, based on your skill level matching up with somebody promising.
Yeah.
Like the other fight, like this guy's getting ready to, he's in line to fight. Um,
Yeah. You're right.
the Puerto Rican Pedraza.
Yeah. Pedraza
Right?
put up what I seen Barboza fight, and we know what Pedraza brings to the table. You know what I'm saying? And
You know what I mean?
like after the fight, Barboza even has to admit he's a tough guy, and he has a lot of experience. To where it was harder for me because of the experience, which was good that he got a fight like that before he stepped into a championship caliber fight. That's always a good thing for a fighter that's on the way up.
the problem is that Tank knocked the hair off that nigga's scalp. He ain't never been the same since. And that was a lower weight class. He's not a natural 140 guy. He's not a natural lightweight. You know, he's filling in, but he's not. He hasn't naturally campaigned at lightweight at that. So even when he fought the former IBF champion, the African dude, Lomachenko beat, um, they went to war with each other at a camp at a weight that they don't fit, they don't fight at, like, and it ended up into a draw, which was convenient, but it makes sense or whatever for how they perform. But it's just the level of competition I'm talking about.
Yep.
T.O. shouldn't been, yeah, he should have fought Barboza. Like,
Yeah.
put him in great standings. It would show that, like, he wants to move forward in his career. That, for you to be this star that he's gonna be, you're gonna have to fight boxers,
Yep.
like real fucking boxers. Like stop fucking playing. Like stop trying to, like, and you need to fight boxers so that he could calm down and work on his fucking technique and take what the defense give you.
Yeah.
Like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Because he's gonna realize
you might stop
since
this
he's in
money.
this new weight class, he just can't suck it out with just anybody.
Yeah, it's a new, and I ain't a fan of him, but I don't see that much success for him at 140. Not to be a pessimist, like, it's a different ball game, like based on his physique. Like,
Maybe what they're saying is the truth. I still don't look at him as a junior welterweight. Because in his last two fights, he looked at way smaller than the guys that he fought. And I said that in his first fight at 140, I said, man, regardless of who the guy he fought or wherever he was ranked, I looked at him, I said, there's a major size difference. And then when I
yeah,
seen him fighting Sander Martin, I said, that's two fights in a row that the size of these fighters are
Richie
making a
got
major
dropped
impact
twice.
on how the way he fight. You know what I'm saying? I said just the natural size of these fighters, and I looked at him. I said Tio look like he can go back to lightweight.
Yeah, I I would prefer that to him. You know,
You know, I
one
just looked at him. I said he just don't. It's like it's probably good for him where he can put on that little extra weight, but it doesn't look good for him when it comes to fighting in the ring. He doesn't look like a junior welterweight. He just don't look like it. He never in 2 fights here. He never showed me he actually belong in the weight class. He hasn't shown me that.
I agree.
And and nothing from Sandor Martin. He's an outstanding boxer. He beat Mikey Garcia. Can't remember the other guy. But those heavy hitters that's above them, Teal's gonna have a lot of problems. Teal's gonna have a lot of problems in that weight class. And he talking about he wanna fight a Josh Taylor. That's another big guy that can fight.
Yeah, that nigga Josh Taylor would take his best punch, smother him, and he'll dog him. Like, it looks so ugly.
Josh Taylor is a type of fighter, the way he fights, if he can implement his style on you, it bodes a major advantage for him. And the way Josh Taylor fights, I don't see Teal coming close. I don't think Teal need to be in the ring with him. Not after what I've seen. He can't fight them guys, man. He's young. Top Rank just gonna have to, just like he was at lightweight, take their time with him. I don't think he could beat them guys at 140. Or if he can ever beat them. Those guys are just too big. That's all at the top and just too good. They big and they good.
That's a fact. I agree. They're big.
Because he beat a Richard Comey that's big for the lightweight division. But I give everything to eye test. Those guys at 140 that's just as big or bigger, they are way better to me than Richard Comey. The Matias, the Gary Russells, the Josh Taylors, the Regises, they are much better in my opinion. They're bigger, but they're better than a Comey and anybody else. They are better. And they're more dangerous than them guys.
And the problem is his technique. He doesn't have enough fights. He's never been through the experience of. He gotta know that it's not just you gotta be a headhunter.
But the thing about it, he beat Lomachenko. If you
Yeah,
really look at that fight, he almost gave that fight away too.
With that movement he got to translate it before the movement. He's working up in that, especially working the body.
Yep.
Sticking that jab. You know what I mean? Even though you're undersized or you might not have the boxing. You see what I'm saying? But you got the footwork, you got the movement. You see what I'm saying? So
but it was like, well, Teal was athletic.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah, he's athletic, but this not gymnastics. Doesn't matter how many cartwheels and flip that he does after the fight. This not gymnastics. So you throw that athleticism out the window if you can't use it to your advantage. Well, he's athletic and stuff like that. That don't mean nothing. Because he didn't look like he was athletic in them 2 fights at 140 he had. He looked like he was in quicksand. I've seen a lot of flaws. I've seen a lot of bad things that basically he got away with at 135. It just so happened that the guys that are still in the weight class, he didn't have an opportunity to fight them like a Devin Haney, like a Tank, and you got Shakur that just moved up. He left the weight class. That would have really tell what type of fighter Teofimo Lopez would have been from top to bottom. But one of those guys. But he left the weight class. So if you struggling with the two guys that you fought since you've been in 140, what makes you think the scenario would have been any easier fighting any one of them three guys? See, Ariel, when I talk boxing, I look at it with common sense. I just don't run off and say this or say that. I use my common sense. I use what I see. Like Floyd Mayweather used to say all the time, it may look different on the outside, but once you actually get in there, there's a new ball game. And I'm seeing what these guys doing and not doing enough of in the ring. And it goes back to, are you learning your craft? Are you taking your craft serious in the gym? Because that's where it starts. You can throw in all the semantics about the business and who's at the top or this and that. You know, to be great, it starts in the gym. And how diligent and what kind of work you put in the gym and how you evolve as a fighter. You know, you got some guys, they don't think they need to learn anything more. They don't need to get better. Well, I'm a champion. I'm making some money. I'm good like I am until you find the right fighter. And I believe George Kambosos exposed Tio. He just got exposed in that fight. And that was enough for me able to say he's going to struggle at 140. Because the way that George Kambosos fought him, he made it a hard, ugly fight. That's how Josh Taylor fights. With a bigger frame, he's more well-rounded than Kambosos. He's naturally bigger and stronger than Kambosos. So that would have been that's a bad matchup for Tio.
I agree,
Tio
Cash.
lying. Tio not trying to fight Josh Taylor. He's capping. He about to fight another, like, a lesser opponent, bro.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He's not going to fight Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor's supposed to fight Jack Catterall.
Yeah.
How's he going to fight him?
I know
He's
Tio.
lying.
He want this fight. He want to fight so bad, where he can look so spectacular, to where he just outclass the guy that he's fighting and get this devastating knockout, and then he'll go back to being Tio. This guy don't want it. That guy don't want it. I beat this guy and stuff like that. You know, it's just that they can't fool us with this because we understand the sport of boxing. You know, he want to set himself up, and maybe Top Rank want to set himself up with his fights, but he's gonna be in a fight where he's just gonna be dominant to where, okay, now Tio is back in the equation. I think Tio would have a hard time with Jermaine Ortiz. I really believe that. I think they still got guys at 135 they would give Teofimo problems and possibly beat him.
But I won't even think that'd be a good fight though, Jermaine. They both do the same dumb shit. They kind of like marry each other. But they got power though.
Yep.
Heavy-handed. They heavy-handed alike.
Yep. But that's the kind of energy Tio and his team want. You know, we keep talking about him and this and that. It's giving everything. It's giving a lot of light to his situation as a fighter. Instead of let him earn it in the ring, you know, there's too much discussion outside the ring, what this person gonna do and how you gonna do it and stuff like that. No, prove it in the ring.
No, he knows Haney is coming after him.
Yep.
It's like, yo, it's gonna be short-lived if he becomes a champion. The nigga Haney might run down on him and be his manager. And what the fuck he gonna do? Shit his pants. You know what I mean?
Yep. You're right.
He could only wish he get a Josh Taylor fight and become a WBO champ. Yeah, win. He gotta fight like I think he gotta fight a guy named Haro. You know, there's a few motherfuckers in his way.
You know, we got the domino effect, with this Tank and Ron situation. We got the domino effect with this Loma situation too.
Oh, don't say that.
You know,
That can happen. That can happen early. That can happen this spring early. Yeah, Haney's are not. You know, at first I ain't gonna front. I thought they was hella distracted. The Haney's, there's
I
hella
always say this,
distracted. Huh?
at times we get on the fighters and blah blah this and that, and I'm not even gonna mention the other two names. You know what I'm talking about? That big fight that was supposed to happen and stuff like that. I was
Yeah.
telling Marky Dan
I didn't even.
earlier. I was telling Marky Dan earlier. I said
And
when
they,
you're
and they
talking
probably got a
negotiate. I
big
said when you're
fight. But go
talking, and I heard this. I heard this from about a month ago. I heard this from Don King. They did an interview with Don King, and he talked about they mentioned the fight to him, and if he was in that scenario, how would he handle it? And Don King said before anything could be put on the table when it comes to either my fighter or the other side, he said me and the powers that be gonna have to sit down and edge everything out before we can present it to the fighters and their team. We. So he's talking about the executives, talking about the promotions, which is whatever network. He said we got to sit down and have a common understanding. And then we present all this to the fighters and then we go from there. He said that's how it was in my time. You know, he said that's why I was able to get the fights off that we got in the sport of boxing because the powers that be, we sat down because I'm going to say the names Spence and Crawford. Even though Crawford didn't have a representative, he was on his own. But at the time, and I know he's an advisor, was Bob willing to sit down with L? Was L willing to sit down with Bob? Because you don't hear nothing from L, but you hear a lot from Bob. And it was always, well, this guy wanted this and X amount, this guy wanted an X amount. I said, are you negotiating? Are you conversating with the executives of the networks and Al Heyman who represent these fighters? Because I never understood that situation when it came to Bob. Like I said, we never heard that. We didn't really hear Steven Espinoza and stuff like that. But you was able to figure out a way to negotiate other fights with guys from that other company. And I understand those other fights are mega fights. But did y'all have an actual sit down and came to a common understanding and agreement? This is a big fight. This is a super fight and stuff. This is what it's going to take. This is that we're going to have to do. And then we present it to both sides. And then we go from there. I never heard that. And I don't hear nobody discussing that. There's always this fight on that side, that fighter. And I always say, the powers that be, what are they doing? Are they actually negotiating with the other side? Or you're actually negotiating with just the fighter straight up? That's why I don't like to go deep and heavy on that situation. Because they got a lot of unanswered questions for me, more so than Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. I have a lot of questions. And the question that I have is not only always slated for them.
man.
I don't have it slated for them because if anybody, I want to talk to the powers that be. I want to see. I would like to ask the question and talk to executives. What's the deal? Just like with all these fights,
Jonathan,
what's the deal? It's like okay, it's like what y'all missing? What common ground or common agreement that we can meet and match? What's the deal? Because we
yo,
don't
that
want this
fight could have
chain
been made.
reaction. We don't want this chain reaction. Fights we're looking forward to, fights that we want to see, and there's a chain reaction behind something that can just be really discussed, and then that's the fighters going separate ways. We don't get them fights, and it's actually behind the same scenario.
I think too much was on the line and not enough money in the pot.
You know,
Ultimately, too much was at stake. If this fight, if all the belts wasn't on the line, I think based on all the belts, it made it a little more trickier. It made the situation more to manipulate for the wrong reasons. If they didn't have all these belts, if it was like number one, number two against each other, you know, one of them had the belt, one of them vacated because they're not gonna fight their mandatory, but they still number one, number two. The fight
you
could have
know.
got done. I think based on all the sanctioning bodies, what I mean, and having a responsibility of spending all that fucking money.
Because back in the day, all these unifications and all these undisputed fights that we getting back to back to back like this, that didn't happen years ago. Those sanctioning bodies didn't mess around. These promotional companies didn't mess around. If they figured they had a fighter that was ready and he was in line for a championship fight, either you fight me or you vacate the belt. Because we had a lot of great fights with titles wasn't on the line because somebody had to vacate because they wanted that fight. But the sanctioned bodies would not allow them to have it. No, you got to fight this guy. He's your mandated. He's mandated. He's your mandatory. But no, I want to fight this super guy because
Yeah,
he's
but
pretty much at the top of the weight class, and I want to fight him. But if you fight him, you're gonna fight him without your belt.
you gotta
Now
understand.
they allowing it to happen where you're a champion. It's a go. Here comes the semantics.
But look how funny boxing is, and that's why I love boxing and its records. Like how you talking about how we had so many undisputed fights, and there's nothing wrong with it based on the timing and based on the era of the weight classes. If you look, Terrence Crawford is right there behind Marquez, people that just went in the Hall of Fame.
Hmm.
And Marquez is a true lightweight.
Yep.
So based on the time when he was at lightweight, there was a little hostage situation going on. Because that's how you had Brian and Rios and Guerrera, you see what I'm saying? Like these guys, these interim potential, you know what I mean? These contenders, you know what I mean? So it was bound to crop up, you know, it was bound to crop up based on all of the talent from fucking lightweight. And you
Yep.
seen them all usher in and move up in weight, you know, and etc. From Broner, um, Garcia, uh, Mikey Garcia. So they all from that era, and I don't shame it, but I think ultimately based on the fight, it was a time sensitive thing.
Yep.
Ultimately, it was a time sensitive thing based on their responsibilities. They are heavy champions in the game, like, and I think one initially had the heavy momentum, and the other ran a play to achieve the momentum based on You know, just cause, you know,
Yep.
to achieve the momentum and get the fight based on based on their needs and based on their wants. You know,
That's why I
so
say, yo, when these
that
guys
kind of
like in
tripped up
today's boxing, yo,
politics. So
they got the opportunity to maximize a situation that you didn't get in the past. And I'm gonna give you not an example, something that really happened.
you know, I don't believe. You know why I kind of disagree because it's when Crawford say, "Yo, we ain't fighting in Texas." You know, when other promote, when the zone ain't checking for you, like yeah, they say, "Yo, we not trying to make it up as we go along. We not even gonna do that to you, Gadio." You see what I'm saying? We dealing with young crop of motherfuckers, and you ain't in the face of nobody's future right now. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I knew if that fight would have come off, that's
that's
most
a
likely would
little
have been a
annoying
fight in Vegas. That's a Vegas fight.
to understand these factors after the fact. You know what I mean? Which is fucking annoying.
I know.
You know, but overall, but the fight still can happen at 54. That's really, and I seen it. I before I came on this great platform, with YB and H Money fucking with y'all. I knew the boy from Omaha was gonna run a fucking play, a misdirection. You see what I'm saying? It's try to score
Hmm.
fucking,
Yep.
but he ran out of bounds. You know what I mean? He ran out of bounds. It was the last fucking down. So you
But the
gotta
thing,
wait
or
for next
the thing
season. You
about it
gotta
is,
wait
yo,
for next
a
season,
lot of
and we
people get
gotta
bent out of shape
restrict
when it comes to Terrence Crawford. We ain't never said that the guy inside the square circle wasn't a great fighter. Y'all getting that confused with his moves pertaining to his fights. It's not what he can or cannot do in the ring. That's bar none. He's a great fighter.
Yeah, and let me get on Al Heyman and shit too, because he's the brunt of the blame. You know what I mean? Because he's been running around like on demon time and capitalized. He's been a big opportunist, and yeah, business is business, and I ain't even fucking mad at him because when motherfuckers is just getting high on their own supply and slipping on their pimping and lose all they hoes because you know they don't love you done fucked up the game, like, you know what I mean. You just got high on your own supply. You ain't really paying attention to the game, like, you ain't even ahead on your game. You know what I mean. You just riding. You're not working hard. And but other than that, I'm still talking in parables and shit. But really with Al Heyman, like, he never thought that he would lose all his network deals. Like,
Well, what it
yeah,
is, what it
right.
is, hell, is
But if
a
you got one
it's real
platform,
it's real easy when you got a dominant factor in your stable. You know, for years, Floyd Mayweather made a lot of money for the PBC. Then for a little short stint, you had Canelo on Showtime with the PBC. And before his career was done, or if it's done, here comes in Manny Pacquiao fighting on Showtime in the PBC. So you had all
fighters
those,
don't control
you had all
networks.
those
Network
big
the
hitters.
networks and
You had all those
involved
big hitters to
in
whereas you
the
know what,
spiritual
I can
aspects.
sit back in the gap
That
and
nigga never thought
them
that.
guys with their name and notoriety, they could do the rest for themselves. I can just sit back in the gap and look. But those guys are gone. We don't know if Canelo ever come back to Showtime in the PBC. Manny is done. Florida is done. So that, and you still got Wilder for I don't know how many more years. So you're looking at guys that was really heavy hitter. Then you throw in Errol Spence. That's another heavy hitter. Then you got Tink and stuff like that, which is good for the PBC because those guys, they bring numbers and they generate a lot of revenue. But I agree with your point though. I understand what you're trying to say. I agree with it.
Hey, Jonathan, what you think about the fights this week, though? Are you excited for them? Oshaki Foster and Ray Vargas. What's your prediction on that fight?
Oh man, it's gonna be a tough fight. I know Oshaki been on the shelf for a while. I think he had one fight in 2 years and stuff like that. Ray Vargas is a tough customer. He's looking to be a multiple weight.
Damn, hey, Jonathan fell off. Come back, Jonathan, when you get a chance. What's up with it, Ayo? What your boy Boo Boo gonna do? He gonna sit on the shelf again? Your boy Boo Boo gonna sit on the shelf again, or is he gonna come out and play? What's up? What he gonna do? What's the word is?
As long as they got that bread, and Jonathan was just talking about it. The bread gotta be right, man.
The bread gotta be right.
The money gotta be there, man.
I hope your boy ain't trying to outprice himself now, man. I hope he ain't trying to do that now. Come on, bro. I thought he wanted to fight. How much money he made in that fight with Nicholson then? If it's about the money, my nigga. Come on, my nigga.
Yeah, this shit gotta be a big deal, man. Like I said, if it's Morel,
okay.
Morel, had that fight in between, so he could, he could get ready for a Morel fight. Do it right, promote it right, angle it, hook up the doubleheader, whatever it takes.
Nigga, Morel ready for all smoke, nigga. What is we really talking about, nigga? Is Boo Boo ready? Now, what Boo Boo gonna do? What Boo Boo gonna do? When Boo Boo gonna fight somebody? When he gonna fight somebody, bruh?
Worrying about unfinished business, man. That's what
we got unfinished business with Morel. Morel been fighting, bruh. He want to fight the best. What's up with Boo Boo? What he gonna do, man?
Yeah, Boo Boo did his part, man. Boo Boo done signed the contract. He's on the fucking team, man. Niggas need to get to work and do what they gotta do. I mean,
who you think Boo Boo gonna fight next? So let me ask you, who you think Boo Boo gonna fight next? Answer that for me. Who you think he gonna fight next? Because Benavidez fighting Plant.
That's a good question, but I would appreciate that, he get another in between fight, cause this is his new division. Like, you know what I mean? He campaigning here now. Like, he need to get stronger. Like, it's not a game now. Like, his next fight and after this is all top notch. Even Charlo coming to 68.
Man, why are you still talking about Charlo? He at 160. Why we can't talk about Morel? You talking about everybody but him. Like y'all trying to avoid that man.
Yeah, niggas got unfinished business. That's why I respect Haney and Lomachenko when they get in the ring. Like,
what about Errol Spence and Keith? Would you say Errol Spence and Keith is like that too?
Personal or not, it gotta be some business on the line. It gotta be business, and it has to be clashing right. You know what I mean?
Hey, yo, would you say Errol Spence and Keith Thurman, that's the same like situation? It's unfinished business?
Absolutely. You know what I mean? 54. Like, I don't see Spence coming back to 47 and to satisfy Crawford. That's the fucking problem. Bud, B-side Bud, you know what I mean? You have to understand. Yeah, I would even appreciate it if he would have came and he'd have kicked down door and say, yo, what's up with Keith Thurman? Yo, give me that motherfucker first right now.
Mm-hmm. You going in on Bud. So you blaming Bud?
I'm not blaming, but I think Dinks would have made if he would have signed on the team, you never know what would have happened.
On which team? With PBC, Al Heyman, Showtime?
Niggas would have acted right. You never know. Money would have came out of nowhere. You see what I'm saying? Niggas could get better network deals. I don't know, man. I think if Golden Boy even signed him, it makes their stock go up a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Like, it gives them that reassurance that they can, have a future in promoting big fights. Because you need that one big fighter, to feature on your cards, to be that guy. He might not even be the big time ticket seller, but I could feature him and have a double triple header or whatever. But have like a Virgil Ortiz on the undercard or something to make it a big deal. Like, so I think it's just a weird situation, but I think it's in some way, form, or fashion, like that the money wasn't great at any great expectations for everybody across the board. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's just bad times. Like, and we don't even want to talk about that shit, but I think it's just overall expectations is like, themselves is like, I want to see the fight.
I got you, but it sounds like you kind of hard on Bud Crawford in this situation. Like, you feel like Bud should be held responsible, and do you feel like Bud is the one to blame in this situation? Do you think he made it hard to negotiate and try to make this fight? And why you think? I want to know why you think the fight didn't happen, and whose fault was it, really?
I shouldn't be right. He shouldn't be that predictable, man. I shouldn't be right that this nigga was, he would have came through and try to run. I'm telling you, run some fucking bullshit misdirection, like, and I'm sure Aaron told him, don't come in there with that jive turkey shit, man. Don't go there and go in their offices talking that bullshit you came with.
So that's why he was acting like that.
Man, that's not how to
You think Bob pumped him up to do some shit like that?
Nah, I'm not saying pumped him up, but I'm sure Bob was like, you gonna have to be astute when you come in at these people, like you know what I mean. And I think he, I could appreciate you managing yourself because you've seen it and you've done it all, but when you do some predictable shit that I think it was all predictable, like, and based on the expectations of just fans to say like, he could be fighting, he could fight. We want to see you fight Spence, but you could fight fucking Boots or Keith Thurman or whatever the case might be. You know what I mean? Even beyond that, Virgil, if but just throwing names out there, like, but how is it you gonna fight a Charlo? Based on how you operating, beyond all this ranting I'm doing, like.
Hey, so what you thought about his fight with David Avernesian?
And like, how you getting caught up in that controversy? Like, it didn't even help. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, it seemed like this shit was sabotaged on purpose, like, just to, and it seemed a little foul, but I kind of feel sorry, you know what I mean? But I don't care. But nothing comes out of it because it was just a violence. It's not like David was the champion and the most he could get out of it is some coins or something, maybe. The WBO is not even gonna force a rematch. So, but based on Terrence Crawford, him being in the ring and how he operated as usual, like the typical sociopath. You know what I mean? It took him apart, like and destroyed that dude.
Yeah, but I mean, what you thought about the reasons why Crawford said he didn't take the fight?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I think it's just the momentum thing and him trying to change his business stance coming from Bob Arum, learning what he learned and being burnt, and I think it's just a wrong approach and like I think it's just the wrong approach and hopefully, what I mean, hopefully we get the fight at 54, what I mean. 47 is like a dub, honestly.
You think Bud should move up to 154?
No. And no actuality, it ain't no it's really Spence to put pressure on Charlo for him to do something. The other Charlo, because them two motherfuckers are special. These motherfuckers are special. At 54 and 60, I don't know what's going on with them. Even though they reigning champions, it's still stagnant. That's why I'll say I could, really I gotta, dump it on Al Heyman. Like, it's bad that you got all these fighters and you got one motherfucking platform, like, and then it's sad, like, because he had a thing going, he had multiple stages, but that.
Yeah, but Terrence Crawford, a hell of a fighter, though, bro. I mean, I'm trying to see when you gonna say something like, I know you said that you just said that you think the fight could happen at 154. Is that correct?
Yeah, because if Spence campaigns at 54, and then
damn, you went out. Say that again. You was breaking up. Say that one more time. You was breaking up.
Well, I said.
Damn, you breaking up, Ayo. I can't really hear you. I can't even really hear you. You going out. Yeah, hey, yo, I can't hear you. Let me see. I'm gonna drop the link for you again. Hopefully you can get back in here so I can hear what you got to say. But hopefully that fight can happen. Even if Terrence Crawford got to move up to 154 to try to make that fight happen with Errol Spence. Man, boxing fans need that fight, man. That's crazy, bro. You know what I mean? They're going to have to figure that shit out, man, so we can get the fights that everybody want to see. What's up, my boy Danny the Great? My boy Danny. What's good? Danny the Legend. Danny the Legend in the building. It's Haney time. What's up, Danny? Haney. Devin Haney, the undisputed champion. Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. What's good, Danny? Devin Haney versus Lomachenko, homie. Devin Haney, the undisputed champion. What's good? I can't wait for that fight. Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. That's going to be a hell of a fight, bro. You know what I mean? I remember at one point, we never thought Devin Haney could get a fight with Lomachenko. And now the fight is about to happen. Lomachenko, who is a living legend, Lomachenko future Hall of Famer. I can't wait, man. I mean, Lomachenko, he can fight. Lomachenko got skills. Lomachenko, he ain't no slouch. Lomachenko, we know his accolades. Everybody know it. 3-division world champion, former unified champion, former #1 pound for pound. You know what I mean? And a former 2-time Olympic gold medalist who's considered to be one of the greatest amateur boxers of all time. Vasiliy Lomachenko and Devin Haney at 24 years old to share the ring with a fighter like a Lomachenko. Devin Haney ain't gonna have no respect for Lomachenko in the ring, bro. I could sit here and talk about Lomachenko's accolades and be respectful, but I'm gonna tell you, my nephew Devin Haney, he ain't got no respect for Lomachenko, bro. He ain't got no respect. Devin Haney, he don't care about Lomachenko's accolades. He don't care about none of that. He just want to punch him in the face. For real, for real. Just being honest with you, man. You know what I mean? You saw after that fight with Jermaine Ortiz, after Lomachenko, after he fought against Jermaine Ortiz, Devin Haney hopped in the ring, and Devin Haney called out Lomachenko. He said he want to fight him. He said he want that smoke. Lomachenko said, is he a heavyweight? He too big. He too big for me. Already making excuses. He wants somebody to feel sorry for him that he got to fight Devin. But Jermaine Ortiz damn near the same size as Devin Haney. He fought against Nakatani. Nakatani was way bigger than Devin Haney. And he fought Nakatani with no problem. He never said Nakatani was too big. He never said Nakatani was a heavyweight. Nah, he fought him because he knew it was an easy fight. He knew Nakatani had no skills. He knew Nakatani was a bum. So he fought him. But guess what? You see, Devin Haney is a whole different ball game. Devin Haney, he's a different type of animal. What's good? What's up, Ayo? You back in the building. You said
what I was saying is that you felt conflicted that I was saying that, Crawford going to 54. He's not. I don't think he should be in a rush to go at 54. That's just based on his merit. I don't think he's oversized for the division. I think he's fine at 47. But when he's ready, Danny's willing to fight him at 54. I'm sure Keith will fight him at 54. So
why he don't move up then? If he got a good fight with Danny Garcia, that's a good ass fight. They could do it at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. It'd be sold out. Put it on a Showtime pay-per-view at 154. I'd love to see that fight. Danny Garcia, he beat Terrence Crawford in the amateurs, and Terrence Crawford beat him one time. They 1-1. I want to see the tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think he should move up to 154 then, bro. Who else is he going to fight at 147? Alexis Rocha?
I mean, I don't want to see that fight.
I know. I would rather see a Danny Garcia fight, especially if Errol Spence is at 154, and that's the fight that you really want. And you just told me you think the fight could happen at 154. So if the fight, if it can happen at 154, that's where he should be at. If that's where Errol Spence is campaigning at.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, if knowing that the fight can't happen at 47, like.
Why it can't happen at 47? Is it because of Errol Spence's weight? Because he can't make the weight?
I don't think he want to endure making the weight. I really think it's the weight. Like, he been campaigning at the weight for so long. Like, 54 has been calling him a long time. Like, I think naturally it's been calling him for a while. So it's time I think it's time for him to move to 54. Like, he's more prospective to do other divisions, just like how Crawford started his career. And that's what opposes Spence. That Crawford is a 2-time lineal motherfucking champion in his previous fucking divisions. That's what opposes Spence. Spence is a unified champion in one division. But if Crawford is mentioning Jamal Charlo, you see what I'm saying? It's a slew of motherfuckers he still gotta get a pass in some way, form, or fashion. Like I don't see no ways around it. Like, but in his good grace, he could come back to the table at 54 and sign some 3-fight deal. Like, because initially that's what I thought it was, but when it ultimately broke down, just like how right now with the Tank and Ryan situation, you know, when everything that's agreed with the fighters based on what they want amongst each other, you know, rival fucking promotional outfits or whatever, you know, they not really want to be on no 50-50 terms, especially when one feels that they better than the other, that they can carry the fight and give one the other organization. You see what I'm saying? So that's when the battle, the business battles, what I mean, the corporate heads and shit. That's the
Yeah,
nerve.
I want to see who Crawford gonna fight next. A lot of people are talking about Alexis Rocha. Do you want to see Crawford fight Alexis Rocha?
Nah, and I think it was Brotherhood was saying that shit. He gonna fight, and I swore up and down. Boots. I couldn't. I think Boots. They didn't want the slot no more in the WBO or the WBO. Said whatever. They not gonna fuck with Boots. That's neither here nor there. You see what I'm saying? But for him to be looking at Alexis Roaches and then Virgil Ortiz or whatever, it's like. It is what it is. Virgil, that's one thing. But if we gotta wait for that, then that's like, you know, because I think we're gonna have to wait for that, you know, because if Virgil is starting a new era, Boots, and then knowing that Virgil is fighting Stanley Otis for his world title, and Spence leaving, we're gonna have to wait for that fight, and that would be a unification between Crawford and Virgil. So that
Do
could
you
be
think Crawford? So, would you rather Crawford stay at 147 and try to, go for undisputed at 147? If you say Errol Spence is going to be at 154 and he's going to stay at 154, do you feel like Crawford should just try to go for undisputed at 147, or what you think?
I mean, why not? Cause he kind of moving like Canelo. You see what I'm saying in a way. It's revealing how, based on he moving as an independent fighter, trying to, float, float, be on some pre-DM shit. You know what I mean? Like, have these one-off fights and have, real exclusive deals, and so it's gonna be tough. Like, but him staying for undisputed, why not? You got Boots there. You see what I'm saying? You got Boots there and shit. You know, it wouldn't disappoint.
What's up, Jonathan? What's good?
I'm sorry, my daughter kept calling me.
Oh, yeah, you good, man. What's
Well,
up, bro?
my thing is this: I'd have to be a straight shooter with Terence Crawford, and it's not personal; it's just business. Are you keen on doing business with us? Do you want to do business with us? Because we need to get this out in the open and move on from this scenario. Do you? Because it's basically what it's coming down to. Do you, as a fighter, wants to do business with us? Because we got a platform where we could do good business with each other. Do you want to do business with us? I'd have to be just straight up with him. Do you want to do business with us? If not, bless you, good luck, whatever you do the rest of your career, because we got to move on. But we got other fighters. We got a whole platform that we have to pay attention to instead of just stuck and going back and forth in this situation. Do you want to do business with us?
Simple as that. That makes so much sense. Like, I think he wanna fuck with Golden Boy, and it probably makes sense. Like have maybe I don't know. Maybe they'll come to the table differently because he got representation, and so maybe Al Heyman been monopolizing on the game for a while, and he don't got no he can't spread his wealth with the networks and shit. So maybe Golden Boy needs their little window to showcase what they got. Put all their chips in. You know, do whatever the fuck it take. Like, but Crawford, I think he likes the mediocre fight. With his mandatory and fighting Virgil. I think it's more stylistically appealing. Virgil, Mexican American, you know, that kind of civil rivalry already. I think I think it's a big fight in its own right. Um, but how when is that gonna happen? If that happens, yeah, it probably be good for the future of him getting other fights that we expect him to fight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because he, with all due respect, he's still on a roll to do things that most fighters will never be. It won't be done in a while. You know, it'll be hard for even Haney to actually to actually even come close to what Crawford's been doing. So, I think hopefully if business goes well, and I think that's the key. If business goes well, he'll continue fighting into going into 54. He takes whatever fights they give him at 47.
Mm-hmm.
And they say they can promise a Spence fight. Most likely it's going to be at 54. So, we have to wait a little bit.
Well,
And I think
the
it's
thing
more
about
healthy
that too, is it goes back to the point I was making. Any one of those guys, Bud still have to want to do business with us, regardless of what the weight. Because there's all good fights. Fighting Earl at 47 is great, undisputed. Fighting Earl at 54, still great. Fighting Dana Garcia at either weight is great. But we need to know if you want to do business with us. Because we want to do business with you.
But I don't think that's either here or there no more. I think if he signed with Golden Boy,
Oh, that's out the
Golden Boy
window.
will
If he
take.
does that, more power to him. But those fights are out the window.
But not necessarily. You know what I mean? I don't. You know what I mean? Because
Oh,
when
maybe Golden Boy can negotiate to his liking and conduct the business the way he wanted to be conducted, and if we can have common ground, we would all hope that. I hope that's the case, and we can finally get some of these fights off. I would hope.
I mean, I think with the times of what's going on, like even them, they gotta consider they gotta come together when it comes to business. Like certain fights. Even I think Staniosis and Virgil is an example. That's Showtime Golden Boy, right? Certain fights you gotta compromise, and business
Yeah,
has to be done. Like even
because
if it
what I'm
takes a
saying.
year.
He said in the past, I'm not looking to fight in my 40s. I'm not looking to fight closer to my 40s. So he's right around the corner. Father Time is just, standing on that block.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's been giving us those clue words that must, it's set in stone for him.
But if you really look at it, if Thurman and Spence, regardless of how the outcome plays out, Bud would be the elder statesman in that weight class. Everybody else done left the weight class that's around in and around his age. He'd be the only one left that's an elder statesman in the weight class. Everybody's young. Even the guys on the side with Golden Boy, everybody is young. Everybody that's in his era or around his age, they going in a different direction. Matter of fact, they're going out the weight class. He'll probably be the only one left in that age group that's still hanging around 47. Everybody young now.
Yeah, I mean, and he's still outside looking in. TC outside looking in. He can stay at 47 and defend his belt. Maybe unify with the WBA.
And maybe I don't know, but that could be a good scenario for him too,
That's
because
the
he would have
most that's gonna come
all
out.
the leverage. I know that in those fights he would have all the leverage.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be the A side. But yeah. But the expectation will probably be at 54. Sometime this year, it's like
Yep.
it's either you're gonna be chasing something at 54, or it's like,
Yeah.
we looking forward to see you retiring, because it's like it's not really nobody we really want to see you defend at 47. Like, Boots is the IBF champion. He already got his own journey. Like,
Yeah.
the IBF and the WBO ain't meant to just unify initially. Like,
Yeah.
so that's neither here nor there. So.
And the WBA gonna come down to Stanionis and Virgil, and then the WBC. I would have to look that up because I know Thurman. I guess he was in line at the WBC, but he's fighting Spence at 154. So I don't know. If he lose that fight, he would come back down to 47 and still be in that same spot. I don't know
You
how
see,
that would
like,
work. I don't know.
yeah, like the WBC would have had an interim champion already if
Yeah.
what's the face would have accepted it. David Avanesian,
Okay.
when he was number one. He was primed for that shit, but he didn't accept it. So and nobody else. It's not something that is graceful all the time. So he was willing to wait to fight the champion, or the fucking belt just becomes vacant.
Yep.
And he becoming a full champion, Because even fighters know that, all right, yo, if anything, if we know that Crawford and Spencer's gonna fight, like, all right, if David Avanesian said, instead of me being the interim champion, I could be the full champion, because most likely, whether Spence wins or loses, he's gonna go to another division. That belt becomes vacated, or whatever. You know what I mean? So, like, but most likely, because even Boots said it won't be long for him. Even Virgil, they'll be at 54 soon.
Yeah. 'Cause I'm
But
still waiting for them to announce that fight with him and Stanionis.
I think I read something that Stanionis was injured or something.
I know he had a appendectomy. I think he had his appendix removed.
Now I think they rescheduled that fight, Jonathan.
Okay.
So they
But
got a
I didn't
new
see
date.
that. Like I say, I don't hear too many people talking about it in the win, and I never seen nothing pop up on when that fight was going to be rescheduled. Maybe it's taking a little more time for Stanionis with his health and everything.
Yeah, they got a new date for that fight, so I think it's gonna be a good fight right there.
Yeah,
Stanionis and Virgil Ortiz.
Virgil
I'm
Ortiz.
gonna pick Virgil Ortiz in that fight.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good fight. That's a
Yeah,
50-50
good fight,
fight.
man.
yeah, it'd be a good fight because we see Mean Machine. Mean Machine gave Virgil a tough fight before Virgil Ortiz knocked him out. Mean Machine actually hurt Virgil Ortiz. He buzzed him. He was rocked in there, and Virgil came back, made his adjustments, and Virgil was able to knock him out. But he
Yeah.
gave Virgil a good fight. So
And the
I think
last guy
Stanionis is
Virgil
better.
fought was awkward, huh? Give him kind of, but they were saying that Virgil he stopped the guy late, but they were saying that Virgil didn't look outstanding in that fight, but he got the
Oh,
win.
against McKinson?
Yeah, but he got the win.
Mm-hmm.
You know, well, now his opportunity. He finally in the position and stuff. He's fighting a world champion and standing on us. If Spence moves up and he wins that title, he become the Super WBA champion. So he one of the guys now.
I see Spence, he fighting at 154, but he's not vacating his belts. He's still keeping his belts. He holding on to those belts.
I'm assuming after the Thurman fight, he gonna want to come back down. I'm assuming. I don't know.
But Ayo saying he don't think he'll go back down to 147. I mean, maybe if it's a Crawford fight,
Yeah.
Nah, I don't believe it.
maybe he can't make 147 no more. That's why he's moving up.
I'm not mad at it. A lot of people like, why you gotta go to 54? Man, that man trying to do what's best for himself, man. Whether it's his own fault or just life itself, that man done had a lot of things happen to him physically, body wise. So that man gotta look at what's best for him in his career, not just business wise, because this is not a business situation. This is a body and health situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta understand that's a different realm coming from 47 to 54. That's a total different realm. You're not coming back. You go over 150 plus 4 pounds. Shit. He needs a whole year just to come back down from that.
So they be saying this about Devin looking like a skeleton at a weigh, and Errol Spence be looking like that same skeleton. Now he
Yeah,
rehydrates and he
Yep.
puts
He
some of
be
the
looking
weight
like
back
Devin
on.
Haney at the weigh-in. You're
Yeah,
right. He
he
be looking
looking
weight
like a
drained like
skeleton,
crazy. He always did.
So
Yo, what Haney's resume lack from 35 right now is that he ain't never fought nobody where it's been a 50-50 fight or he been the underdog. He's over, he's outweighed him not literally outweighed him, but I'm just saying based on, skills and attributes, he's never been on that downside of it. So it's hard for me to believe that him not getting him not having Lomachenko on his resume is a good thing. Like he needs to get this guy in the ring. He needs to fight Lomachenko at least. There's one thing you might not get tanked, but we know you get Lomachenko, you got Shakur. You know what I mean? I don't think Shakur's that far away, right? You know.
And Shakur should, like I said, if what Bill has said that Dev ain't going nowhere and stuff like that, the belts are locked in with them and stuff like that. Shakur take care of his business. The win out of Devin Haney look on Lomachenko. We should be looking at another big fight in the fall.
Facts, Jonathan. Devin Haney and Lomachenko, man, I can't wait for that one.
Yeah.
I hope they get an announcement.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can make it happen. Because I heard Lomachenko was, playing like he was playing hardball during negotiations. So hopefully they could finalize a deal and they could sign those contracts so we could lock that in.
So my question is, he's playing hardball because it's for the undisputed, or he's playing hardball because it's Devin Haney?
Yeah, I think because it's Devin Haney. Because I see when it was Cambosis, he agreed to everything with no problem. But since it's Devin Haney, like he's bullshitting, or he's making it difficult. You know what I mean? He won't agree to everything like how he agreed with Cambosis. When it came to Cambosis, Lomachenko was easy to deal with. He agreed to all terms, no problems.
Yeah.
So I think because it's Devin Haney, like you said.
Yeah. Because I ain't never heard if they had a fight specifically on the line or a fight on the horizon with Lomachenko with it, who would ever. It didn't come down to that. This was the first time I seen this with Lomachenko. I never seen this because he was never a guy that just made it about money. It was about his career, and it was about how his legacy is going to be played out when his career is over with. I know he's coming to the tail end of his career and stuff like that. I think this will be the biggest purse he ever made in his career. With Devin Haney, I think this is going to be his biggest purse.
I mean, they talk about this being pay-per-view, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Loma's never been pay-per-view in America. He got the one in the UK with Luke Campbell.
Facts, Smoke.
Loma
never been on pay-per-view, and Devin Haney to get on his first well, he's been on pay-per-view already because his fights with Cambosis was pay-per-view in Australia. So Devin Haney's first pay-per-view was at 23. That's very young. And now he's making his American pay-per-view debut on the ESPN pay-per-view. And they normally don't even do pay-per-views. So, Top Rank and ESPN, they must believe this is worth it, that this fight is big enough to promote like this.
I think so. This is really the culmination of everything they put into Lomachenko. Lomachenko has been he's wanted to be two things: the fastest guy to get to a championship fight, to get to be a champion, the fewest number of fights, and he tied on the unofficial record. He tied it in 3 fights. On the official record, it's 9. There's no way he could have beat it in the first place. But whatever, they're gonna keep marketing that shit until people don't even know that.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Smoke, I just want to say this real quick because Jonathan, you made a great point, and I want to give you credit for that. You said how Loma, he's always been about legacy. He never made it about money. He never complained about money. But now, when it comes to fighting Devin Haney, Devin Haney got all the belts. So, you should be jumping on this opportunity. He shouldn't be complaining, right?
Well, I was going to get there. Sorry, but if you remember, in the Teofimo and Loma fight, there was a money problem, and Loma had to go to the networks to get more money. And between him going to the networks to get more money, Loma came out and said, "Oh, well, if you having money problems, I'll loan you the money, and then you can just pay me back after I beat your ass," right? So he was making fun of Teo, like making money an issue between their fight. But now, like when it comes to Devin Haney again, he's not just willing to go the other way. I don't know what's going on. Actually, I think I do know what's going on, but I'm gonna just be quiet. I'm gonna be patient,
Yeah.
and I think that the this kind of haggling is what comes up in fights from time to time, and we'll still get it because, like I said, we saw this in Loma versus Tio, and they resolved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that Loma is going to let this chance pass him by because I think if Devin fights somebody else, that somebody else probably beats Loma too. If he if he if he if Devin happens to retain all of his belts and move up, Tank probably gets elevated, and then he has to go through Tank, and I don't even think that fight happens. I don't know. I think that Loma is not really in a great position to play any kind of hardball. And if I'm Team Haney, I am definitely making sure I get what I want since they wanted to. If they wanted to make the date that they wanted, then yeah, that date that you wanted that you pushed for, gonna cost you.
Yeah.
It's not just gonna cost me; it's gonna also cost you.
Mm-hmm. What they say it's good to have luck when it comes to sports, and then the situation became lucky for both because this go round, this fight is bigger than it was. There would have been the first time when Devin was legitimately in line to fight Loma. That's why I see how the tables have turned and stuff like that. And now Devin is in a position to where it's because of me, because this fight is bigger now than would have been years ago when I was in line to fight you and you never gave me that opportunity. That's how I look at the situation. It's bigger now.
Bigger now, just like you said, well said, Smoke. This fight is bigger than the Spence and motherfucking Crawford fight. Much more on the line, bigger magnitude. Like it's like the volunteer of your mandatory gives you your shot at undisputed. He gives you another. He gives you the shot that you never had. It comes full circle. It's bigger than Spence and Crawford. This fight is big. It has to happen. Like this would be a disappointment if this guy don't sign.
I'm trying to tell you. You know what would actually, if this fight fell through and the Ryan fight fell through and Tank and Dev linked up, it would probably be a better fight than both of those fights respectively. It'd probably be bigger. It would break the internet. All of that shit. There'd be so much energy behind that shit. Like for real. If we want to just be for real about what's happening, like the fact that these guys fights seem to be falling through, that I don't like. Yeah. The big fight at 135 is between Tank and Devin.
Yep.
We're just getting secondary. We're getting the second best and the third best fight with Devin fighting Loma and Ryan fighting Tank.
Yep.
And even maybe not even, but you got to throw Shakur in
Smoke, and
there. Like
some
Shakur
people
is
would
just
say
getting
that Loma's more accomplished than Tank.
I mean, I think he is.
Who's the easier fight, Smoke, for Haney? Is it Tank or fucking Lomachenko?
I think it's Lomachenko.
Some people think Loma is tougher than Tank.
Yeah, I don't know.
People been saying Tank been ducking Loma for years though. That's the narrative they've been pushing.
I'm not saying. I'm not. I'm just saying that when it comes right down to it, if those two fights fell apart and we got the Devin and Tank fight, I don't think people would be like, "Oh, but these other things." But you duck. Maybe there might be a contender. People, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, there will be Ryan fans that say Tank is ducking and Loma fans that say Devin is ducking. Yeah, definitely that's gonna happen. But I think the excitement overall those like naysayers. I think the excitement would. But yeah, like I don't know if why Loma would all of a sudden start making business decisions, as Jonathan pointed out and Ryan like highlighted. Like it's just when other guys were making business decisions, he started making fun of those guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, and this is no, shout out to the people fighting for their freedom and their, territorial integrity in the Ukraine. But just straight the fuck up, a U.S. dollar goes far as fuck in the Ukraine right now.
Because I'm the type of person, I don't take a lot of things personal and stuff like that. And when it comes to Devin Haney, I look at it in a different light because I see that young man is doing something that a lot of other fighters or their teams are not willing to do. Devin Haney is the common denominator. Wow, he's taking a risk.
Here's the thing. I think by most people's metric, I think like by everyone's thing, like every universe sanctioning body out there has Devin number one and Tank number two respectively. Even if you have one that may have it flipped the other way.
Because the reason why I say this, Smoke and everybody on the panel, I never heard no one say, well, Shakur need to move up and fight Cambosis. Or Tank need to fight Cambosis. Dev saw an opportunity, took it, took advantage of it, and he benefited from it. And he's getting all this, I ain't gonna say a lot of it, but he's getting enough slight that it's not recommended. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, what that young man did is kind of rare in today's boxing. He did something special in my eyes. And how they throwing shade on him, you know what I'm saying, for doing it, I was like, nobody would have never had a problem if Cambosis would have fight anybody else but Devin Haney.
Well, really, I mean, Cambosis was an underdog in the T.O. fight. Nobody expected him to get past T.O. And although T.O. got a whole lot of respect for getting past Loma, nobody gave Cambosis credit for getting past T.O.
Yeah, because Smoke, when I hear Devin became undisputed, but he fought nobody. Will we look at the same scenario if there's other guys would have fight Cambosis? If Lomachenko would have fought him and beat him, will we be saying the same thing? Or Shakur or Tank? That's what I don't understand. We would be saying the same thing if those other guys would have stepped in the ring with him and defeat him. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like but that's neither here nor there. Part of it is Devin's style. Part of it is, I think, the promotion and the way that they've gone about promoting, like, calling out and holding certain fighters accountable for their actions. Those fighters also have fan bases. So now there's a whole bunch of animosity towards Devin Haney for the fact that they've just pointed out the fact that nobody apparently wants to sign up to fight this guy.
Yeah.
Instead of just signing up to fight him, they've now just talked about like throwing insults back and forth. And now there's just like entrenched camps. But cool. If you think you're mad at the fact that Ryan Garcia all of a sudden don't want belts, or Tank all of a sudden don't want belts, or people or whatever, guys who have phone numbers that can make fights, or just like doing call outs in social media and when cameras are on, and you're a fan of those fighters, whatever. It is what it is, man. You figure out how to make the fight.
It's so much common sense when I hear stuff like that. And I'm not like, are you literally paying attention to what you're saying? Or you just saying it out there for it to just sound good and get some attention and traction? Because I always say, when it comes around, remember, you said it, not me. I didn't say it, you said it. Or it's not about belts. But you got a world title and you got title defenses.
Yeah,
but it's
he
not
had
about belts.
wisdom and all this experience and to know these factors. Like, who's buying that shit? Like, who the fuck is buying that shit? He can't. He campaigns at 140. He's still a fucking contender. He never been a champion when he campaigned at 35. Those things are over his head. Like, it is what it is. Like, You gotta, no matter what, you ain't defeated champion.
Yep. And I got like I see when it
Have
comes
been a
to Ryan,
championship fight.
when it comes to Ryan, my only thing in bone to pick that I have with him that he can't fight in the weight class and fight the guys he was supposed to fight a couple of years back because he was too big for the weight class. He outgrew the weight class. But you're still hovering around the weight class that you're not supposed to be competing in anymore. And you're fighting those guys who are actually fighting in that weight class. Because he said he beats Tank, but we know Ron says a lot of stuff. If he beats Tank, the next guy on his list is Lomachenko. I'm like, another small guy.
Can you imagine if this guy, him and Lomachenko
Southpaw
win?
too.
Like if Ryan actually defeats Tank, you know what kind of shit show it would be? And fucking Lomachenko defeating Haney? Come on, man.
All I know is if you know Loma stop playing around and we get this this fight announced. If Devin Haney beats him and or Tank or Shakur in 2023, he's a made man. He's playing with house money for like kind of a lot of his career. Like even if you say he peaks early, I still think he probably gets in. I mean, Donald Curry, yeah, it's a toughie. Yeah, anyway, point being, I think it'll be a hell of a year. I think he'll get a whole bunch of money, whole bunch of like Hall of Fame cred. You throw that along with the undisputed at 135, it would be one beautiful run.
Yeah.
You gotta get Lomachenko in the ring. You gotta get him and defeat him. You gotta defeat him. He gotta beat him like he beat even fucking Cambosis.
That is the one thing about the way that the Haneys are playing hardball is that they're not quite yet playing on house money, right? Like the like having Lomachenko jaw in a jar is a valuable asset. It's not anything. It's not like the Cambosis rematch. This is a different kind of stratosphere, different kind of cred. Yeah, you get what you can get, but don't let what you want to become a deal breaker.
Yep. That's why I see having a little luck in timing becomes majorly beneficial. You know, where Lomachenko is at in the stage of his career, he's finally going to have a pay-per-view fight.
Both of them, like really, this is a pay-per-view fight under 147 pounds that doesn't have Tank in it.
Yep.
In America.
And I don't get this thing, Smoke. You have to be a certain type of fighter, or you got to have a specific style to be a pay-per-view fighter. I never understand that analogy.
It's because
Tank is a puncher, and he's a pay-per-view star and stuff like that because he punches hard. I don't look at that analogy. I don't
well,
give that analogy.
it's because man, Jonathan, all due respect, you like me, and maybe like AO also have consumed enough of the sport where that's not a metric for us anymore. That's not the thing. But for people who are just new to it and all that stuff, and they don't really have a dog in the race, when they just want to watch a fight, they want to see somebody's brains get knocked out their fucking skull.
Yeah. I see they got a handful of fighters. I see. That's why I see Smoke. They don't pay attention to what they say and what comes out of their own mouth. Well, Terrence Crawford, he knocked out everybody since he been in the welterweight division. How many pay-per-views he had? Artur Beterbiev is 19-0 with 19 knockouts. What pay-per-view he had yet? So that's why I don't understand the analogy. You got to be a knockout type of guy to be a pay-per-view star, but that's what Tank is. They got a lot of other guys in the sport of boxing that'll knock you out, and they're not on that plateau.
Well, all right. So a lot, I think, is going in the way that they're being also sold to their own respective communities. Um, and Devin and Bill, what they have is like an aspirational thing. Get it from the mud, father in your life, strong family bond, and you know, mix that with um, the best preparation that the sport has to offer, damn near boxing royalty, right? So you got that thing going on, and then you have Tank Davis, who's just a God-given ability, and comes from that hard scrabble. Forget broken home, like no home, right?
Yeah.
Where the gym, he literally was raised by his coach in the gym.
Yep.
Um, and that's a whole different kind of thing. Then you got Ryan, also has God given ability, but also has the Madison Avenue look,
Yep.
right? So, and with Dev, you got the he's Muslim coming up. That's where the young people are. All of these are different slices of that
Hmm.
demographic of young people that just brings attention to the sport. And then you got
Yeah.
Loma. Loma, one of the best amateurs to ever do it. He represents like not just he represents the purest of the
Yeah.
purest of the sport, but he also he won the hearts and minds of the boxing establishment a long
Yeah.
time ago.
Yeah. A
So
long
like
time
all
ago.
these
You're
other
right.
guys haven't actually earned that, but
Yeah. You're
Loma
right.
represents that.
Yeah. 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 He was the blue chip. He was supposed to be the standard barrier. You know.
So when it comes to and then you got, let me throw Tio in there.
Hmm.
Um, Tio was the guy who was excitement, and he was the first guy to really break through and show that the new generation is here by beating Loma
Hmm.
the way he did. I mean, he kind of fell off against Cambosis, and
Yeah.
now he seems to be flailing and rudderless after that win.
Yep.
That it just went to his head. He doesn't know how to manage his success. But he's also like part of this kind of equation of this like group of fights for, I feel like, Devin Haney. I think Shakur is working his way into this thing also,
Hmm. Yeah.
as a nice yeah, what about me, don't forget about me. But Shakur has got an uphill battle. Like all
Yep.
these other guys have done so much work inside the ring and or outside the ring, in this take in the case of, and in the case of Ryan and Tank and Lomachenko, just in different ways. Ryan is a pitch man. Tank with his, his outside of the ring controversies
Yeah.
and his linkage to and his links with Floyd Mayweather, and Lomachenko with really just a war, right?
Yeah.
Like all of these things are just like Shakur is like trying to catch up.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can do it. Like most of his career has been at featherweight, and nobody
Yeah.
gives a damn about that.
Yeah. That's true.
You know, so we'll see if he can fight his way through that. But those are the group of fights for Devin, and the different what I feel like the different ways that these fighters are being marketed and how you can market this clash. Um,
Yeah.
I think it'll be, for me, I have Devin over all of these people, but I think but they're all like kind of dangerous fights. I
Yeah.
think the easiest one of them is Loma. The one that might be the closest is Shakur, and the most dangerous one is Tank. But I don't know. Ryan and Dev know each other really well, so I don't know. He's the dark horse in it for me. I don't know. What do you guys got on it?
I got him. I got him. I got him as a dark horse.
Yeah, I agree. You know, Tank is the most dangerous fight because he's an enigma. Shakur, Shakur is a split image of Haney in a sense. You know, a very good, slick boxer, and Haney's never been opposed when it came to that. You know, like this is right now he's at the pinnacle of. You know, this is when he has those 50-50 fights. Like you know, in comparison, before nobody paled in comparison to Haney, but now you know it's all about the southpaw. Like you know, if he gets through this gauntlet right here, it's gonna say a lot. It's gonna say a lot for his career. Moving forward, facing anybody at 40 or even at 47, you know, to face the talent, the southpaw talent of Lomachenko, Shakur,
And Tank.
and Tanks, you know, like you know, he won't it won't be nothing to oppose him moving forward. Like what style wouldn't he be? You know, what style wouldn't he be able to deal with? Like you know, you know his, you know the Haney's destiny is just laid out. You know, that's why I always was, you know, wondering why he was pressing for the Tank fight. You know, when it's all laid out with Cambosis, and to me, one of the most important fights, other than Shakur and Tank, is really fucking Lomachenko. You like he can't be lingering in the division where you're undisputed and you ain't get him in the ring. Like, and he has the lightweight reputation, like of being the dude. You know, and I pray for the best. You know, like I'll love to see that fight. You know, I don't know if anybody disagree, but I really believe this fight is more important than Spence and Crawford's undisputed. You know, even if they was to take place, even if undisputed was to take place at 47, I still don't think it's as big as Lomachenko and Haney as their fight for undisputed. Can you imagine Haney was his mandatory as a champion, as when he was a champion, unified champion, etc. And it comes back around where your mandatory is actually the undisputed champion and wants to give you the opportunity. Whether he wants to give him the, it's already it's a line where this is the road he needs to take, like to solidify that being the champion and you defended it more than more than 2, 3, 4 times. Like that's legendary. That's like haggling. He be in talks like a haggler, like to maintain a division and maintain your weight and defend it against the best. That's a dream come true. Like, and
Yep.
Haney is ahead of the game. Like Devin Haney is ahead of the game. Tank is just a consolation, honestly. You know, you get through Lomachenko and fucking. You get through Lomachenko and Shakur. The dangerous fight probably could be easy. You know, it can be easy, and that'd be like the cherry on top. Because what he is the WBA champion. Like it'll be another strap. It'll probably be that other WBA belt that has the rhythm, the ribbons, the one that's above this, or whatever. I'm there fantasizing, but it's gonna be wonderful, guys. I mean,
Yep.
it'll be legendary, and I ain't get to see Tupac or Biggie perform, but you know, we getting fights that's gonna be on that level.
Yep.
As Americans, like, you know,
Yeah, I saw Pac, I saw Hammer, I saw NWA, I saw Public Enemy.
Yeah, I seen all of them too. Seen Run DMC. I seen all them.
It's Run DMC. Yeah, that's a Raising Hell tour actually. Beastie Boys, Run DMC, and Public Enemy.
yeah, I grew up.
Hey, Smoke, I know you just didn't say the Beastie Boys. You gotta be joking.
I'm trying to tell you, man. You got to fight for your right, baby.
Boys. I don't understand how people used to even listen to the Beastie Boys.
Man, that's rapper. Listen,
How
Rick
did people
Rubin.
even listen to that shit? Like real
Ain't
talk.
they from Cali?
Rick Rubin. No, they're from They're from New York.
Garbage,
They're New York.
That shit is whack as fuck.
Rick Rubin did this shit. The same dude that did Ghetto Boys' first album. Rick Rubin did that shit, man. That shit stayed on the goddamn chart.
That shit is whack. I can't relate to that type of shit. That's why, like, I don't know. Maybe back then it was good, but that shit just seemed whack to me.
It's money more so than the way they rap.
Anyway, it's all about Rick Rubin.
More so than the way they rap. They had better concerts, not because the way they rap or they sound. It's just the concerts was off the chain.
Yeah, man. The production for me was a thing, and also it was technology, right? That's when the Sony headphones just dropped, and they had the 808s, and then it was a whole thing. It wasn't even about the Beastie Boys. It was a whole thing. It was the Def Jam, the sound quality, and whatever. Like I said, it was a Def Jam tour.
Yo, Ruben, what's up with you, bro? What's good? What's up with it, Ruben? Hey, Phantom, my boy, what it is? What's good?
What's the deal? What's the deal, fool?
What's up with the Tank and Ryan Garcia situation? Word on the street is Ryan Garcia is holding up the fight with some type of rematch clause or some type of situation. Holding up the fight. Is the fight is the fight in jeopardy like people are saying or no?
It's in jeopardy. I'm gonna keep it 100. And I don't blame this on Ryan or Tank. I think this is the suits trying to maximize profit. You know what I'm saying? If you get that fight twice, you definitely want to try and do that. So I ain't gonna bring Ryan to take on this. It's the suits.
Yeah, I should let you know. He's gonna really take.
I mean, why the suits? Like, why we don't get the same energy with Bud Crawford and with Bud Crawford and Errol Spence? His fight not happening. Why we don't hear people saying that? Because
with Crawford, there's no suits. That is the suit.
Yeah, they try to make it about the suits, but they are the suits.
So with Ryan, what's holding up the fight with Ryan then? How is suits holding up the fight with Ryan when I thought they had an agreement? They agreed to all terms.
Because let's put it like this: if Ryan was a PBC fighter, this fight would have probably been fucking happy. But the fact that he got a other promotional company, a other network, there's some extra shit going into it, and then with the time frame they got to make it happen, it might not. They might have to push that date back. I'll see it happen April 15th, bro. Keep it 100.
But ain't the problem? Ain't the problem the rematch clause? Ain't that the problem?
So basically, what you're saying, fam, is one entity that's pretty much trying to cause a ruckus.
I would say so.
How does Ryan get a rematch clause if he the B side? Now when Devin Haney fought against Cambosis, he went to Australia. Only Cambosis had a rematch clause in the contract, even though Devin Haney was a champion. So Devin Haney, by him being the B side, he accepted a contract where it was only a one-way rematch clause. Same thing with Joshua. Joshua, he lost to Usyk. He had a rematch clause. But if Joshua, if he beat Usyk, Usyk wasn't getting a rematch. If Cambosis, if he beat Devin Haney, there will be no rematch, bro. But how is Ryan getting a rematch? You explain that to me.
I think that's more so Golden Boy in the zone pushing that, And the reason why is okay, maybe they don't have enough faith in him, right? But if he lose and he exercise that rematch, okay, we get the double dip on that shit. So
I
I
thought it's a one. I thought it's a one-way rematch. I thought it's a one-way rematch from Tank's side.
I'm hearing this from Ryan's side. That's
Yeah,
what
that's
niggas
what
are
I
saying.
thought. That's like how Cambosis had it, right, Smoke? Where Cambosis had a one-way rematch clause for him. That's the same
Yeah,
thing with Tank was going.
I thought it was Tank that was like the way that I'm hearing it is that it's Tank asking for the rematch clause. So who
Yeah, but
exactly is
yeah,
asking for the
Tank
rematch clause?
did.
No,
Tank, from what I know,
actually
Tank did.
PBC wants. Even if Tank loses, they still want the rights to showcase the fight.
I know that's what
Yeah, yeah.
Cambosis did. Cambosis lost. He still had the rights. He still was the A side no matter what. Haney had to go back to Australia. Remember?
Well,
But
here's the
you
thing.
see how it's
And this
both
is this
ESPN
is
and Top Rank though. H, it's the same network. You got competing networks now. It's a little
so here's
different.
where the cap is coming to bite him in the backside, right? The idea that you've been artificially pumping Ryan's value so much that now it may seem that Ryan should have some leverage in this thing. Based on what exactly? Based on the fact that you said it's the biggest fight in fucking the division.
My thing is this. My thing is this. Who actually agreed, Ryan Garcia or Golden Boy? Because the reason why I say
It
that,
sounds like Golden Boy didn't agree. Yeah, Oscar
because
seems like
the
the one who's
reason
pushing
why
back.
I asked that, the week going into the Hector Garcia fight, Tank said in the interview Ryan agreed to everything. And after Tank won the fight with Hector Garcia, Oscar gave him a deadline.
Yeah.
So
And
I was
now,
kind of confused with that
Golden
situation.
Boy accepted the deal because Golden Boy, what they do, they invest. They're just investing.
No,
it's
they're not just investing. Let's be very sure that we understand, like the where we are when it comes to Golden Boy and especially Oscar. Oscar is the guy who said that Munguia and Charlo wasn't going to happen because the zone needed to get they wet their beak also. They need to get a taste. Um, Oscar is the guy who said to Ryan that he wanted him to have a tune-up beforehand. Like Oscar is the guy who is now saying, "Hey, no, we don't like this rematch clause." It doesn't seem that Oscar is really gung ho about making this fight.
yeah, he
He's
keep on
gung ho
creating
about
narrative.
talking about the fight, but
Yep.
really every time there's an issue,
Yep.
you see Oscar running to the press and squealing like a pig.
Yeah, moving the goalpost back, Smoke. That's what it looked like. Every time you turn around, it's moving the goalpost. First is you got to sign the fight by this deadline. Now you got the rematch clause. Now we want this. Now we want this. Like every time you turn around, it's some new fucking shit.
Well, for me, I'm hearing three different things. I'm hearing neither of the fighters want the rematch clause, but the networks do. And I'm hearing Ryan just wants the rematch clause, and I'm hearing Tank just wants the rematch clause. So I don't know. One of those is the truth, but I don't know
I'm
which one
hearing
it is.
Ryan want the rematch clause. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know if it's Ryan or his team, but at the end of the day, let's not perpetrate and act like just a year, 2 years ago, Ryan went from fighting Tank to fighting Pacquiao. So let's just not perpetrate and act like oh well, let's not try to even out. Tank's a motherfucking monster. So don't even try to make it seem like Tank ducking a smoker. He don't want to smoke. He want to fight Ryan, and that ain't to say Ryan can't win the fight because Ryan's a bad motherfucker too. But Tank ultimately want Haney, and that's what it come down to. I'm gonna fight Ryan. I knock him out. Now we get a rematch. Now I gotta wait another 6 months to fight him again. I want fucking Haney.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I don't think Tank is really pushing a rematch clause like that. When has Tank ever done a fucking rematch? Like never in his career. So that's why I kind of lean towards maybe Ryan and the zone pushing it.
He talking about retiring after 2-3 fights. He ain't trying to fight this. If he knocked the motherfucker out, I mean, he clearly on another. I mean, he's proved at that point. He knocked Ryan out in 2-3. Tank is not the type that closes his eyes and knock you out. Tank sets up his knockouts. He knocked Ryan out. That's just the bottom line. Ain't no need to have no rematch to see what's gonna happen in the next fight. Ryan might close his eyes and get a knockout. He won't Haney. What was the man on here that I heard him on here talking about some Tankster. He'll beat Shakur and beat Loma, and Tank gonna be the easier fight. Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. Tank. I'm on here bringing the smoke. I'm talking to you.
I'm hoping it don't happen, Sports 7, but if I hear another fighter in the mix, and it's not going to be a guy fighting Tank, I know we probably ain't gonna get that fight.
Well,
Because in a way, that's how Golden Ball moves and stuff like that, especially when it comes to Ryan. This fight was supposed to happen. Then out of nowhere, another name comes up.
Yep.
if there's a replacement, the three I'd want to see: Pitbull Cruz, Regis, or Gary Russell. Out of if there's a replacement, I'd be cool with either one of those.
And Team Tank, with Tankers sound like they on a mission to make the shit happen. They already set up they undercard. Ryan, either you gonna get on the pot, or you gonna shit, or you gonna get off the pot. Somebody else gonna come into the place. But ultimately, we want Haney.
That's what I'm saying. Supposed to happen every day. You see Tank in that gym grinding, man. He ain't doing that just to do it.
Yep.
That man's fight.
All that bullshit, all that he say, she say, he say. He already what the fight in general is already. They already setting up the fucking undercard.
Yep.
He's setting up the undercard, and let's not act like listen. Tank take punches, and it ain't to say he can't get outboxed. It can happen, but he's the veteran of the whole crew. And he's setting you up. And the way he sets you up is fucking amazing.
See, that's the thing, though. Tank don't need Ryan. Ryan wanted Tank. Like, the show gonna go on with or without you, bro. Like, somebody gonna take your spot.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Trying to balance it out and make it. Nah, I respect Ryan. Ryan's a dangerous fight. That fight is very close. That fight is very tough for Tank because Ryan's hand speed and his power, like Ryan, don't even. I mean, like his knockout power is ridiculous. This is not an easy fight. This is gonna be the toughest fight of Tank's life. But you know what? Fighting ain't always necessarily about your skill set. It's about your goddamn heart and who won it. I know a lot of niggas that had hands when they was in middle school and in the 9th and 10th grade, but then when 21, 22, when they became grown men, they started getting their ass knocked the fuck out. Because they ain't really have heart. They just had the physical ability to beat everybody. Yeah. Fuck all that.
I guess it's wishful thinking with me if this fight was to ever come off. Because it's going to be pay-per-view.
I think it can go $1 million.
You talk about a whole fight card and stuff like that. You know, what other fighters would be on that card outside of Tank and Ryan? You have other Golden Ball fighters and other PBC fighters. I don't know if it'd go that far, but that's just wishful thinking. That'd be a good thing for everybody. Because everybody also would be showcased besides just Tank and Ryan.
I think it can go I think it can get $1 million pay-per-views, especially if you put the right undercard underneath it.
I don't think it get that big. I say this is probably like a 400 to 500K, max.
I mean, I get it because people, we still. So I mean, I get it because we still. But yeah. I mean that I don't knock that, but in today's environment, I mean, let me tell you something. If didn't Jake Paul touch the $1 million one time?
Yeah, one time years ago. He ain't doing that shit now. The numbers have dropped dramatically.
Jake Paul ain't that, man. Jake Paul ain't that old, brother. We don't want to use years. We don't want to stress years like that. We mean a couple of years ago.
I mean, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. Like some shit like that.
Man, Jake Paul ain't been around 4 or 5 years ago.
Yo,
yeah.
Not in boxing, no, he ain't.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yes, he is.
Well, who? I mean, shit. He was Mike Tyson. When was Mike Tyson? Roy Jones. Mm-hmm.
Like 2 minutes.
Damn right. And Jake was underneath that. That's when Jake made his name, when he knocked out my man, the basketball player, face down, ass up. That was a couple of years ago. So it ain't been no 4 or 5 years, my brother. You feel me? That's all I'm trying to say. If Jake Paul can go, if he can get 1 million pay-per-views, ain't no way in the world you can't tell me that Ryan and Tank ain't gonna get 1 million pay-per-views, especially if you throw a good co-main event underneath it. It's just no way I can believe that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just no way I can believe that.
Yeah, but I don't think he's cracked 1 million. But you're right. I was mistaken though. But I don't think he's cracked 1 million like that though.
Jake Paul? I'm talking about Jake Paul.
Yeah. Jake Paul.
Okay. Okay. I don't have no information. I can't debate that. From my understanding, it was closer. He got it, but If that motherfucker can even get into the conversation of a million pay-per-view buys.
But when you really think about the zones when they build a card, their card, their card build up, their double header is not realistic. Like who can really, who can they put, or what's the ideal fight? Who they have where they premier, one is a premier champion and one is a premier contender, whatever the case might be. But I think Showtime piece, they got more fighters. They have more. They have. They actually had the fights to produce a bigger card, even
True.
the rematch.
Yep.
So I kind of what I'm saying is I kind of understand how Showtime want to dominate even the rematch. Realistically, on the pay-per-view form, you see what I'm saying? So it's you know
That's a great point, bro.
because it's America. America still they still got to show and prove they got to do it here. Fuck everywhere else, and everywhere else their ticket prices are so ideal for everybody to show up and come out. But that's a total different thing, you know. But the pay per view they want to show and prove these numbers, but I think the fights are here. The fighters are here. The champions are here. Like the zone don't have no compelling. They got fighters. They got young. They have a platform to produce, and showcase younger fighters and prospects and contenders and all that. But you can't really put them on a double header under Tank and Ryan.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's either there is a dynamic, title defense, or it's like two guys that don't have a belt, but still a big fight, which is kind of rare. You know what I mean? And basically, that's what Tank and Ryan's fight is. It's kind of like a rubber match or whatever.
You think, brother? Let me ask you this: Do you think that and I doubt this because my man's going through so much in his life right now. I don't think, but it's just I think it would be interesting. You think that Boo Boo and Charlo would be a good undercard for Tank and Ryan?
Hell yeah, but the timing is off. Like
Yeah, yeah,
if if we knew that if we knew Charles was out of ICU and shit,
yeah.
and he was recovering, and you know what I mean?
But that nigga ain't recovering from a broken leg or nothing though. Yeah, you know what I mean, brother? Is he? I mean, he ain't broken from a broken bone or some shit like that. That nigga was broken from mental. I mean, I don't want to shit on that idea, but eh, goddamn, for a couple $1 million, nigga, you need to. Yeah, that would be interesting. But I get what you're saying about the Showtime. You make a hell of a point. Showtime definitely have the names underneath it. I mean, you could throw some of Regis in there. You definitely right.
Yeah, there's fights. They can even, you know, like they got fights that's real rivals, like real action-packed fights that will make the card stand out. Because you don't even have to put any other lightweights on the card, because you're not really going to showcase other lightweights to fight Tank or Ryan. It ain't even that's not even the show.
Well, give us a card, give us a match, a good undercard. Just a good co-main event.
No, you said it for you. I mean, like that'd be splendid. Like that'd be wonderful. Motherfucking Charlo versus you know Demetrius Andrew. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
should be dope. Fucking yeah, like Like maybe Fulton want to fight here, which it don't make sense. All the money is in Japan. Like,
That nigga know they gonna cheat. That's what that is.
see what?
I think Fulton know. I know, and I can't knock it at all. I mean, and that's what make Devin Haney so special. Uh, really. Uh, but with all due respect to Cambosis, he's not no monster neither. But I think like Fulton know he gonna it's a chance, it's a good chance, arguably chance he gonna go to the scorecard. And that nigga like, man, I'm not going to Japan to go to the scorecard.
I mean, that's always that. I mean, that's the last thing that should be in the back of his mind. But the whole risk of it all is the money and the glory. You
Yeah,
gotta give it to the little monster. You
true.
gotta let him rehydrate at home, and the bag is there anyway.
That's a
You
good point. I agree.
right? You might as well let him rehydrate there. Why have him come here to rehydrate and come through it? Like, that
That's
shit
a great point. You're right, brother.
bag, and the bag is over there, and it boosts your resume.
Mm.
Like you took
I
on.
think if I think if I want to see a co-main, I don't know who I'd put him in there. I don't know about who I would put him in there with if this fight come off and they wanted to be part of a fight card. I wouldn't mind seeing Mungia with somebody or Pitbull Cruz with somebody.
Yeah,
I
really,
love,
I think that's they
I
doing
love
themselves a disservice if they're not having like Showtime, PBC, and then the Zone fighters fighting on this undercard. Like that's all it should be. It's like a complete matchup between each, network or promotional company.
I agree. I agree.
Because with those
yeah,
two guys, Mungia or
yeah.
Pitbull Cruz, you're gonna get an entertaining fight. You're gonna get an exciting fight with them guys because they styles, and that's leading up to the main event.
Yeah, I agree, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, Al Heyman need to some of his fight. He need to take risks with his fighters. He just got fighters, and they could bring a big bag. You see what I'm saying? Back. Some of them got a like Charlo, like money's been thrown at them to take a what I mean, a good fight.
See, if they want bullshit, like if fighters want on no bullshit, you be getting Boots and Virgil as a co-main. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
or
Like when Tyson Wilder fought, they was matching up top rank and PBC fighters in that card.
yeah, that's how you do it. How
Yeah,
you
but
should do it.
yeah, split promotions and you know, only the fighters of both camps.
The
You
best
know,
of the best. We better than you. We gonna show you.
something gotta give. You know what I mean? Something could be worked out. As we talk about it, something could be worked out. Like, it ain't no reason why Tank, Tank and Ryan, they should peak almost to 1 million. Like,
I don't know if that would
American
be also factored
versus
in the co-main. I don't know. You know
Yeah, yeah.
who,
I
who I
respect.
want, who we want to see on the co-main, who they want to put together. If the PBC can come up with something, the Golden Ball could come up with something. You know,
Yeah,
I don't know.
like Ryan is that motherfucking. He's still that test of what his numbers translate get against somebody that's actually of his generation and a pay per view stuff. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Based on his internet numbers, they really need to see that shit in comparison and come to that ahead, like to 'cause he is, it's like us shit numbers, like Jake Paul, like he's part of that kind of showmanship,
Mm,
class, like you know,
that's true.
because if he,
I'll say
I think
one
he gonna
thing about
if he beat Tank, he gonna have like some retarded endorsement deals
Mm-hmm. Yep.
that we never heard of. He's
Yeah,
gonna be a supermodel. Like
there ain't no,
Reg-
ain't
it's
no,
gonna be disgusting. It's
yeah,
gonna
like I said, regardless of who's in the main event, I guess because I'm a little old school and I'm beyond the times. I don't like to see a shitty card.
I agree.
I don't want to just sit and wait. Okay, man, the main event need to come.
Yeah.
I don't want to see a shitty card.
Well,
Well, the
well,
reason I said one of the reasons why I said if Brian Duck or whatever the fuck happens, Regis should step in is because the fight was going to be above 135 anyway. So
Hmm.
you got Regis with that WBC strap.
that,
Go ahead, lift it up off him.
no, you don't want. No, that's a different beast. That's 140. I mean, Nick brother, what did they fight at 136?
yeah, I think so. 136. It should be.
40. That's junior welterweight.
Yep.
No, I understand exactly what it is. I'm saying that's a different beast, but I think it's still a great fight, though. Let me ask you this, my brother. I think from a boxing standpoint, it's a great fight. I think you know what, from a boxing standpoint, you can make an argument that it's even a better fight because Tank has fought at 140 before, but that's he made it clear that's not where he want to be at. But you can make an argument it could be a better fight from a boxing standpoint because that is even though some of us think Ryan is Tank 50-50, I think Regis and Tank is definitely a 50-50. And I think you got a lot of people that think Regis will actually beat Tank. And that's kind of what he probably would need for his resume to fight somebody that a lot of people think he might actually lose to.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting. I don't know the betting odds, who they have as the favorite in that fight. And, I wouldn't know. Maybe Tank would be the underdog. Who knows? You know.
He may, he may. And I got $100 that Tank win. Uh,
Just 100.
that's it, brother. I mean, damn, I just said that. A lot of niggas. Nigga, I don't like to give money away. I mean, I give it to my wife, I give it to my daughters, I might give it to Ray Ray, but
Yeah, I feel you.
yeah,
I feel you.
he just ain't no bitch. And Tank is going up weight. I mean,
Yeah.
Tank does
That's
take
an
punches. You don't want
exclusive
to take.
fight, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
that'll be
that's
a hell of a fight, man.
Yeah, that's
Now
old
I'm thinking
school.
about it. Damn.
That's old school, man. And Tank, the face does get red. I don't know if you want your face to be red against Regis like that. So I mean, I love Tank, and I'm a rock with Tank, but $100 is all I got to say.
yeah, I swear to God, we just need to get back in the ring soon. Yeah, he needs to be a reigning champion. Cause that shit was set shit in motion. Yeah,
He remind me of Joe Louis, like a young Joe Louis, like this a different. He not as just the way he
Play the
fight.
proper B side. Like Regis ain't gonna be on no bullshit. Like
Oh no, no.
500K guaranteed. Get a share of the pay per view.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm with that.
I'm with that. Oh yeah, we just be with that. Then I'm fighting Tank Davis on pay-per-view, on Showtime with the PBC. I'm good.
Yep, that fight would have been signed, sealed, and delivered
Oh
already.
what? I'm good.
And I miss them old days, man. When we was younger, coming up.
but remember, it would be at motherfucking Regis's weight. That's
Yep.
why he'd be quick to take that shit. That's a
Say,
whole sort of different ball game.
Mr. Jonathan, how old are you, brother?
52.
God damn. Got a little age on. Okay. So yeah, the old days boxing, you watch back, especially with HBO, you watch the old fights back there. Brothers,
Yeah.
it was a different beast back then. It was just had a different swagger to it.
The thing about it on free TV, you had a lot of contenders that
Hmm.
fought each other and stuff like that, and worked their way up the rank. And so when it was time for them to have a title shot, you knew who they were. Well, I seen that guy on it before. I seen him fight before. He beat that guy. Now he's in line to fight a champion. So whenever that opportunity came, we knew who the champion was, and we knew who the guy that was going to contend for the championship. It's a little different now.
Mr. John, you from New Orleans?
I'm from Lafayette, Louisiana. I ain't far from New Orleans.
I'm gonna hit you not today. It's a brother I know. Him and my brother used to breed some game dogs together back in the day.
Hmm.
I'm gonna send you his information, see if you know him. He used to fight semi-pro. I think he might have been professional for a little while. I'm gonna send you his information, see if you know him. You might know him, dog. But yeah, I could tell you from because uh
Hmm.
my family from New Orleans. My last name Freelo. I used to I used to I've been in New Orleans. I spent a lot of my years in New Orleans. That accent is a motherfucker. I can hear it.
Yeah. They say we got a unique accent.
You do. And goddamn,
Everybody was like, "Are you from the islands?"
no,
Like, no, but we got bayous out here.
man, your women too, man. Oh my God, I used to go to Walmart. Them just some of the finest women in the world stay out there. Let me tell everybody who's listening. I mean, my wife. Let me not talk so loud. I wake her up. She be ready to
Yes,
fight.
I'm immune to them. Y'all can have them.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying they are nothing wrong with them, but you know,
Yeah,
I guess it's whatever your taste, whatever you like.
Yeah, let me. I gotta go check, make sure my wife's asleep. Hold on. I'm talking too loud. I'm too comfortable. Yeah, she's from New York. She stabbed me.
And I don't know why Oscar trying to play hardball like that.
Because he suspect don't want to fight, Mr. Johnson. I think that's what it is, and you're right. It ain't necessarily Ryan. You know, Ryan don't know what he want, but I think Oscar don't want to fight.
Because that's when you most of them, like I said, the fighters, you got to look at Oscar. I mean, as the second go round, you had the opportunity to do business with the PBC, and that fell through with Munguia and Charlo. So this is your second go round dealing with the other side, you know. And it looked like, hopefully not, but it looked like the same situation.
Yeah, he mad. He just getting his flat fee. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he getting paid, and that's it. He can't finagle nothing.
You think it's just financial. You don't think it's personal. You just think it's like he don't.
Yeah, you know, he getting one check. He's dead nigga like one check. You get one flat rate. Like, this is your rate. You know, as a promoter, you know what I mean?
Because when it comes to Ron Garcia, I don't hear him talking like that or doing the stuff he do. Like I say, Munguia and Charlo, I'm like, but damn, who do you want to see Ron fight? Oh, I don't want to risk it against
At
that
his
guy.
highest, he was
I don't want to risk it against
supposed
that
to
guy.
fight
I'm like,
Haney.
damn, who you want the guy to fight then?
At his highest, he was supposed to fight Haney. He ain't fight Haney. He
Yeah.
if anything, he gonna swindle himself. He gonna clout chase himself into a tank fight. Tank gonna get his hands on it. You know.
It is, and I don't know if y'all gonna agree. Oscar ain't never been the same since Canelo left him.
Yeah, that confidence is. You're right. That's a good point.
It was
That
easier when
confidence
it
is
came
gone.
to business. It was easier with a guy like Canelo. It was like, well, you know what? We can go deal with the PBC. Okay, he took a loss to Mayweather. Okay, I took a loss to Mayweather. Everybody damn near loses to Mayweather. I had a real close call with Laura, but I know on the back end it's gonna pay dividends for me down the line because I know eventually Canelo gonna come through for me, and he did come through for Oscar and Golden Ball. And I say this, when he left, it damaged Golden Ball a whole lot. It just damaged everything for Oscar De La Hoya.
I feel the same way with Wilder and the PBC. Like, they stock when ever since he lost to Fury. Yeah, even from the draw, like all that. I agree. You know, the thing with Oscar, like he was slipping. Like, you know, he wasn't really honoring his position. Like, he was just riding. You know, he was just the face and the glory, but like you wasn't paying attention to the motherfuckers you was hiring that was doing something that you could have learned or knowing what's going on, like et cetera, whatever. But you
And
know,
then when I heard and I did my own research, when I found out who who the guys that he had under his umbrella, and those guys walked away, I was mind boggled. I didn't know he had all those guys. He had all those guys walked away, but from what I'm hearing, the friction that he has with El Heyman and PBC, supposedly at one time they was business partners. I would have to really look. And then the PBC came, and a lot of those guys went with El Heyman. But that shouldn't get in the way of a big fight because it's business.
Yeah.
It's just business. That's what happens. You take chances, you take risks, you have losses. That's a part of business.
Yeah, and and shit, and Al Heyman got a shitload of fighters, and he can't do too much with. Uh, so they all fall in the same fucking boat.
Because
So
what's gonna happen is
they're
what's gonna
gonna have
happen.
to just work together.
Like you say, AO, being those competitive type of fights, what's gonna happen when they're gonna step up to the plate? You don't want to see another Zerto Ramirez. What happened with Bivol? Because you kept these guys at a limit when it comes to their level of competition. And when they finally in a scenario, in a situation to fight that top guy, they underperform or whatever.
His records show, for example, when you mention him, his records show, even though he had 50 fights, it showed that in his world record, he only had 3 competitive fights. 3
Like
fighters
you
that fought
said,
guys of the top 25 in the world, or 20 or whatever. So he should have. He was fighting too high up in the expectation. He should have been fighting for the IBO belt. You see what I'm saying?
it's like I say, it's
Campaign.
It's good for to watch. It's exciting to watch. It's good for the eyes. When you're gonna have 2 guys that's in the ring that's gonna slug it out, and whoever gonna last, that's gonna win. I said, but what's gonna happen on a specific night when it don't work your favor, when the cause is basically against you, and when you gotta adjust and figure out some things in that ring because I've never been in this situation. That's what happened with Bivol and Zerto. Zerto was put in the situation to where, and this guy just a class way above me because I'm not used to fighting these guys. I'm not used to fighting a guy with this style.
Yeah, he'll never beat Bivol at that weight. He needs to be at 200 pounds. Like 175 ain't his weight class. Like,
I don't think he on his level, period, brother. I just don't
and
think.
that's true. You see him saying he too heavy on his feet to actually deal with Bivol.
Evolve is special talent, and I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest.
you gotta be. Yeah, you gotta be as special as you gotta be. You gotta be willing to freestyle beyond your technique. You gotta be willing to throw a punch to know that it get there, and hoping that he run into it. That's
Hey, Golden Boy full of shit, yo. Look, Golden Boy just announced the fight. Zerto versus Gabe Rosado, bro. And Zerto fights at 175. Gabe Rosado ain't never even fought at 175. I think his last fight was at 160 or 160.
168.
He fought.
Yeah,
Didn't he fight Munguia at 160 though, not too long ago.
but he fought Shane Mosley's son at 68. Look,
I thought he
But he
fought Munguia
moving
at
up to
168 too.
175. He
I
never
thought he
fought
fought
there.
Munguia at 168 also.
he
No,
probably did.
160. Munguia never fought at 168.
I thought that fight was at 168.
Yeah,
He dropped back down for that fight, but that's crazy though. Zerto versus Rosado. Rosado should be thinking about retirement, but
Listen, Gabe Rosado, just shout out, just so we understand. Not only was Gabe Rosado the first signing to DAZN for DAZN USA and from America, right? Like that was the guy that signed up for it, but he was the guy that exposed Beck the Bully. that was like that resurgence of his career, like on the zone. I think it's still like that dude carries a lot of weight and a lot of respect around that particular distributor, right, for fights. Gabe Rosado, you got to tip your hat off if you're a DAZN person.
You see, that's what I'm talking about. Those are the highlights of that zone. Like, they can't usher in and control a rematch with their lineup. Hell no, you can't bring no legendary garbage.
Hold up a second. Just because
It's
Gabe
not
Rosado
gonna
is like
steal no
foundational, man,
show.
hold up a second. The zone is not. That's not the pinnacle of the zone. Like that's not even the pinnacle of Golden Boy on the zone.
Man, I get it, but no, I was just making an analogy on some other shit I was saying earlier that I could understand how Showtime want to control even the rematch. That if Tank loses, they should control it. It would be more, I think it would be more functional in a sense. And like God knows, they not proving their numbers are not showing that they want to prove anything. They just want to showcase and bang against, the status quo of
Okay,
people
so okay, let's
or
be
making a
reasonable for
dollar.
1 second. Let's put ourselves, if we can, to the best of our abilities in Oscar's shoes. All right, and let's be charitable, right? We can be optimistic, we can be charitable, we can be pessimistic, right? So I'm trying to be like a little bit even keeled with this whole thing. Um, when it comes to the talent in Golden Boy, um, and the way that they've typically moved their and developed their talent and made them into not just like pay-per-view megastars, but like Hall of Famers and all that other stuff, right? That's the way Golden Boy typically have moved their talent, right?
Overachieving.
Well, I mean, it's the understanding and sophistication of the understanding of the the sport of boxing and the business of boxing,
You,
right?
you gotta do that. You gotta do that with kind of with precision and eloquent. Like
All of that,
Top
right?
Rank could
So
get
like
away
there's
with that.
a yeah, I
Top
mean,
Rank does that. They can't. You can't
but
mimic.
well, not yes, Top Rank does it also, um, but Golden Boy has traditionally done it. PBC is the new kid on the block, but before PBC, there was Golden Boy. After Top Rank, before Top Rank, there was
Smoke.
there's King promote, right? There was Don King, but
Well, I'm gonna
but
let
but yeah,
you.
I'm gonna just land this plane and go ahead.
Okay.
Because my point is like really just kind of a simple one when it comes to Golden Boy and right now. What they have is guys who are in developmental mode. They may be champing at the bit. They may feel like they're ready, but Oscar may or may not also like share that sentiment. And it seems to me is he is using the zone as a shield in order to create some sort of plausible deniability to keep these guys in the in the boxing public's consciousness when it comes to the big fights, while understanding that he can't actually risk these losses. Go ahead.
Yeah. But let me ask you this, Smoke, and I shut up because you are a master. I mean, when you told me that Terrence Crawford was a Hall of Fame switch hitter, I mean, you're the master at creating some shit. So look, let me say this to you. Actually, this outside of Canelo, what Hall of Famer has Golden Boy produced?
Okay, what do you mean by if you mean by produced or associated with?
I mean, produced, brother.
Okay, as far as produced, um, I think that it depends on how it is you want to talk about them, like what their inventory is. Because for me, a lot of what PBC's inventory is Golden Boy, and I think a bunch of those people will be Hall of Famers,
About
right?
today, right now, I'm talking about the guys
Well, they're
that we.
not that old, right? Like like first off, okay, so we understand each other.
Mhm.
Like the Hall of Fame went from like 5 years
Mhm.
to like 3 years, like fairly recently, and then Golden Boy has not been in existence. I mean, when did they come into existence? And maybe they've been around for 15 years. So like this idea that like there's going to be a whole bunch of people just off the strength of
So I
it
just
doesn't
asked
really make any sense. But I'll tell you one person that is emblematic of the entire thing I'm talking about, and that's Canelo Alvarez.
right outside of him though,
Hey,
because I know
Smoke,
that.
you
Yeah,
got
but
a
he's not that
question? I'm
old.
sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
4-7. I'm sorry, but you got a question, Smoke, from the chat. Shout outs to IB. He says, ask, get the Smoke this. Is Golden Boy Fighters fighting the best competition?
Are they talking about fighting the best competition or actually fighting them? If you talk about actually
No, I think
fighting
he's
them,
asking, are they actually fighting the best competition?
I don't know
That's what he
about
wants to know.
they, but I will say that one person has, and he shit the bed while doing it, and that was Zerto.
Right.
I mean, Canelo is a former
we,
Golden Boy guy, but no, he's not with Golden Boy. So
but
who
we
else is that? You got Virgil Ortiz. No, you can maybe give him a pass on his last one because he was coming off of some sort of medical thing. So who knows what the hell? You got Ryan Garcia, who is apparently 140 pounds, but keeps fighting 135 pounders with exemptions. Um, and Luke Campbell. Do you consider him the best? He was like probably top 5 when you fought him.
yeah.
But that was
So Golden
was
Boy
that
don't
during the
all the
pandemic or that was that after the pandemic? I can't remember. It's a fog of who gives a
during
fuck.
the pandemic.
Let's see.
So Golden Boy outside of Canelo, they didn't got no Hall of Fame.
What they have is like a bunch of women champions in like lower weight divisions. Well, not even a bunch. I mean, they have 3. And one, there's like a unified champion, and they have another champion, but it's in the same weight division. And there's like a minimum champion, and like women. But other than that, there's a bunch of like
I think
So
I think Canelo.
have the most
that's
strength.
like right now, right? Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think
Go ahead,
Canelo
John.
was homegrown out of Golden Boy. Golden Boy made their bones
Most important.
primarily on established fighters that was at other entities at one time, and they crossed over the Golden Ball. Because matter of fact, Oscar, he was still fighting at the time too.
Yeah,
Yeah, Oscar
exactly. That's
fighting.
how they formed.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like a fighter co-op kind of thing.
Yep. Because a lot of the great fighters of this era and past ended up on their career. Matter of fact, I think 3 of them. You might as well say 4. You can say 4 with Floyd. There 5.
Yeah, I bet you
just got inducted to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Jonathan. I was just trying to answer the question the way it was posed. I understood that it was like a little bit disingenuous, but yeah, like it bears mentioning that like that's not really what Golden Boy was about. Was necessarily developed. It was mostly built on making sure that fighters had some sort of autonomous control of their careers.
What was disingenuous?
I look at Golden Ball Smoke at one time. You're a good team in college basketball, football, whatever, but you became a championship level team through the transfer portal. And that's what Golden Ball had, a bunch of transfers, but there was great fighters that went over to Golden Boy, and Golden Boy took off.
Like PBC.
Yeah.
I mean, those are Golden Boy fighters. That's the whole thing. It's like, where do you talk about Golden Boy developing talent versus PBC developing talent?
Well, did he?
That's why I said the question is a little bit disingenuous. Like it's kind of like it's a little. And when I say disingenuous, it's a little bit of a trick question.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, that because I want to be.
He wasn't doing that with them, and what really sidetracked the whole show is the fucking pandemic. So that shit fucked up everything.
Boxing was on a great upswing until that, and then it just ran into all kinds of problems that it hasn't. And then like what the new normal is because of the pandemic, like it is a different thing, right?
That's why I say Golden Ball and Oscar rode Canelo for a minute. And when Canelo went in another direction, but at the same time, when Canelo was fighting under the Golden Ball banner, I said, who are the next crop of fighters? Even though Canelo was still young, who was the next group along with him?
I mean, it was Errol Spence, Charlos, Wilder, Keith Thurman, Daniel, like it was all those guys.
So let me ask you, Smoke, is you think that's probably why Oscar be on that old other? That's why he be in his emotions with PBC because he feel like Al kind of like stole his glory.
It wasn't Al, it was him. And so, if you understand, like he had a premier crop of not just fighters, but it was the elite in business, and he was out there snorting fucking cokes and snorting coke and banging hookers like 12 at a time, whatever the fuck he was doing, being like the face of the company. But these are serious guys. Like the idea, like Al Heyman, his brother, like he got into it on a crusade kind of thing about like fighters not getting fucked, and is a Harvard business dude, and was doing like concerts for like Motown and Michael Jackson and shit. And it, like Richard Schaefer was like a Swiss banker. Like these are serious guys.
No, I get that. No, I get what you're saying. That's a great point. I'm just saying that because a lot of times, one thing is some things for people is they people have a hard time looking in the mirror and saying, I was the reason. Let me improve. I want to know that you think it's possible that Oscar, the reason he do what he do is he holding it against them, even though like he had the issue.
I mean, whether or not he still is bearing a grudge, he seems to be. He seems to be absolutely obsessed with both Al Heyman and Floyd Mayweather.
I got
right. But that is yeah. What like the depths of which that goes, I don't know. I do know that happens a lot in boxing. Like if you put, for instance, Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis in a room together, see what that looks like. You know, there's just grudges that don't die for whatever reason in boxing, right? It doesn't. And I can do it. I can go on and on with these combinations. Really, it's like ad nauseum. What's the point? Yeah, he may be, but that's not. He's not. He wouldn't be the first. He wouldn't be the last. Al Heyman is not the only thing. Like, yeah, Carl Froch and Andre Ward. See, mention Andre Ward. Just say Ward around that guy and see what happens. Carl Froch in the Hall of Fame. See, mention that guy. They're both in the Hall of Fame, actually. Like, it's kind of, it is what it is.
Carl Froch.
The Cobra.
Did Golden Ball or Oscar ever match up one of his fighters with a top ranked fighter?
Yeah, when I think it was Loma and Lippin and fuck when he got the first title, the guy that like hit Devin Haney. Linares. There we go. I said Lipinus. Linares. Yes.
Because I'm trying to remember.
That was
I think that was a couple of months ago, last year. He was at one of the top ranked cards in the audience, Oscar.
That was the big one that I remember. It was the Linares.
I can't remember the fight, but I remember he was in the audience. I was like, oh, he's at a top ranked card fight.
Recently, that was the T.O. fight, right? Because didn't he go to a T.O. fight? Because he went to go show support to T.O.
I know he was sitting in the audience. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I think it was the T.O. fight.
I'm like, I see maybe he's looking at match one of his guys and one of the guys from Top Rank.
Yeah, I know that Oscar is on some mother hen shit and is using DAZN to be the apron strings. Like he's just like blaming everything on his own. Oh, DAZN needs this and we need that and yada yada. But meanwhile, he's just being super protective of guys who are clearly in developmental stage.
And I'm gonna add one to that, Smoke. Because he was one of my favorite fighters. I was a fan of him. Bernard Hopkins not helping matters neither.
Oh, Bernard Hopkins, the owner and president of Golden Boy, is a different guy. But Bernard Hopkins, even the self-manager, was a guy that was kind of this way. Like he's completely a self-interested dude.
Because I've seen a couple of videos he did run down hard on Al Heyman and the PBC.
I mean, he is their competitor in the marketplace, right? He is their competitor in the marketplace. Yeah. The only issue is it just comes across as desperate
Yep.
when you have no champions and nothing to like. What is like really when you talk about um attracting top talent for your
Yep.
guys to fight? You got Bud Crawford talking about Alexis Rocha.
Yep.
Like the only reason why Bud would be over there is if you were going to pay him to be Bud, and
Yep.
hopefully he can bring all those other fighters that are connected to him over to the zone at some point. Shakur and Keyshawn and whoever is
Yeah.
with B&B or whatever that stuff. Like hopefully you could pay for his cachet because you have no inventory of any interest to a fight fan. Maybe the best thing you got is Virgil Ortiz, but if history is any predictor of the future, you're not gonna feed Virgil to Bud.
I just hope this. I hope this world boxing don't
Well,
become the
maybe
battle.
after Rocha softens them up. But go ahead, Jonathan.
I just hope this don't become the battle of the grudges.
You think
That's the
you
only
think
thing I
roaches
hope.
are softening them up, huh? You
Yeah,
think
soften them up, bro.
we have two different ideas about Bud. If you think Alexis Rocha is the guy that softens Bud up.
Well, I'm just saying, maybe that's the plan. Like, give him Rocha first, see if he could do something, and if he does, but he still loses, of course, with Virgil after he's about 35, 36. Maybe he could take it.
I don't know if you've ever seen a boxing movie called Digstown, where a guy's supposed to fight 10 guys in one day. But yeah, Alexis Rocha and then Virgil, it would be like they would both be in that. They'll be part of that cast.
Father Time, smoke, Father Time. It's gonna
I
catch
know.
up
There you
with you.
go. Now you're talking about the guy. But if you understand the movie, then you understand Honey Roy Palmer was like, I think he was supposed to be 38 years old in that movie, played by Louis Gossett Jr. Anyway, you should check it out, Digstown. But yeah, those two guys, definitely.
Yep. I agree with you, Phantom. Every time Buzz comes out of gym or comes out of building, comes out his house, all the time is just standing and leaning that light pole on the corner, just waiting.
Yeah, if Oscar thought that Virgil could beat Bud when the WBO ordered the fight, he would have taken it.
So what do you think they're meeting up with Bud for? Like eventually they're gonna try and make something happen. You know what I'm saying?
No, he made that with Bud to talk to Bud and to have a meal, and then to talk about how they met with Bud. Now the question is like, what do they have to actually offer Bud that's worth our time?
Worth your time. Well, what's
No, I
worth
mean
their
our
time?
time, our collective time on this panel.
Right, right. I'm saying Rocha and then Virgil. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean I got it, but like I said, if they thought that Virgil could beat him, they would have already taken that fight. Instead, they went Stanionis.
Yeah, wait them out. Sure.
I mean, wait them out until when? Like that's a so now Virgil is a wishful thought. Now Virgil is just to be determined. That's not a Rocha then Virgil. That's a Virgil. That's a Rocha, and then we'll see what happens, and then Virgil.
Exactly.
So
Now
if that whole you see what happens, that could be Rocha. Like Virgil at that point could never happen. That's my entire thing. Is like, what do you actually have to offer him, Rocha?
yeah, I guess.
So now the other thing is, what are you going to pay him for something that's beyond Rocha? Because he'll need to sign with you to get Rocha. So now maybe his market share, right, his influence in the market, and his connection to this next generation of fighters. So pay him for that. I don't
Yeah,
know who's with B&B. I don't know this management company with him and Bomac has been around forever. I don't know who actually signed to it, but he seems to have some kind of influence with a next generation of maybe stars, if not superstars.
like who?
Oh, like Shakur and Keyshawn.
Yeah, I guess.
If you can lure those guys over, there may be a better solution than BLK Prime.
But that's down the line. Like I'm pretty sure they on long term contracts. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you give Bud like 13 million or something for like 4 fights.
13 million for 4 fights. Well, what
Yeah.
we? That ain't no money.
Um, that is
That ain't
49. That is $52 million
no. Oh, I thought you said 13 million for 4 fights. You mean like per fight?
per fight. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So you
Damn,
think Virgil gonna be that last guy?
Yeah, and then you can have that be like say we'll work with you however it is to get that L fight.
you think Golden Boy gonna offer 52 million to TC?
I mean, I'm just saying that's the only thing for the purpose of discussion. Why else even entertain it for Alexis Rocha? Like,
That's just my opinion. Father Time is a little bit more on Bud's side when it comes to Golden Ball as opposed to the BBC.
yep, 100%.
I don't know if they faction that in, but you know, on that other side with Golden Ball, Father Time might give him a little extension to whereas the PBC side, I don't know.
Mm.
They got some juggernauts on that other side.
Yeah, it's just nothing but what did what did AB say? Yeah, you get the money you want, but you got to fight Godzilla.
Yep. So Bud's gonna fight
It's
me a
nothing but
Rocha, a
nothing
Blair
but
Clive,
Godzilla. Godzilla.
2024 maybe Virgil. I guess that's be the lineup for him. His 3-4 fight deal.
And that's why I said
Listen,
by
I
then
think
he'll
you
be
could
like
do. I think you could do easy
35,
touches.
36.
I think you do easy touches and just connect Virgil to him and not even make the fight until like the cash out or when Virgil's ready and like maybe even at 154. And that's you can do Blair Cobb, you can do Alexis Rocha,
What?
you can try to get a Earl fight in there.
So Bud just gonna be holding that WBO hostage and defending it, you
No,
know?
but he's also going to be but he's also going to be instead of being the top ranked gym or wherever gym he is in right now, he'll be in the Golden Boy gym and ushering the next guy, the next crop of guys into that Hall of Fame swagger because there are a bunch of new guys with no guidance. Golden Boy has always been a spot where there's been Hall of Famers drip through those corridors, but where are they at? Where are they now? They're all talking to Doogie Fisher, maybe.
Damn, so they gonna hire Bud as a full time fighter and a part time trainer.
No, they're getting for his cachet, for his actual market
Yeah,
share that he's built up over career that these young
yeah.
boys have not done yet. And traditionally they've always had somebody there, but now there's a generational gap. Fucking Oscar and Bernard are old as shit.
Shit.
And they
Wouldn't
don't
surprise me if Golden Ball
Yeah,
give him
they
an
don't
advising
promote
title too.
That's a good idea though. Like have Bud training Virgil and shit. Like it's a good idea.
and them old motherfuckers don't promote. They from the old school too, and they see that fighters and young kids they promote themselves very well. So
yeah, they don't know what to do. Like,
they just hope that they can broker and be the best brokers they supposed to be. In between the business. You
yeah,
know,
Oscar got his like surgical abs and shit coming online, like just causing like just making a meme of himself. Like, come on, man.
Smoke said surgical abs.
Why you say that, Smoke? That ain't natty nat. That
Yeah,
ain't natty
come
that
nat.
on,
nigga,
man.
that nigga De La
Leave me
Hoya
alone. I'm
dodged
not
a
trying to even
bullet.
like listen. I'm not trying to make fun of my Gen X guys. Like we all supposed to stick together, but come on, man. Like, that's absolutely that's
So you got
like
abdominal
vanity.
plastic
Thy
surgery
name is
already?
Oscar De La Hoya. Anyway, I'm gonna get it. Okay, I'm gonna
You
get
saying my nigga got 6 pack surgery, Smoke? Like what the fuck?
Yo,
okay. Have you
Well,
seen? Listen, I
Smoke
remember
some
when
must have
Oscar. I
happened
don't know if
because
you
the
guys
Vito
remember
Belfort.
Oscar like I remember Oscar, but as Oscar in his peak condition, um, he was what would you call it? He was in better shape than Tyson Fury. I'll put it that way.
You know,
Fair enough.
but you probably right, Smoke. Something happened because the Vito Belfort fight didn't come off. He must have caught a body relapse.
no. Listen, I'm not gonna. I'm not interested in rumors, but I am interested in my own, like,
Yo, Bellport, that's the one
the
that
sense
killed
of like
Holyfield,
reality,
right?
right?
Yeah, he beat Holyfield, but he was supposed to fight Oscar.
He was
Yeah, but
supposed,
now
yeah,
that dude
and
got the.
that nigga dodged a bullet.
Yeah, but all of a sudden he got like the Shaka Zulu 12 pack out of nowhere. Like, get the fuck out of here,
Yo, he's gonna have to get back in the ring.
man.
He dodged the right bullet though. He didn't get back in too early. But yeah, he's gonna have to do an exhibition and shit.
So y'all think Bud is officially 100% done with Top Rank?
I think so. I think that's why Josh Taylor ain't moving up. I think Top Rank said, stay around at 140 for now till Bud do, finish his shit.
See, here's the thing. People use words like poached and stolen, and this is a shout out to Sean Connery. But there's an idea. I don't think, and I think that Khan was around for this, even when it was happening in real time. That somehow either PBC or the fighters did Oscar dirty. Meanwhile, Oscar was snorting probably rails off of hookers' asses, 12 dozen at a time. Like I keep trying to say, like, these guys have their own damn careers. These are serious men that Oscar came in to like talk about the boxing. Like Al Heyman had his own vision for boxing, independent of Oscar. So he was just like they all went in on the strength of Oscar being a professional, and he just wasn't. Like everybody else, the only reason why they hang out and notice each other is not because they love Oscar De La Hoya. It's because they all have careers and visions and agendas and mission statements for their own professional like time on earth. And it doesn't include like the face of the company being that kind of guy, like working out his demons in that way, like publicly or privately, whatever the fuck.
Richard Shaver was a big figure in that Golden Bar.
The dude's a Swiss banker. He poached this dude from literally anyway, I'm not even gonna go into it. Just yeah, but the idea of poaching talent, if you don't even have the wherewithal to understand that your talent is not under contract, then that is not poaching.
Yeah, sound like the setup for the weather. Sound like they played old Golden Boy, bro.
Yeah, sounds like old Golden Boy does not understand that this a business is like how to do business with business people. I don't even get it. Like this dude said, "Hey, none of them are under contract." Like, so what that tells me is, as a person who and maybe this is my own personal experience bias. But when I sent out contracts, either for my own employees or for subcontractors or whatever the hell it was, I looked over the contracts to see what the details were. Had an attorney do the whole thing, and kind of like the whole spiel. That's just like a modicum of due diligence for your own business. Golden Boy being Oscar, like I don't understand. Like, did he think that these serious men were put on there to wipe his butt while he snorted lines of cocaine off of underage teenage hookers? Like, really? Like, what are we talking about?
Keep going back to the hookers. Goddamn.
Because that's what happened. Because that's literally what happened. Why people talk about how this talent was poached from him. Like, do you think that Deontay Wilder stopped delivering Pepsi off a truck because he loved Oscar De La Hoya? Or do you think that Deontay Wilder was trying to like get medical attention for his daughter?
He was
and was
trying
only signed to Golden Boy for business reasons.
Right. Yeah. Oscar would just had the wrong era. If it was the 80s, it would have been all good.
No, if I listen, even in the 80s, whatever you could say about Don King, that guy was on top of his business. At no point can anybody accuse Bob Arum in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 90s of not being on top of his business. But for some reason, when it comes to that particular situation, this dude is literally doing rails off of underage hookers but the serious businessmen are at fault for the other guys who career are right now in their fledgling careers, possible Hall of Fame talent, don't want to fuck with this dude, like for real.
I mean, bad business
You can't make
practices.
this stuff up.
You know.
They think that like boxers should be on it like a literal plantation. That shouldn't matter. Like
It's crazy. But in but in totality, he's not projected to be the face of the future of boxing. They had a killer team. He had a killer team. He had a from Schaefer to Al, Samson.
Shit, they was working with
All
Mayweather.
from that they all grew and learned what not to do, and that's why the business is still standing and for what it's worth. But he had to fuck up so shit didn't go all the way left, but it still went all the way left because they went on a spiel and took motherfuckers to court, and you see what I'm saying? He was just slipping, and they were supposed to do what they do, Al Schaefer, no, and pick up the pieces, sign motherfuckers, and you know what I mean? Because Mr. Face of the company is yeah, that nigga shit faced it, and yeah, and beaming up every day. Beaming up every day. What kind of, like, it's, you know,
Oscar should be in Mexico right now, looking for the next Canelo. That's what he should be doing.
yeah, like it's what like if you're gonna be the face of the company, you're gonna name the company after you and all this other stuff, man. You can't, like, what are these guys supposed to do? I would say, let's see, you went to Harvard Business School. You've worked with the top entertainment talent from around the world. You have connections to all kinds of corporate sponsors and stadiums all around the country. And you're supposed to what? Like stunt your vision because Oscar De La Hoya is working through some personal demons? Like, are you for real?
So you just create your own company and take
Yeah,
the talent.
that's what they did. Like
Yeah.
Richard Schaefer is still one of the most respected guys, which is, all respect to Bud. And like I said, I remain staunchly in this corner. And as a Bud fan, I'm like, why aren't you going to Richard Schaefer?
Okay, so are you saying that is Richard Schaefer a conduit to PBC? Because otherwise, why
I'm
would it
saying
be
that,
on
I mean, he has been over and over again. I mean, why do you think Nonito Donaire is the oldest bantamweight champion?
there? But what if Bud don't want to fight PBC fighters if he finds fighting the
Oh
zone
well, I mean
Golden
that's a
Boy
different thing.
fighters?
Like I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like what could Oscar be thinking in order to have a attractive offer? I'm not even entertaining the fact that Oscar is doing this thing. For me, what Oscar is doing is keeping. This is a game of distraction. Like we're supposed to not notice the fact that Ryan and Tank is not getting made. I understood that right after the Alexis Rocha fight when they started talking about Bud. Because they had a lunch meeting. So now a lunch meeting is more important than Ryan Garcia and Tank. Okay.
Fuckery.
Yeah, a lunch meeting with fucking Bud is now more important than on the night when Golden Boy has the eyes of the boxing world on them because Alexis Rocha just won. You're going to talk about a possible matchup with Bud, something that nobody wants to see, versus promoting the fight with Tank and Ryan, a fight that most, if not everybody, wants to see.
He wants to see.
Whatever. Sure, I'll buy it. Not really, though.
I think Bud is just shopping this talent around, exhausting all options.
I think Bud just went to lunch and those guys proposed something and then ran to a camera and told everybody.
That nigga got a free lunch. You know that's that Hall of Fame status. Yeah, that's that Hall of Fame status. You walk into a establishment, they see you, they know who you are. Everything on the house. Have a
Oh, I'm
good night.
sure business was talked about. That's what I mean. Like, I think he's trying to see what other avenues he got, and if that don't work out, I think the Spence fight is next.
Yeah, the question is whether or not it raised to the level of development that required our knowledge of that lunch. Right? I don't like. I've had a lot of lunches with prospective business. So, there's a number of those lunches that actually turn into business. It's not 100%,
Well, yeah, of course, but
but
that's
there
why.
there is 100%. Like, there's also a number of like I'll tell the people like that I want to know that I had that lunch and talk business to, and that's the world that we're in. But the
Yeah,
question
yeah.
really is the question really is like, what would it take for us to maybe swallow it? Like what that thing that you're trying to sell us, like this tough ass fucking steak that's been the back of the freezer burned as baseball cut. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think he's going to Golden Boy. I'm gonna put it to you that way.
Well, I
Alex
don't.
Rocha is not the mandatory. He was fighting an eliminator. Um, I'm gonna take this one step at a time. He's not signed to Golden Boy, and right now they very well could be making Errol Spence, even though there's all kinds of like warning lights and red flags going off that like none of that stuff is actually happening.
Yeah, that's what.
Smoke, you stupid. Yeah, and that's realistic because even if they offer him a 3-fight deal, right? It can't be the 2 fights that's they prospectively saying, and then Earl Spence. They ain't got the money for that. They can't even say, "Yo, we're gonna give you 52 million. We go your 3 year, your 3-fight deal, your terms. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you these 2 fights, and then this third fight, we're gonna promise you. We're gonna, if anything, you know, the worth of this contract is gonna be 52 million. So however you cut it up, or however we pay you, but if we get you to, based on the third fight, however they divide it, but I don't see it as such. Like if they give him a 3-fight deal, it'll be the 2 fights in a rematch per se. But it'd be really a 2-fight because it'd be 2 fights and then the option of a third, and then that opens new avenues of a bigger deal. But it's not even realistic. Like even Broner's shit is more realistic, where he his is more foundational, where he was already projected already, and like his 3-fight and such million. I don't think Crawford could get too much more, or Golden Boy could offer him too much more than what BLK Prime gave Rona. Like based on what they have to shell out and look for a return, plus have a competitive fight, or have a real competitive showcase. So if you're using Alex Orocha and knowing that Alex Orocha will be a mandatory, and then maybe Virgil Ortiz in a unification, maybe that's something, but like overall in the market and the economics of it, like how much is them fights really worth? Like so, but
Regardless who he fights, if he decide to take a fight or two or three with Golden Ball, best believe Terrence Crawford gonna maximize his situation.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
I would figure
I
that
don't mean
he got
competitive
a
wise,
lot of money.
because that's a slick black son of a gun. But he's slick.
I mean, I think he would want, you know, I
I don't
think
know if you get. I don't
I
know if he would get
believe
what he was getting at top rank, but it was close. That's good with him.
I think everything in front of him he believes is afforded to him, especially all the fighters. But I don't know about the bread, the numbers in his case, and
And where
being
Golden Boy at,
partner.
boxing wise, in the situation where they at right now, they just need a name. Because Virgil still not a champion yet. You know what I'm saying? Most likely, eventually, he may be if he get past Danny Jones. But as of right now, they don't have that name to say, well, you know what, we can risk it all by putting this fighter in this fight. They had that with Canelo for years. Even if we lose out, we still gonna get it back in the end. Some kind of way, Canelo always paid dividends for them. Whether he won fights, whether he lost fights he was supposed to win, but they gave him fights anyway, like the law fight. They always felt that in the end, we can always Canelo, we can make dividends with him. It's gonna pay in the end for us. It's gonna work its way out with us. He don't have that fighter no more. That's why I say that was a big loss to his stable. He don't have that unique guy anymore on his roster where he can say, well, I can take a risk and put a Canelo in this fight, whether I think he can win or not, because I'm gonna make dividends on the end. It's gonna pay off for Golden Boy. To where these other guys, I don't know. Because
I
I'm
mean,
messing around and push and put them in
them
this
other
scenario,
fighters,
they might go back to the end of the line. To where I didn't have to worry about that with Canelo and all them veterans that we had in the past. I didn't have to worry about that. That's why I say he put his eggs in one basket, and that was Canelo for years. Put all his eggs in one basket, all his chips in one fighter. Because at the same time, he still had other fighters still hanging around that he could have paid off with. Them guys hadn't left the sport yet. When those guys start gradually one by one retiring and leaving, say, well, Canelo is established enough, he's big enough, his brand is big enough, and stuff like that. I can ride with him. And he thought he was going to ride with Canelo till Canelo retires. But Canelo seen other options, another situation that was best for him, and he lost out a lot. And to me, he never recovered from that. Oscar and Golden Boy never recovered from them losing Canelo.
yeah, and they kind of did things. I mean,
So I guess Bud looking at it in a way, I got a network, I got a company that everybody been saying that I didn't have. Oscar looking at it where it's on the tail end of his career, but he's a big name, he's a great fighter and stuff. So we can both benefit in the long run from this situation. Because we didn't have a fighter and on this magnitude for a long time or even ever alongside having Canelo years ago. So it's better later than never trying to lock in with a guy like Terrence Crawford. And hopefully some other fighters will follow suit and come along too.
yeah, it's all in jeopardy. It's all in jeopardy of taking his young pieces off the board. It is
It wouldn't
all in
surprise me not
jeopardy.
one bit,
He
L.
said, this is
Adrian Broner fight and win against whoever.
You said
And
Adrian.
Golden Ball try to throw him in the mix.
Say what?
Golden Ball, because I don't know about this BLK situation. Because Oscar basically need names along with talent, proven names and proven talent. That's how the company was based. That's how the company was created. Canelo was the only fighter in house. All Golden Ball was created off of talent that was already developed, proven talent, proven names. That's how the company was built. That's how the company
Sometimes
grew.
you just gotta put on fights, you know what I mean, and stop. You just gotta put on fights because you
Yeah,
know
because the thing about it, at one
got
time
the
Golden Ball
matchup.
was
We
the
got
free agent haven. If you was a top free agent and you was on the market and looking for a new and better situation, Golden Ball was the spot.
man TC moving backwards, so. But it's still a direction. So
You know? But like you say, he got to make the big fights. You know what I'm saying? When he got an opportunity to win, lose, or draw, he got an opportunity to make this fight because you never know.
yeah,
You
you
see,
know,
Ron pulls the upset. I don't have him. I ain't picking him to win. But anything can happen in the sport of boxing. You know, and
yeah,
Oscar was a fighter. He took risks.
yeah. I mean, that's even what I believe when he had Canelo and Canelo talking about, oh, I didn't know I had a mandatory. I didn't know.
And the relationship and the stuff that I don't understand and stuff like that, even with Canelo, the guys, I don't know what happened to them, but the guys that he fought and the guys that was presented to him, Canelo fought them guys. When it comes to Ryan, he have this disdain for Oscar, you know. Like Oscar saying one thing, he saying
Generational
another
gap.
thing. I didn't want no tune up. Oscar said, well, I thought he should have taken a tune up. I'm like, they never on the same page, you know.
Yeah, it's just a generational gap thing, and he just think that he's growing up online and he's understanding what we talking about.
You know.
Like this is the legendary Oscar. I'm gonna surpass him. Like
I wouldn't be even going through all them
he
semantics.
he
Look,
couldn't
we can
reach
make a
out.
fight with Gervonta Tank Davis. If it's gonna be on Showtime, hopefully we all gonna make money. You gonna get in there and fight. So go get prepared for the fight. That's old school. Well, we need this, we need that, we need this clause added. No, you've been talking all this. You've been talking sideways to me, and I'm supposed to be the adult in the room. I'm your promoter. No, you're gonna fight this dude because this is a chance of a lifetime. We ain't passing this opportunity up because all this naysaying and semantics about different sides don't want to make big fights. No, we don't want to fall in the category. This side don't want to fight guys on that side. This company want to work with that company on that side. You got to put that. You got to put that to rest. This is a big opportunity, not only for you, Ryan, for us, the company as well. Win, lose, or draw is big for us. But these are the fights that we trying to get, not only for the company but for the sport of boxing. These are the fights we trying to get.
But honestly, I wouldn't feel no way because the way, like I said, he's a big clout chaser, and
You've been wanting Tank Davis. You've been calling him out for the
uh,
last 2 years. Well, here it goes. Here
you
it
said
is.
2 years. I was just getting ready to say, ever since he became Devin Haney's mandatory, he been shooting out Tank's name.
Yeah.
He ever since he defeated Campbell, he started talking Tank. So I want to say that's like 4 years in the making.
I hear you. You remember back in the day when a fighter was like, I really want this situation, I really want this fight, and he go to his promotional company or his management or his team, make it happen, and they did everything in their power to make that happen. Ryan been asking for this fight, regardless of what we think the outcome gonna be. Just make it happen. You can't get no bigger right now in the sport of boxing than Gervonta Tank Davis behind semantics.
Just before we start we start waxing too nostalgic. Let's appreciate the fact that we got Stephen Fulton and Monster Inoue, based on exactly this principle. I want this fight. It's not a unification. I'm already unified. I'm gonna go over there, knock off this guy that you guys been yammering about, and bring my belts right back home with a check. You know,
Yeah, Monster ain't no light touch though, bro. Like I don't
no,
like the way
Monster is
Steve
not a
Fulton
light touch. That's
talking.
what I'm saying. That is
That
the
nigga
fight that
saying he a
everybody's been
hype
talking
job.
about.
Like
Yeah,
no, bro.
that's
You
what I
gotta
said.
come in
He said
game with the game face on, nigga.
that's what I said. Everybody's been yammering about Monster. Monster's way high. Like people may put Stephen Fulton on a pound for pound list, but most of it that's like hardcore fans and diehards, that kind of thing. But universally, Monster has been on pound for pound list for 6-7 years.
And for no, this ain't no walk in the park.
Why?
He said it. It's not no walk in the park.
He talking like it is, nigga. I'm just gonna dust this little
And he
Japanese
knows.
motherfucker off, go back home. Like, oh no, bro.
Well, I told you,
Let's
like
come
that
prepared.
whole like looking good, not just winning, like that might be a detriment to him in this fight because Monster is nothing to play with. But
Yep.
Stephen Fulton does know what he's doing in the boxing ring.
Yep.
We're gonna see.
That's another
We're gonna
thing,
see if it's hubris, right?
and that'll be history too. That'll be history too, because Stephen Fulton actually goes to Japan and defends his title and defeats him. Shit. That's history too. That's linear.
I know Fulton is a hard trainer. He's disciplined, but I bet this is gonna be one of his hardest trainers can't be had in a minute. I know.
And he fights in all kind of. He could go to war. He can box.
It's not just from a physical standpoint. He has to go to another level in this fight. It's a mental. It's a mental standpoint. Because he's always in shape, he's always in condition, he's always in the gym, he's always prepared. But this is more so than a physical, it's a mental.
But those, I mean, I
My
ain't gonna.
mental has to be
He's action
my
packed.
mental has to be where I fought Figueroa and some. Because that was a hard fight for Fulton too. Even though Figueroa probably is the bigger guy, but my mental Monster is a pound for pound type of talent, regardless of what people think of him. Figueroa is a real good fighter, a champion, but Monster is, to me, even though he's smaller, he's on a different level than Figueroa. And I think that was one of Fulton's toughest fights so far, the Brandon Figueroa fight.
He's never should be.
He said that it was his toughest fight to date. You know, that's Stephen Fulton's non-candidate. His own personal top candidate was the Brandon Figueroa fight. But it's two different styles, really, right? Like Brandon Figueroa had the correct style to neutralize what Stephen Fulton brings. He fought the opposite style. I don't know that Monster can do that. I don't think he's a bruiser at all. I think he's a boxer puncher.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, a boxer puncher, they're good at a bunch of things, but they're not as good as one or two things as they are at everything else. So for me, like Monster going backwards, I don't know what that's supposed to look like. And Monster cutting off the ring with a guy who has the footwork of Stephen Fulton, I don't think he can do it.
Oh, he got some good practice with Paul Butler. Some
Yeah,
good fucking
Paul,
practice.
but I
Chasing
mean
his ass around the ring with 12 rounds.
yeah, that's exactly why I don't think like, and Paul Butler doesn't have anywhere near the ring IQ, the footwork, the experience, the guile of a cool boy Steph.
Yeah, facts.
It's a good, like I say, man. That was the fight that we was talking about anyway. But they were looking at a rematch at 126 with Figueroa, but we ended up getting that one. But that was the fight we've been talking about.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Smoke said it wasn't gonna happen. We got it
Which
though,
one?
Smokey. Fulton and
But that's it wasn't
anyway.
gonna happen.
You said Fulton and Inouye wasn't gonna happen
No,
next.
no, I didn't. I said that, but I said that.
I remember this, Smoke.
No,
Don't
no, no.
don't
I
play,
mean,
bro. I
I'm
remember
not trying
this.
to argue what you think you remember, like whether your certainty of your memory. Like I don't care about that. For me, I was talking about whether or not, like he was talking about Brandon Figueroa was the next fight. As soon as that fight fell through, then that was the next thing. So what I was talking about was what was currently happening. Right? I totally remember this thing. Like
Surprise, Smoke. Figueroa
that's
was
not
never
that
the next.
surprising. It's a fluid situation. Like,
Yeah, Figueroa was never the next fight, bro. It was always Inouye.
but I mean, it's okay. So you do realize that those talks fell apart. So when you the time period that you're talking about is when the talks were on, and that fight was going to be next. They
So
had
the
already
fella,
petitioned the sanctioning bodies for it to happen next.
how did
They
it
were
fall
in talks
apart?
for it to happen next.
How did it fall apart?
Um, I'm not quite sure the details of it, but I heard there's something on Brandon Figueroa's fight side, but I'm not quite sure what it is.
It was always Inouye, bro. That was option one.
That wasn't option one because anyway, it was not even in division yet.
I'm saying that was always gonna be option one. Like as soon as he said announce it, bro, they was
Yeah,
up.
but they were already in talks at that point. When I made the statement that I made, that was before he made that announcement, right? So if you want to talk about just the announcement what me saying that fight was next, it was because they were in talks and that other fight hadn't been announced yet. My issue was about Monster Inoue assuming that, or like coming into the division when a fight was already in talks. Like everybody had known for weeks, if not months, that Brandon Figueroa was supposed to be the guy that they were in
I
talks for
wouldn't
that
be
fight.
surprised if Inouye just called Brad Figueroa up was like, "Hey, nigga, fuck off. I'm getting them belts," and that was that, bro. Figueroa said, "Okay,
I mean,
But the
bueno."
thing about the thing about
okay.
that too, Phantom, he said in an interview, Brian Custer, he had been looking at the Inouye situation since 2021, and his team and his trainer said, "You're like, I'll fight him in Japan." You're like,
Yeah,
you'll go over there." He said, "That's a big fight."
exactly. He said, I'm going down with a check. He was going to get a check. He's like, he talked to Raees Salim. He talked about that fight. He's like, I'm sorry, that's not a big enough fight. Um,
And like you say,
I want
Smoke,
MJ for undisputed, or I'll go up to fight Brandon Figueroa. That's the type of time he's on. It wasn't just Monster raised his hand. I think something happened on the Brandon Figueroa side also. If you want to
yeah,
just go with this whole like big dog, just big dog barking, little dogs go in the house, I guess whatever.
Yeah,
Not mad at it.
that's what the fuck happened, nigga. Monster said, "Fall back, everybody fall back. MJ fall back, Figueroa fall back, nigga. I'm here."
I mean, sometimes it is just as clear as that. Other times it's a little bit more nuanced.
it basically gave Fulton an opportunity to clear things on his end, because Nina was in a way was still looking at the situation with Nonito, and that was a fight. The rematch, especially, was the fight Holly talked about. So that gave Fulton some time to take care of his business at 122. He became unified. Now we got this fight. In a way, got his undisputed. So now we got this fight. So it worked out for both ends. Fulton didn't get undisputed at 122, but he became unified. In a way, got undisputed. So
Yeah, without becoming undisputed, Fulton probably gonna get the biggest bag of his career.
Yeah,
I think 7 figures minimum. You know.
because when they asked him, he said, "What is it about this fight?" He said, "Out of all my fights I done had, this fight is some. It's like a personal excitement to me. Not saying that the Figaro fight wasn't an exciting fight. I wasn't up for it, but this fight is a little different. That this is a big fight, and it is. You know, I can't wait. You know, I didn't think it would have happened the first time out when NOA moved up and stuff like that. And when I heard there's a possibility that Foden was gonna move up to 106 and rematch, I said, "Damn man, we might not get the fight." NOA just moved up, and then NOA was like, "No, I want to fight Foden." Foden was like, "Make it happen." We got it.
Yeah. In a way, ain't
Got it.
bullshitting. Fulton ain't
Yep.
bullshitting.
Bullshit. We got it.
Yep. Wasn't
I'm
no
happy.
bullshit at all.
I'm happy.
Yo,
It's just the thing. They're fighting in Japan in that time zone.
I
what
mean,
y'all
that's
think?
why I think he should get over there a little bit earlier,
Yeah.
like before the fight, like a few couple weeks before, to like get acclimated to that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I wanted to ask y'all, what y'all think about Anthony Joshua, man? I think he a fucking real softy. I think he a fucking puss cake. What y'all think his chances with fucking
I just don't understand. He's all over the place for me. Is Derek James gonna be his permanent trainer?
That's what I'm asking. Do y'all
I
see
don't
any
know.
hope if Derek James like turn his shit like 360? Like
I think Derek James is gonna make him look good for Jermaine Franklin on April 1st. That's what I think.
Yeah.
that fast?
Yeah, because I mean AJ's already got pretty much the basics. Like he's got good fundamentals, but he just needs a trainer to like bring a little bit more out of him. I would say, and like really get him trying to build his wind up. And I think
Yep.
Derek James probably the trainer to do that.
Yep.
Uh, I mean a complete 360. That's a tall task.
And the main thing with Anthony Joshua, he need to get back to being more assertive in the championship rounds of fights. I guess after the end of Ruiz fight, he kind of got he got away from that, you know. But I'm noticing his fights, unless it's an early quick knockout, the longer the fight went, he wasn't as assertive as he was in the past in the championship rounds. Because I thought he fought a whole lot better in the rematch with Usyk. But as they got closer to the championship rounds, I said, there he goes with that dip.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know how to grab and hold somebody and
Yeah,
catch a win, you know what I mean. That's what's gonna happen.
you know.
That nigga's a sucker.
I guess Derek
I
James
don't
gonna be
think
like,
that
well, your stature, your size, you're supposed to be a big, strong young man and stuff like that. You got to, I guess, use that to your advantage. You know,
I think he a sucker. He ain't ready. I
that's
don't
what I
think
said in the
Derek
rematch.
James
I
ain't
say if
nobody
Joshua
but
don't
say,
impose not just his attributes because he's talented. If he don't impose his will and his size, he would never beat a Usyk. He would never beat him. Because if you think he's gonna fight him and beat him straight up and technical for technical, he would never beat Usyk. And I feel the same way with Tyson Fury, but Tyson Fury is a little different animal. He gonna impose his size and will on Usyk. Because he's another one. He can't go straight up and be technical and box Usyk box for box. No. Mm-mm. There's not too many fighters in the world. Maybe somebody from a smaller weight class with the same abilities he had, they would move up, like a B-Ball or somebody on that level, got the same or similar. technical abilities that he have and stuff like that. You know, but Tyson Fury is a good boxer, but his strength is his size, and he can impose his will on you. But I've been seeing lesser guys give Fury problems in the past.
I think it's but to your point, yo, I think it's a bad look that you fighting the loser
Yeah.
of Dillian White Franklin instead of the winner. Like, I don't know why that's the case, but not really a good look, I'd say.
It's a sad case, though. I mean, I don't think you should take him on. I don't think Derek James should take him on. He should, stick with niggas who got chins. Stick to niggas who wanna, you know, they're ready to go to war and shit. He should have. I mean, I don't know. I think he should have stayed with Robert. I don't know for some, you know, maybe Robert would have gave him some machismo or something.
Well, I think staying with Robert or going to Derek James is not a bad move. My thing is go to America and be in the gym every day. Period. Like, don't bring them niggas over to the UK. Like, no, go down to America, go be around some American fighters, and see how they get down in those gyms. That's what I think is important for him.
That's what I'm talking about. That's a whole 360. Is he ready to do that? Nah.
That's what he's doing right now. I think I think he's out there with Derek James like right now. He moved here temporarily.
I don't know, man. That nigga's a prima donna, man. That nigga drink tea. He too relaxed for me. You know, I ain't knocking a tea drinker, but he need to transition to coffee. If he coming over here, you need to transition to coffee, learn to get fired up. Cups of English Grey ain't gonna cut it. And chamomile and all that. I don't know. I think it gotta be a complete 360. You know, you gotta move from your comfort zone. I think he's entirely too comfortable. He needs to bring that notoriety here, and learn from the masses over here. But I think I think even if it's Derek James or Robert Garcia, they'll do a good job with him. But ultimately it's a full commitment from him. He gotta face his fears.
What's up, bro? All the dead air with all the people on the panel. What's happening? I'll be right back. I'm just like finishing up the final touches of this thing. But yeah, I'll jump right back in. Just give me like, 2 minutes.
Yeah, fellas. So I could say that we, even though it's natural in boxing that we get these little hiccups in negotiation and prospective fights, that's on the, that could be made. You know, I think we're gonna have a very good year in boxing. You know, even though we're gonna, I don't think we're gonna get the big one that we was expecting. At welterweight, but we're gonna have a very good year. I think Wilder's gonna come back in a smash. That's what they should be projecting. Wilder and AJ go at it in a huge crossroad fight eventually, but that's worlds away from now. you know. But I want everybody to know, like, share, tell a friend, tell a friend, like and share to the masters of boxing. 75,000 is strong. I say by the summer, each money in the masters of boxing should be 100,000 strong. So like and
Yeah,
subscribe to the masters of boxing.
yeah. I mean, no one's gonna accuse you of having the gift of gab, are they? Jesus Christ, you're putting me to sleep. I'm like trying to do shit. Hey, what in the hell's going on, AO? Okay. Anyway, um, thanks for holding it down. I'm just busting your balls a little bit.
I think it's more like it's kind of it kind of get like that when we be talking about beta fighters.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You don't seem to be in a loss of words when it comes to blaming Bud for something.
Oh shit.
You really don't like the way that Bud behaves himself in this negotiation. I picked up on that.
You know, I shouldn't have. It shouldn't have been that predictable where that he'd be so nonchalant and so mean about what's really going on, and you know, but from what I see, and it's from a distance, because in reality, it's really what's going on behind the scenes. But I think he never really looked at and never seen that enthused about participating. You know, like really participating, like because even as you talk about, if with Crawford signing with Golden Boy. Like, Oscar said, yo, we're gonna give you Rocha, and then we really see that you're gonna get past Rocha, and we're gonna give you Virgil in Texas. So I'm like, Texas is a big deal, and a big deal for Virgil to fight Crawford. So how's it Crawford not, like break the ice and fight, Crawford fight Spence in Texas? Like, why does it have to be in like neutral grounds when prospectively the fight could be huge in Texas?
Okay.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
that's what happens when you tie your name to Spence. Smoke over acting like it's because Bud is his Bud. No, nigga, he tied his name to the right nigga. That's where that cachet coming from.
Only Bud was like fighter of the year and all this other shit when nobody knew who the fuck Spence was. When he was like a mandatory going overseas to another dude who just fucking got his ass knocked the fuck out.
I'm talking about right
Um,
now. Right now, right
yeah,
now.
I mean, right, but right now is your perception of their value, right? And if Blood says, give me what I want, because if you want Bud on your resume, then this is what it takes to get Bud on your resume. Then, and they say, well, we don't care if we have Bud on our resume because we have our own plans for our own, vision of our careers that may or may not include Bud. Then where do we go from there? Is it Bud is a duck? Is it we not to shame one of these guys into getting a fight when when both people are just self-interested?
I'm just saying, when you attach your name to the right nigga, it can build some clout for you. That's all I'm saying.
Same thing is true for Spence, right? What was he attached his name to? Canelo and Bud. Without that, like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, true. But I don't think Spence is attached to Canelo like that. But I
Oh,
guess
the
you.
hell he isn't attached to Canelo like that. If you ask who Spence can fight, there's a bigger fight than Bud. Answer: Canelo.
Yeah, no shit. But it's not like
Yeah, he's gonna
but
like
who's
literally they sent
Crawford for?
a contract out to Canelo with Spence's name on it.
Come
facts. But I'm saying it's not like the niggas out there saying I want Canelo. I can. No, it's not like that, bro.
As you said, Smoke, Spence is projected to fight Canelo. Spence could have fought Canelo way before he fought Crawford, based on how hard negotiations is. He is projected to fight Canelo based on his progression. Now, what's the last big fight Crawford since anything projected in that magnitude? The last big deal, the last big thing Crawford has accomplished is him becoming the undisputed champion at 140. Bigger than even him coming to 47 and
I
defeating.
would say fighting Sean Porter and knocking him out was a bigger accomplishment. Like just as far as him as an individual, not
Uh,
related to the sport, like just as an individual, like that was a bigger accomplishment.
no, but here you got it. Now, if he would have topped that off with Keith Thurman, was the real number, which was one of the top welterweights with him, then it would have said that. That's what I'm saying. Like, Crawford never showed the initiative that he was gonna really participate. Like, where he had the utmost amount of options, which we never believe, but he has. So
But
like,
here's the thing: it's not even that. It's again. Like, if you were Crawford and if you say, let's say you're on Spencer's side and you say, your fights don't sell like that, and even though you've got large guarantees, word on the curb is those fights actually lost money, right? And then you say, and your Bud, you say, well, every fight has its own economy, and if you want to make, you know, 8 or 9 figures on a fight, then I'm your guy. And who else can you fight that has my kind of name cachet and have done as much in the sport? Well, there's one guy and one guy only. And that guy says, I'm not fighting you to catch weight. I've got this going on. I got this other thing going on. So really, he's already turned you down and also like called you out in social media. There's this one guy where you said you wanted to become undisputed at 147. You have another guy that has maybe more upside to it and more of a boost to your resume. But right underneath that is Terrence Crawford, and that guy is the one that's in the way of the goal that you said you wanted to do. When I remember when they were talking about strap season, they weren't talking about a Canelo fight. They're talking about becoming 147 and then moving up. Like
I mean, Canelo has straps. He was at 160 with straps.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, when I said strap season, they were talking about 147 and then moving up. Now, if they're going to just abandon all of that stuff for Canelo, I'm not mad at it. I'm just saying that when it comes right down to it, that is the very next best fight. If Bud got the Canelo fight, I would expect for him to go fight Canelo also.
I
So
mean,
this is not a like a slight on Errol. I'm just saying omitted Canelo Alvarez since he already turned that fight down and also clowned him. The actual next best fight, the next biggest fight, Mr. 8 or 9 figures, comes in the form of a Bud Crawford fight. So like this whole idea of like I need to be A side and I need a larger cut and all this other shit, like come on, man.
I don't know. I don't know if it's that cut and dry.
It seems to be.
I mean, that's what I would believe. Because if I got 3 motherfucking world crowns, and you just got one, and and it's not, and because you were the fucking undisputed champion at 40, you think you was the lineal champion here. Like, what are you saying? Like, if
Listen, all I'm
anything,
saying is, listen, if 60-40 is the issue, 65-35, whatever the fuck it is the issue. Whatever it is, it's literally that PBC has a different metric for Bud's value than Bud has. And there is no reason for Bud outside of he just wants to fight more than they do for him to capitulate to their metrics. He can really just say, you can go get knocked out by Canelo for more money and it's some cachet, but you're going to take a fucking L to Canelo, most likely. Or you can be in like a more of a 50-50 fight and maybe you're even favored and you can fight me. Or you can do both. If you're so big and bad, you can beat me, be 147, and probably get a bigger cut of the Canelo fight. By waiver, for instance.
man.
But the whole point of it is that Bud doesn't want to feel like or be treated like he's the B side. So the closest you get to 50-50 is probably more likely we get the fight. That's what I'm saying. And since I'm not spending either one of these guys' money, I'm like, what's the fucking problem? It's the same thing I had with AJ and Wilder. For all the AJ fans were like, oh, he's selling out stadiums and blah, 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 blah. While you're saying all that rah-rah shit, we don't get the fight.
Yeah, we don't get the fight. With all that rah-rah. But being optimistic, I thought Terrence Crawford, maybe was signed and believed that, in order for him to get fights, he would have to sign with an organization like probably like Golden Boy, and in the future they can work together on making the bigger fights. Because actually, when you sign, you gotta actually go through the fighters within the camp, per se. You know what I mean? You have to, you know, within the camp, you have your mandatories, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that is to show and prove that, oh, you're at you escalate yourself to now we're at the pinnacle of we're gonna give you what you really ultimately want, the big fight. We backed you on your mandatory, etc., etc. So you know, like when it's offered to you 3 fights or a 3 fight deal, whether they present you before you sign 3 individuals for you to fight, prospectively, it's not. You might not even fight those 3 guys, but you gotta understand that if you getting a 3 fight deal, it's based on prospectively on who you want to fight, at least 2 out of 3, or that you fight 2 people and you might consider that you want a rematch. So when throughout the negotiations, it was assumed that he was going to sign a 3 fight deal, and then ultimately they realized he don't give a fuck about nobody else. He just want to fight Spence, and then prospectively fight at 54 for Jamal's what Jamal got. So it just go to show he want to fight, and then everything is agreed or they agreed to disagree, but to understand that if he getting a one-on fight, now he agreed to the one-on fight, but he back everything up knowing that all right, if I could get this one-on fight, I was ideally need a rematch. So just as you saying operating as if he's the A side or negotiating as if he's the A side, you know, I understand that, and I seen that, but it was prospectively it was wrong because yeah, you could bum rush the scene, but in all actuality, you gotta understand the business has still gotta nurture what's going on in their faculty. Like, like you can't really X people out, that you ain't really cancel out or they didn't deem themselves eliminated. Like, no, I don't want no smoke. And I always said from the fucking beginning, Keith Thurman was gonna be he was gonna cause a wedge in this situation. He was gonna cause a just like how we believe that, or I believe at 35, Haney needs to get Lomachenko in the ring. It will not. We will in the future. We will hear about how Haney did not fight fucking Lomachenko. We need to. Yeah, we need Haney to fight because we need it on record. You know, and
For me, we're just going through it. Haney has really like what 4 guys? Ryan.
not even like, that's he
He's
got to
got
get
Ryan.
past 10.
He's got Ryan, Tank, Shakur. So 5 names: Shakur, Tio, Loma. If he gets all 5 of them, great. If however many of those 5 he gets, cool. But however, whoever slips through the cracks, they're gonna say, "But he didn't fight that guy." But it's basically 5 names.
Yeah, especially if it's Tank.
No, but
He
for the
ain't fight Tank.
I'm talking about for
It's,
the
it's really even. It's
not
all of them.
just because everybody
I don't know if Ryan
fight
so much.
everybody,
Yeah.
No, no.
but
Listen. Yeah.
but like you said, it's a percentage. So if he fights 2 to 3 out of the 5, so be it. So 2 of the guys is really 140. Tio and Ryan is 140. If he so happened to fight Tank and beat him, he's considered option B, C, or whatever the fuck. Because reality is Lomachenko and Shakur. You know what I mean? That have the closest rights to fight him and challenge him. And Tio is 140.
So
So
how do you
that's
feel
just
this? How do you feel that? Maybe break that one down. Like
What was
justify that
I
one.
mean,
was it
I,
both on
I
top
don't
rank?
even see Tio coming down to 35 to challenge for the undisputed.
No, you said that out of the three guys, Tank, Loma, and Shakur, it's Loma and Shakur who've earned their shot more so than Tank.
No. He didn't say earn it. He said easier. Like it's an easier fight to make. You know.
Oh, not yeah, easier based on being in the same camp and that you saying just like you said, whether he fights all of them or a few of them or whatever, so be it. But in no actuality, 2 out of the 5 will be fine because Tio doesn't campaign at 35. You know he's not coming back to 35 to challenge Haney. And
No,
Ryan, he's
well, I'm
like an
just pushing back on
option
the idea of Loma. Like, if you don't fight Loma, but you fight Tio and beat Tio,
because he is
then
the
what is the
better.
point of fighting Loma, especially if you fought Shakur and or Tank?
Didn't he initiate the unification in the division? Hasn't him? He's been the champion. He was the first linear champion before them.
He had a bum
It
shoulder,
was
Smoke. He had a bum shoulder.
Who had a bum shoulder?
Who the fuck do you think? But continue, yeah, yo.
And no, I have no
but
idea. Are you talking
both
about photo
shoulder
op?
or
Are you
not,
talking
he
about
was
photo
the linear
Opchenko?
champion. No, he was still a linear champion. He's due a rematch. He never got his rematch. It's come full circle now. It's even sweeter. Devin Haney got all the fucking belts for you, and he has his resume shows that that is somebody that he needs to challenge and defeat because nobody's defeat him. All right, nobody. Shit, he needs to be stopped. Like, you know what I mean? That it is what it is. And everybody else is, you know, somewhat. I mean, I really think if he could get past Loma, like I was saying earlier, if he could get past Loma and Shakur, it makes the situation with him and Tank, even like a cherry on top. Still being undisputed, and you stepping up to giving the opportunity to like let Tank challenge you. That's just like the cherry. You getting past Loma and Shakur, them two southpaws. I mean, even though I still favor Tank, it would be, it would be that much easier to make that fight. Like,
Okay, listen, if you got through Tank and didn't even fight Loma or Shakur, then what? Then like, think people will be like, oh, but you didn't fight Tank or Shakur? I mean,
I
you didn't
mean,
fight
I
Loma or
would,
Shakur?
yeah, and honestly, if he fights Tank first, I would still want him to
No, I'm
fight Loma
saying Tank. I'm
after.
saying fight Tank
Honestly,
only.
even in Shakur is later. Shakur
No, I'm
is
just saying if he fights Tank
it could
only.
be
If he
the
only fought
old
of those 5 people, if all he fought was Tank and Tio, just the T's.
nah. It like how you said, Tank and then Loma. Them are
What do
the
you? Well,
the
hold on,
first
hey, yo.
two out of
Smoke.
the
Do you
5,
mean for
and
now or
then
like
look the
within his
2 out of
whole
the 5
career?
it'll be
Yeah, I'm
What
saying
Tank
his
and
whole
Loma.
career. If he didn't, like,
oh,
let's
okay.
say of those 5 people, he only wound up facing 2 of those 5.
I
Hey,
mean,
I would give you
yeah.
your wish, Smoke. Tank and Haney, and if not Tank and Haney, it'll be him and Loma over, them two. Shakur would be the last option. You feel
Would
me?
there be some criticism? I think so. If you don't fight Shakur, I think there would be
And
some
no, it's
criticism.
gonna be some criticism if
Yeah,
he doesn't
hell
fight
no. He's not
any of
even
them. Like, here's the thing: like the reason, the way that they've built these guys up, there's gonna be criticism if they don't fight each other.
they
Floyd
still
Mayweather faces
young.
criticism for not fighting
They
Margarito,
still young.
right?
It wouldn't
So,
be
but
no
that's
criticism.
not the issue. The issue is not whether or not
No,
they'll face
no.
criticism.
If they
The
didn't,
issue
if
is
they
whether or
wasn't,
not it'll be good enough.
Oh, I
no,
guess I see
Tank
what
and
you're saying.
Tio will be
it would
good
be,
enough
it would,
because
no,
Tio
it
already
would be
beat Loma,
arrogant.
so that cancels that thing out. Ryan ain't fucking did shit, and Shakur, I mean, God bless him, is a featherweight.
Yeah, but I mean that's just so hard to say because if these dudes keep boxing, Shakur might end up at 147, Ryan
Yeah,
might end up at
then,
147.
but that's, I'm just talking about as now, without projecting into the future, but just
Well, you said
right now,
we were
2023.
you said this hypothetical was a projection to the future. But go ahead,
No,
go
I'm just saying no. The issue is the projection is whether or not at the end of it they'll be able to, whether they get criticized. All we can determine from that is everything they've done to date. We can't talk about everything they might do between now and then because they haven't done that shit. But
Correct.
really, the only thing we're talking about is from right now. If he only fought Tank and Tio, would that be okay?
Okay, let's drill into this. I want to drill into this here. Let's hold this. So Tank and Tio. So you mean Loma negotiations fall apart. He doesn't fight Shakur, but somehow he ends up over on PBC fighting Tank before he fights Tio at 140. Is that what you're telling me?
Doesn't matter which order he did it or what point. I'm just talking about the end of his career. Those are the two we wound up fighting. And
Okay, so you are projecting this hypothetical because now you're saying into his career.
I already said. Listen, I already just said what I did. So let me tell you one more time. I'm only talking about from right now. If all he wound up doing was fighting Tank and Tio, based on everything we know to date, not projecting what they might do past today.
Fucking confusing as shit, but I'm gonna try to go with it. Okay, so you only fight Tank and T.O. right now. So you're saying
No,
those?
I'm just saying at the end of the career, when it's all said and done, all he wound up doing is fighting Tank and Tio.
Okay,
of those 5 people.
And what's your argument there? Like, what's the complaint? Like, if
I'm saying that he's going to get complaints for not fighting either one of those, all 3, if not all 3 of them, or any one of those guys.
Okay, so you're saying that,
but I think he'll still be good enough. I think he'll still be good enough to get into like Hall, good enough to like make arguments about all that shit. I think he'll still be good enough.
Maybe. I think you need 3 out of 5 on there. I definitely think you need 3 out of 5. You need somebody.
I don't know why he would need Ryan, who's done nothing, and then
you need a Shakur. You need a Shakur or a Loma, I would say.
Not if you get so if you beat Tio, why would you need Shakur? If you beat Tio, why would you need Loma?
Yeah, you still need the Loma, bro. You still need the Loma. If Orlando Salido could get the Loma, bro, you should be able to get the Loma. But
Tio could get the Loma. And presumably, I mean, I don't know what you could, I mean, you know, without projecting this into a thing, I mean, those other guys mixing it up, right? I guess to project what those other guys might do in the meantime, without going to like 147. Let's say that they all mixed it up. Loma, Tank, and Shakur.
Okay, are you saying that those are that's the new 3 combination, or what are you saying with that?
I'm saying like let's expand this to like let's now look at these other people, what they did. So I was just going like, let's say just Devin, you know, he retired and only fought those 2. Would that be good enough? So now let's expand that to he only fought those 2, and Ryan never fought any of those guys.
Well, yeah, Ryan's the odd man out, but I definitely think.
And then also Shakur beats Loma.
Shakur beats. You're all over the place with this shit. Can we?
You can't follow this. Okay,
I'm lost.
So here it is. Here's really what it is. Shakur, Loma, and Devin are right now at Top Rank, right?
Correct.
Ryan Garcia is at Golden Boy. Tank is with PBC. Tank and Ryan are in negotiations, but have seemingly fallen through. And Devin is on his last legs at Golden Boy. Let's say Devin fought Tio at Golden Boy. At Top Rank, and then fought Tank after he was done. Meaning, leaving Shakur and Loma to fight each other at Top Rank.
Okay. So you're saying that, but I'm trying to figure out what's the end result of the conversation. It's like a Hall of Fame discussion.
The end result of the conversation is Devin's criticism.
Okay, so Devin don't really get no criticism like that, but
correct. I mean, that's what I'm saying. because there's an idea being floated from AO that Devin must fight Loma, and I'm saying that Devin doesn't have to fight Loma. There's any number of situations where Devin doesn't have to face Loma at all. Shakur face Loma by himself.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so if he doesn't fight Loma, he should fight Shakur. Can we agree on that?
I'm saying that if he fights Tank, he has a free reign to fight either one of those guys, not named Lomachenko.
Okay, but I'm saying if he doesn't fight Loma, he should fight Shakur. Can we agree on that?
No, he can fight Tank and Tio. That's what I just said.
How is he gonna fight Tank when he's a top
Because
ranked?
Loma can fight Shakur.
Okay, but what I'm saying is he's under contract right now with Top Rank at
For
ESPN.
one fight. Teofimo is also under contract with Top Rank.
Correct. So if he says I have set a Loma Shakur at 135.
No, I said Tio. Again, you just said Shakur.
Okay.
He does not have to fight Shakur or Loma.
But we're going by his words, right? He's
No, I'm pushing back on your assertion that he must fight Shakur and Ayo's assertion that he must fight Loma. No, he doesn't.
I didn't say
He doesn't have to fight Shakur or
Why
Loma.
I didn't
He can
say
fight
must.
Tank
I
and
said
Tio.
he should fight Shakur. Like if he
I
doesn't
mean, that's
fight
your thing. That's a different thing.
Yo, he went 12 rounds with T.O., man. He was due for a rematch. No matter what.
I'm just saying, even if he feel like he's due for a rematch, Tio was talking all that shit.
He didn't get a
Really,
rematch.
that when it comes to, I remember Thanksgiving and Tio's a duck. All of that shit is about Tank. The unfinished business.
Okay,
it's
so
Tank and Tio.
Right. So you're telling me that right now with ESPN and Top Rank, he can make a fight with Tank if Loma steps aside or something? Like
No, I'm saying that he can make a fight with Tio.
Okay, but Tio's trying to fight somebody else. So how's that?
I mean, Tio, listen, Tio might be able to. All I'm saying to you is that Tank and Tio, that means that he doesn't have to fight either Shakur or Loma.
All over the fucking place. Listen to Ayo.
I'm not all over the place at all. You guys keep talking about what Devin have to do, and it's weird that you think that he has to do these fucking weirdo fights when he doesn't have to do these fights. He does not have to fight Shakur, and he also does not have to fight Loma.
Take it up with
he
him.
can fight either Tank or fucking Tio, and nobody will give a fuck about whether or not he fights Shakur or Loma, except for people who think that he's ducking Shakur and ducking Loma. That's it.
Take it up with Ayo. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Take it up with him.
You're talking about Shakur. He's talking about Loma.
Man. You talking as Tio will even want to fight him at 35.
I didn't say what weight class for any of this stuff.
I know, but that still matters. Like,
I mean, it matters to you
because if you're not up to date, the Haney say, yo, we not leaving 35. We not giving nobody the glory. We are not giving nobody the glory to say, boy, I could come up and collect this vacant title.
No, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I get you.
They want to be ahead of the game, and this is how you
listen.
Legally hold it hostage in an admirable way, like in a respectful way, to show that he is the one we want. He is somebody that was always our mandatory and was the champion. And we want to give him the volunteer because he used to be the fucking lineage champion. He's due for a rematch. Why wouldn't he want the fucking fight?
Hey, yo, can I ask you a question?
Why wouldn't he want that
Can I ask you a
fight?
question? Just one question, right? One question. For
He is still in the ranking.
You're still talking. Can I ask you a question?
They projected him as a pound
you're still giving context. Yeah, I got you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So hold up a second. Are you done giving context or is there more context? Can I ask you a question? When Bill said that they're gonna not give up belts in 2023, did he also say how many fights they're gonna fight in 2023?
I don't care if he don't fight or not. It just go to show that Loma will be. They not even trying to age him out. They trying to. It is lined up for him also. It's lined up for Haney, and it's also lined up for Loma to be a part of history. You see what I'm saying? To fulfill it. And if he don't want to be a part of it, he ain't getting shit all this whole year. Because if it ain't Haney, is the next one up that's gonna knock his head off. So
yeah, definitely. That's my entire point. Is that if Shakur beats Loma, then nobody gives a shit whether or not Devin Haney fought him. And if Devin Haney beats Tank, nobody gives a shit whether or not he fights Shakur, except for Shakur fans.
I mean, I guess, but I think, like, I don't know how that. In what weird world does all this shit happen? Continue, Smoke.
And the weird world of fucking boxing. Since he's on Top Rank and he can fight Tio, and he can also after that fight Tank. And
okay, so he moves up. to
So
140 to
now
fight Tio, comes back
see
down to
what
the
that does?
catchweight, or Tank
You
moves up
see
to
that
140 to fight
pull
him.
you gonna pull
What the fuck is going on right now?
All right. However the hell it works out in your mind or in the real world is that how he can fight Taken Tio, and nobody would give a shit whether or not
but
he fought Shakur and Loma,
What's that?
which is the actual
smoke,
point.
you still
What's that
talking
strain you
Jay,
smoked
no
tonight,
matter
Smoke?
what.
What's
I
the
know.
strain,
Listen,
bro?
Talking to
I mean,
fantasy.
I
If
understand.
you
I
don't give
understand
me
that
perspective to say, all right,
it seems
at
weird in a
35,
world
at
where like
40,
Rigo
at
moved up 2 weight
37.
classes to fight Loma and then moved back down, or maybe in the weird world where Kell Brook moved up 2 weight classes to fight Triple G and then moved back down, or maybe in the weird world where Canelo moved up to 175 to fight B-Ball and then moved back down. Like, I guess that never really happens in the sport of boxing. But you know what? Let's just pretend in this alternative universe that I've created where people move up and then move back down that this could happen.
No, I'm saying like when you say okay, move up to fight
You're
Tio,
right.
so
I get what
you
you're
gonna
saying.
fight Tio at 140, right? But you're saying you outgrown the weight class, so you move it back down to a weight class you're
Okay,
not
I'm sorry.
you
I'm sorry.
outgrown.
Wait a minute.
I don't
So
know how that works.
do you not remember? Like maybe you remember Mikey Garcia.
I
Because
agree
Mikey
with you,
Garcia,
Smoke.
that
Hold on,
guy,
Smoke.
that
Smoke,
guy,
I agree
he
with
was a
you.
135-pound champion. He then moved up, became a 140-pound champion, and then moved back down and unified at 135 pounds.
But did he
Maybe,
outgrow the weight
like
class?
just so we understand one
Was
another.
he at
Just
135
because you
for
were
7 years? I
undisputed
don't know.
at one weight class does not mean you can't move up. Maybe fight for a vacant at 140 and then move right back down and fight and defend your titles like Canelo did with Triple G. But whatever you think is weird, I don't know what kind of world you're living in. Yeah, I don't know what kind of deadpan fucking world you're living in, but in the sport of boxing, this shit happens routinely.
Okay, I understand. You
I agree.
providing
I
context,
agree.
but what
And
I'm
I
saying is,
said,
once
as
you at
long as you're
140 after
complimenting
fighting
that,
Tito, like, you go back down. I don't know. It just sounds weird, bro.
I
It
know
don't.
it sounds so weird. It's almost as if nobody does that, right? Even
No,
though
no.
I can tell you time after
It's a
time,
really
and it happened
strange
last year,
scenario.
how it's
It's
about
just
to
a
happen
strange
again. Wait,
scenario.
aren't we talking about right now? Talking about how
All
like
right, you
Spence
don't have to get triggered,
and
Smoke.
Thurman
I'm
is fighting at
following you now.
154?
When you provide some context, I'm following you. I'm following.
yes, of course.
I don't know why I have to
Of
provide
course.
context.
But
Have you
I,
not experienced the
no,
sport
but
for
I
the
Good
agree
last
to
with you.
like
provide
But
context
like
so you can be more
I didn't go
clear.
like I can keep going back and back
Yeah,
and back
that's what
until
I'm
it happened
saying. Hey, yo,
when
like
you literally
just
have been on
a
panels
little,
for these fights.
a little bit
Why
of
do I have
context,
to
bro.
like?
I agree with you, Smoke, because you still respect the fact that long as Haney come back to 35 to fight Tank, long as you ain't talking about how
Well, I
Tank
mean,
coming
I'm
to
just trying to
40.
fulfill some like weird thing. For some reason, he
Yeah,
just can't
that's
conceptualize
and
how
I'm
he
not.
could just
That's
fight
why I
Tank and
said I
Tio and don't
agree.
need to fight Loma and Shakur.
Tank
Like,
or
But
Loma,
why? I don't know why. What would be the difference? Okay, so it's Loma and Shakur and not Tank and
the
Tio.
point is, you guys keep asserting that Devin Haney must do something.
Don't say you
No,
guys.
he
That was
does not.
AO.
Yes,
That
you
was
did. You said he
AO.
has to fight Shakur.
right now.
That was
You
not
said he
me.
has to fight
I
Shakur.
said he should.
No,
I
and you
used two
changed it to he
words.
should.
No, I said he should first.
No,
That's
you
all I said.
changed it
I
to
said
he
he
should.
should. I said
That's
no.
his
No.
opinion,
I
Smoke.
said if he
Right?
doesn't fight
So
Loma,
You
number
he
changed it to
two,
he
should
should.
fight
I'm down
Shakur.
with the change. I'm
who's
No,
down
next
to
in
you
with
the
the
ain't
change.
queue?
I'm
shit.
just saying.
You just hard of hearing.
Who's number
I'm
You
not.
just
two?
hard of
Listen,
hearing.
no, I'm hard headed, but I'm not hard of hearing. My
I
hearing is
said
just
he
fine.
should fight Shakur, bro. That's
Now
what I
I
said.
know
So
you said
what's your
that, but you
order,
said that
Fezzi?
after your initial assertion
No,
got knocked down.
no. I
Yes.
said
You
that
said that
first,
he's
bro.
gonna get. You said he's going to get it. He has to fight Shakur. The only reason I even went through this whole thing is because you guys keep limiting Devin Haney's options. That's the only reason I even went down this
He
fucking
doesn't
thought
have
experiment.
limited options. But I'm saying if you
No,
don't
he
fight
doesn't have
Loma, you
limited
should.
options. He can do any one of these. At 5 options. Any two
Yes,
of
Who
these
said
right.
fucking
Tio's
combinations is
gonna
just fine.
fight? Will ever fight Devin Haney? Who says Tio will ever get in the ring with Haney?
Who
You
says Tank
bugging
will?
too. That's
Who
another
says any of
thing.
these guys will?
Who said Tio will ever get in the ring with
Who
Haney?
says any of them will?
That's all talk. That's another thing. That is all talk. That is all talk.
But I don't know why. If you could do
So
Loma and
Phantom,
Shakur,
who's your 5? Who out of
say
your order?
it.
You said Shakur
Because
first.
there's no evidence that any of these guys will sign up to actually do the fight. They all talk a good game. When you talk about who's to say Tio's going to get in there, the same thing says that Loma or Tank will get in there. all of those dudes yammer, and when it comes to fight, they fight anybody else and come up with a million reasons why the
I
fight
think
can't
But
happen.
they're
it's
talking
only
about
three
fighting right
question
now.
marks.
So
Honestly,
what are you
They
I
talking
was
about?
gonna
always
say
been
three,
talking about
but it's
fighting,
three
right?
question marks.
No, like they're
They always
actually
been talking about fighting. Loma,
Ryan
what did
negotiating.
Loma say?
Garcia
You're a
and
heavyweight and I need more
Teofimo.
time.
Yes, correct. But they're actually
What did Tank say?
negotiating.
Oh, you're already in negotiations. I want to fight the winner, but like, let me fight two other guys. Maybe make a fight with two other guys, even though the winner is like right around the corner. What did these other dudes say? What did Ryan say? I don't care about belts, even though he was mandatory for this dude. Like, there is no evidence that
My
any of
nigga,
those
he
dudes will
honoring his
actually climb through the
contract.
ropes
Will you
to
not
fight Devin
read
Haney.
between the
There is
We
no
lines?
have
Come
evidence
on, man.
we
whatsoever.
have
He getting
evidence
his
right
bread,
now
man.
that
What you
one of
talking
them is
about?
in negotiations. So what do you mean? What are you saying right now?
What negotiation? Okay, again,
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying is,
got a
until the
hard
fight is
on for
signed,
this
there
nigga,
is no
man.
sign that that is going to happen. What's happened? Why after? Why is it so hard for this fight to get signed, to get announced? How long does this negotiation take?
Who knows? But they're
Okay, then
negotiating. Like
why the
I'm
hell are
pretty
you
sure
bringing
that.
it up? Why are you bringing up the fact that they're in
But I'm
negotiations?
saying they're actually negotiating. When have they ever
Correct. And isn't this about
negotiated?
the fight falling through?
Okay, when have they ever negotiated before? That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
great. So
Like
isn't this about the fight falling through? Isn't
what?
Tank in
No,
negotiation with Ryan? Isn't
no.
this
We're
about
talking
whether or
about
not they
Devin
both fight
and
each other?
Loma.
Okay,
Those are two
again,
separate
isn't it?
situations.
Okay,
You
I'm
Man,
can't
sorry.
I
equate
don't
the
know. That
two.
I'm
nigga,
sorry.
You got two. You got one fighter with a whole nother
There you go.
promotional company with a whole nother network, and you
Okay.
got two fighters on the same side of the street. You're comparing those two scenarios. No, it don't fucking work like that, bro. We're talking
Okay.
about Devin and Loma situation. They're negotiating to fight. That's what's happening right now.
Okay. So what you just said also holds true for Tank and Ryan. They're in two separate networks, but they're in negotiations together. Correct? So the whole point of it is whether or not Devin needs Loma or Devin needs Shakur. He does not. Doesn't need
Okay,
either one
how
of them.
about
Because
Devin?
like I was saying, I didn't hey.
Go ahead.
He literally all of this shit could fall through. And because Devin is so flexible, and because Tank is also his own boss and is the cash cow, everybody wants to be in the Tank business, right? It is a plausible thing with really Shakur can just be another lefty, another great lefty that doesn't get fights, and
Well,
nobody like, and he's relegated to dustbin of history because really he's had one title defense or two title defenses in like two different divisions. Like when it comes to it at the end of the day, he has a lot of grassroots and groundswell support, but really, what has he done?
I mean, Loma, I
William
think,
Shakur.
presents the
Here's
the
J Dog.
Smoke, you got something
Nobody
real
goes on
many
William
refreshing
Shakur.
angles, and then
about
if
this
he,
fight.
I think Devin Haney's going to show that Loma is being sloppy with trying to do too many angles with dancing. That's what I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, exactly. That all that fucking rhythm step he
All
does.
right, let
Man,
me
he's gonna get
upset
his
the
ass
apple
whooped.
cart then. Jose Ramirez, Arnold Barbosa, Richards, and Hitchens. He fights those three. Then what?
Who are you talking about?
Devin fights those three instead of
Why would he fight
everybody else.
those? Why would he fight a
Why
bunch
the
of
fuck not?
prospects?
Why not?
Because he's done more in his career already. He's fought guys who've done more in their career than those
Okay,
guys.
what if
Why
he
would he go
doesn't fight
backwards?
those guys? What if he
But why
doesn't
would he
get?
go
What if
backwards?
he doesn't get those fights? Remember, because they all ducking him. They
What
don't want to fight
fights?
him.
What do you mean those
So
fights? Which fights?
no, the five fighters you named. So I'm saying they all ducking. They on the duck tree and
No,
all
I'm
that
talking.
shit.
Listen,
So
I'm
wait,
like
hold on.
that's
Let
another
me
Devin just
beautiful.
finish.
needs to get
Yo, did
sharper and
Theo,
start
did
Okay,
brawling
Theo
with
Finish.
this
beat
so
dude.
Let me finish.
Lomachenko
okay,
with a
Let
jab?
are you
finish.
asking?
Let
Are you
Hold
me
up,
asking right
Philip.
now
Did
let
if he
Theo
me
doesn't
beat
get the
finish with the
five
fuck
fights
I'm
Lomachenko
that
with
saying.
he's
a
been?
jab?
Let me finish what the fuck I'm saying. So
Uh,
what I'm
uh,
saying is, instead of those five fighters, because if they all ducking, they never gonna fight them, right? So I'm saying Arnold Barbosa, Jose Ramirez, Richardson Hitchens. They don't have no evidence of ducking, like you said. Nobody wants to fight them those out of those five you name. So
okay, so,
what I'm saying is, if you fight those three, is that okay? Is that enough?
okay. Again, it's not about ducking. Somebody said. I had to run this out. Ayo said there's no evidence that Tio will take that fight, and the same evidence that Tio won't take the fight is true for all of them. I didn't say
Okay,
that any of them are duck. What I said was if he gets Tio and Tank, then it doesn't matter if he fights Loma and Shakur. So now this whole idea about we can go down another rabbit hole about these three dudes, Richard Hitchison, who's done exactly fuck all.
Sounds like
As a
it'd
matter of
be a
fact, Richard
rabbit
Hitchison has
hole
done
all in the same
even
night.
less.
What you're
Richard
saying.
Hitchison has done even less than Ryan Garcia. So I don't even know why bring that dude up means anything at all. You might as well bring anybody up.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
It
Because
don't
remember
No,
even
that
make
it's not.
sense
I
with
don't know
you.
what point you're
you
trying to make.
wait. Hold
You
up,
could just make
Biggie.
the
You
point instead of
shit
saying what
on
you're
Biggie,
interested.
Tank's
aren't
resume.
4 of the
Like I don't
5
know, trying to
You
figure out
Tigers
what
want
your point
you
is.
want
But
Haney
when you
to
say
fight
when
him
you say something like
so
Richard
bad.
Richardson,
are
You
4
want
of
him
the
to
5
step up
Tigers you
first
named on the
so
duck
bad.
tree? Yes or no?
I didn't talk about anybody being a duck.
You said
Again,
they're
I
not
was
doing
only
fighting them.
responding to
What
Ayo
does that mean?
saying that there is no evidence that Tio will fight. Meanwhile, Tio is showing the same he's exhibiting the same um, willingness to fight Devin Haney as all those other guys. They say one thing in the media, and then they say something else
Okay,
in
so
the
he's
media.
never gonna get none of those fights. So that's what I'm saying. So
I
they
didn't
all
say he
just
was getting
bullshit
never none of
around.
those fights.
So what I'm
That's
saying
the
is,
other thing. Just because
yeah,
he doesn't get those fights, then you start talking about guys who don't mean anything. Who
but
cares about those
there's
guys?
no evidence of them not having the energy to fight. So those
But
fights are more
Richard Richardson
realistic.
doesn't do anything. Why mention him? You might as
Why
well
not?
mention anybody else. Marlon Barbosa does nothing for Devin Haney
Why you say that?
because he's done nothing in this sport.
So why does it mean he does nothing for Devin Haney?
Because Devin
Worse,
Haney has already done
worse
something in
than
the sport and fought
Duckahora.
guys
Yo,
who've done something in the
somebody's gonna
sport.
have to fight that. He ain't do nothing in the sport. Like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
somebody gotta fight that
I
Yeah,
don't
he's
motherfucker.
understand
already
that.
fought guys who've done stuff in the sport. So you naming a whole bunch of guys that done nothing in the sport, like that's supposed to augment a guy who's already fought people who've done something in the sport.
But
I don't know
you
what the fuck
saying
you're
the
talking about,
people, but
actually.
you saying the people who have done shit in the sport don't want to fight him. So I'm saying, what if the people who haven't done
Then
nothing do
it
want
won't
to fight
mean. Then there will be a bunch of backwards moves. Like, what do you want me to like? Why are you asking me this?
him?
You
Okay,
want
so you
Connor
saying that's going
Like, what do
backwards,
you
but
think
you
it
fight,
means?
Mayweather
Like,
has a
but
what do
you
you
trying
think
Connor.
to
it
say
means?
that you want
Like,
to
for
fight
They
Bud,
him.
like,
got
what?
some
Okay, let
Nick
me ask you a question. What did you think it
Donalds.
meant for Bud to fight David Avenesian? Was that like a forward move? Like,
It
what
was
do you
a,
think it means for Bud to fight Alexis Rocha?
it's a title defense and
Okay,
money.
right. He's
Yeah,
already had those. He's already done those against
yeah.
guys
So
who are
what?
better, right?
Keep doing them. Shit, make the
The only
record.
the only thing I can say, Smoke, where you're getting at is if Devin decides, well, Honorable Bosa is a 140 pounder. Devin decides to move up, I guess his first opportunity at that weight class would be a champion.
Yeah, I think it would be Tio. I don't
Unless
think Arnold
unless by
Barbosa
that
beats Tio.
time,
Don't cut weight when you're young.
unless by
That's
that
what I
time,
tell you, man.
if yeah, holla
Like
to
a guy
you.
like Devin Haney, if he didn't cut no weight because of his body structure, he could be like 170.
You see how
And Jonathan, you just add something. You just added something that he didn't add. Like you didn't say what the stakes were. He just named a bunch of names. If he just
No,
said, Arnold Barbosa for a vacant or something like that,
I'm
or Arnold
saying that
Barbosa as a
people when
champion,
they're young
then
shouldn't cut
maybe that
weight
would be
a lot
then
of weight.
maybe that would mean a little bit more. But Arnold Barbosa as Arnold Barbosa, yeah, what
Barbosa,
is Arnold Barbosa shown that he is worth talking about? Or Richard
Well, what
Richardson?
have you
championship
ever
did
had
Tio
a
win at
torn
140?
Achilles
Like,
tendon and fought with it?
what are you talking about?
I had a torn Achilles tendon once and just would force myself to walk through it. It's so painful. You don't understand, man. It's so painful.
What are you talking about here? Let me see.
It's not generally a weight bearing injury.
No, it is painful. It is really painful. It's like every time you're stepping on it and pushing through it, it's just agonizing. And he fought a whole fight like that. So
Yeah,
he
I
ain't.
doubt his Achilles was torn, but whatever. That's a different story.
That's what he's. That's what the
That's what the narrative is.
report.
I don't know. There's the narrative for that fight.
The narrative. Yeah,
everywhere
We've watched a bunch of NBA games
dudes
where a
from
guy
head to
tears their
toe.
Achilles and that dude limps over to the fucking bench and we don't see him for the rest of the season.
And it was injured from head to toe.
You see it over and over again, but apparently Gamboa can fight a whole 12 rounds on him. Whatever.
it's like Deon's. What was that guy? The guy that was on the Seattle Seahawks.
I mean, name a guy. Everybody, once you get a flat tire, that's it.
It was
The season's done. I don't care if it's the second game of the season or the last game of the season. Season's over.
I mean,
you flattered
after that, he tried
like
to come back and he didn't come
that
back
game
that
is
day.
over, that quarter is over, your entire season is over as soon as it happens.
Your whole career is over.
No, I mean you can come back from it. You get Clay's back on the scene. Boogie Cousins never made it back. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm not even talking about flat tire. All I'm saying is, yeah, the Gamboa thing. That's the Gamboa thing.
Well, the thing with
Achilles, his season
Devin
was
Haney,
over.
the thing with
We're
Devin
good.
Haney, before we can even mix and match when he moves up, who can he fight? Will he resign and stay with Top Rank?
Nobody knows.
Yeah,
I just don't like
I think
this
that's what's
idea.
gonna
I
happen.
don't know. Like all these people ultimately that feel like Devin Haney is going to get beat by one of their fighters, all of a sudden like have some limited view of Devin Haney's options. That's really what I was pushing back on.
I just think Top Rank ESPN is the move he's gonna make, and he's probably gonna fight Top Rank ESPN fighters. Yeah.
I mean, that's probably you're probably right.
You got to pay the piper.
I mean that's I mean it's pretty much set up for him over there. He's got plenty of inventory in his divisions. He's got both a streaming service and a network, so he's really well situated.
Yeah, he's gonna do his first pay-per-view.
Yeah, like why? Yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer unless they don't treat him the way that he wants to feel treated. Like these guys that get like shitted on by the system, they have chips on their shoulders. You see it with Bud. Like they want to be treated like they want to get their accolades. You saw the way that they kept not calling Dev undisputed, and he kept having to try to call him undisputed, even though they kept calling him unified. Meanwhile, they had no problem calling Tio undisputed. And
Who
you
is
saw
doing
the
that?
whole thing with the Ring Magazine belt. Like you sending the Ring Magazine belt to him because he had the belt, but they didn't put him on pound for pound list.
When was this smoke? When was they not calling him undisputed? When it?
After he became undisputed. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, I think they was calling him unified. Yeah,
Yeah, they kept calling him unified. Yeah, he kept he had to kept telling them, "Man, I'm undisputed." Meanwhile, they keep calling like Tio the former undisputed champion. They have no problem doing that shit.
Yeah, got to sign that long-term contract if you want to get that kind of treatment, my boy.
I don't think it's a long-term contract thing. The way that Top Rank works is they like for you to be a blue chip prospect and they pump a whole bunch of money into you.
But what I'm saying, bro, I think if he was to sign a long-term contract, the treatment would be different. That's what I'm saying.
No, Bud got treated the same exact way under a long-term contract. Tio is under long-term contract. He gets treated the same way. Certain guys just get a certain kind of treatment.
What do you mean treated the same way? What do you mean?
I mean, there's not a level of care that you get under just because you're under long-term contract. That's not what happens at Top Rank.
I think Bud got a high level of care. What?
If you call a high level of care, telling him he's gonna get fights that he never got, tell him they're gonna make offers to champions that were never made, and then like like trying to literally push another guy over you so that you have to be in competition with their other talent, then yeah, no, I wouldn't call that high level of care. No, not at all.
What other guy they try to push over Bud?
Lomachenko.
The Bob.
Like literally,
Yeah, I guess you
Bob
got
was
an
trying to
argument
make
there.
Lomachenko the face of ESPN Plus, but they're rolling that out. ESPN Plus chose Bud over, but Lomachenko, which Bob was pushing.
I guess. I mean,
No, it is a literal fact. Like this is not even a guess thing. This is like they decided that they wanted to have an American for the face of their streaming service, not some Ukrainian dude because Bob got a wild hair up his ass.
well, the mouth said one thing, but the wallet said another. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you mean by the wallet. Bob was the one paying for it. It was ESPN Plus, and they decided that they're going to go with Bud. not
That's what I mean. The wallet said another. So I think you might be right.
Right. All I'm just telling you is that, like, just because you're under long-term contract with Top Rank doesn't mean that you're getting the best care from Bob. Like, no, that's not it at all. Andy Ruiz was under long-term contract with Top Rank. Was he getting fights? Was he getting the best care? No, he wasn't. Not at all. He didn't even get fights until he left Top Rank.
Well, what heavyweight inventory did they have over there?
Exactly. That would suggest that you would get fights. Certainly didn't get the Brian Jennings fight. You didn't get that one. Anyway, point being, Yeah, and
Tyson Fury was a heavyweight inventory.
that was after the fact, but sure.
I think Devin is a little different in a way how he handled his situation as opposed to Bud. I don't know if he resigns with Top Rank, he can force his hand and Bill force their hand on Top Rank to make fights with the other guys that's champions or whatever on the other side. Because I think you're gonna have like maybe one or two, maybe one, instead of him fighting and staying just fighting guys that's on the Top Rank lineup. Because I think Dev is gonna want to fight these other guys at 140.
Yeah, I think he want to fight T on Barbosa. I think those are realistic fights.
I think if he can some kind of way climb the rankings, I don't know if he become champion. Maybe I think he would uh, be intrigued with the possibility of maybe fighting the Gary Antoine.
But that's the other side of the street. So how's that gonna happen?
But
But
what I'm saying is, if Devin Haney is exception to the rule, to whereas he can make those fights, Bill and Top Rank can sit down and say, we don't want to just challenge ourselves against guys in this stable.
Devin Haney is definitely becoming a big name in the industry.
I don't know how they would go about doing that, Phantom, but that's how Devin thinks.
Yeah, niggas can think that, but the reality might be different.
Well,
I mean, very
his
well.
best
Like
option is
here's
not
the
to,
thing, and
is
that is the question and the landscape that the Haneys will find themselves in, right after they fulfill this current contract. Is do they go the Showtime route, the Subriel Matias, the Antoine Russells, the Tank Davis's route, or do they go the Top Rank route? Or they just go the run off routes, the Barbosas, the Tos, the Shakurs, the Zapatas.
Yeah, I just think that if Devin and Loma is a for sure thing on pay per view, and let's say it performs well, why the fuck would you leave? Like, there's no point.
but what I'm saying is, and I agree with you, but what
I
I'm
think
saying
there's
is,
this
I look at Devin,
change
I
like
look
the
at Devin and his
promoting
mentality.
style
I understand
wise.
what you're saying, and I agree with it, but I look at Devin, would he be content with just fighting guys on the top rank side, knowing that they got other challenges elsewhere?
I mean, yeah, I don't think he would. There'd be any need to jump ship at that point. Like after you have your first successful pay per view, and they say, "Hey, holy shit, we gonna put all your shit on pay per view now." Like, like
Yeah,
what's going to
yeah, I
go to
agree, but
PBC?
But
I
I
know
feel like Devin's
Dev
not
as a
just
fighter
anything to get
is more so
different
with Dev about challenges and legacy.
aggressive.
That's what he always talking about, challenges and legacy. And if you want to run the table in another weight class instead of just sitting at top rank, which is not a bad situation, and just fighting guys that's mandatory and except of unifying and being in unification fights, you know, I guess so be it. But I don't see Dev that way.
Yeah,
The top rank on ESPN, their top guys, Bud and Loma, they're good for 2.2 million views when they fought. That's just that's the baseline kind of like the audience for boxing on top rank. I don't think they knew Loma. I don't think they knew the people they were fighting. That's just what was going on Saturday night on ESPN, which is in 80 million homes. You just get that was the sort of baseline boxing audience that they were able to cultivate, right? Um, yeah, I think that Devin will slide right nicely into that whole $2.2 million category. 2.2, not dollars, but views, and that'll be killing the
Where I
game.
come from, it's called cooking the pot.
yeah, I see. Devin might be the next Bud. That might be the case here.
I hope it's not that situation, you know.
Well, the only thing about Bud is he stayed there too long. He stayed there from 35. He stayed there through 3 divisions.
That's what I'm saying. I think 35, 40, or 47. I see that.
Nah, hell no. 35.
Well,
Well,
yes.
already. Okay, so already he fought 35 somewhere else. So he hasn't even been at 35. The top rank his whole 35.
Right,
Like
right, right,
that's
right.
already different, right?
Well, it's not like Bud was there for the whole 35. Like,
He was there for as long as we knew him. Like that was his first televised fights. Was at 35. Like top rank 35 or 135 pounds.
yeah, I guess he has some fights at 144, but you can say that. But yeah, I think from now to maybe 47, I could see that him stand at top
I could
rank.
see
Yeah.
him fighting a couple of fights at 35 and a couple of fights at 40. And then what do you need top rank for?
So then, where do you go?
You do whatever it is you need to do in order to get the fights you want to get those bags. Because a couple of fights, like 4 fights at top rank, depending on which 4 fights they are, you're sealed. Like you're playing with house money.
I guess you
Yeah,
got to
Loma
be
and
super
Shakur.
big. I guess you got to be super big numbers wise to go with a fight by fight basis.
Yeah, I mean, it would. I think it'd be predicated on the Loma fight happening and it doing reasonably well. I don't think you need to fight any of those other guys on pay per view. As long as you're getting a couple of million views on your fights, you're gonna be the ratings leader for those guys. Like Tank is the ratings guy for Showtime, but he's not getting even 1 million views.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, Smokey. So if Devin stays the top rank past the free fight deal and he stays at 135, do you think it's more likely he's going to fight Loma and Shakur or Loma and then Tank?
I, I mean, why would he? Okay, so one of those people would be including in the 3 fight deal, right? Right. He still has 1 fight left. So presumably, if it was, so you got one guy, and then you do a 3 fight for after that one guy. Maybe it's two. Maybe it's Shakur and 2 other 140-pound fights.
Okay, so he's going to be fighting ESPN. I mean, top rank fighters on ESPN.
What'd you say?
So he'd be fighting top ranked fighters on ESPN, right?
Well, that's what you asked me. I thought you asked me specifically about that. Sorry, what was your question?
Say it again.
What
If
was your
Devin,
question? Say what the
yes,
question
yes.
is.
If Devin stays at 135 and he stays with top rank, do you
Well,
think he would end up fighting Loma and Shakur or Loma and Tank?
yeah, that's what I thought you said. Like the part of your question was him staying at top rank. Sorry. I thought that was baked into the question. So like it was weird for you to then just assume that okay. Anyway. So if he were to stay at top rank, then he has one more fight left and he could fight another 3 people and be set regardless of it being on pay-per-view or not.
You didn't answer the question, but all right.
You did answer the question. You said I literally am telling you he can fight all 3. He'd have to re-sign to another 3 fight deal. He's got one fight left.
Yeah, but I'm saying with that being
You
the
said if he
case,
stays at top rank. That's part of your question.
yes, but specifically, do you think it's going to be Loma and then Shakur or Loma and then Tank?
Why would he fight Loma and Tank if he fights a re-size to ESPN? Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, so the Tank fight's not happening.
No, you said what's more likely. That doesn't mean it's not happening, bro. Like, listen, you got to figure out your own question in your own language.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, but you're asking things. One question is, which one is more likely, this one or that one? And then when I say this one, you go, "Oh, that was not happening." Well, you just asked me which one is more likely.
Okay, so
So, like, really, like, do
we're
you
back
think that more
to
likely means the other one's not happening? Or
okay, so we're back to Loma and Shakur instead of Tank and Tio then.
If you re-sign to Top Rank, why wouldn't that be the more likely fight in your mind? Like, why do you think that's a legitimate question?
Right. I got you.
What the hell is going on with you, Phantom? What the hell? Okay. Anyway.
That should be the logical way, but powers that
Yeah.
be don't always deal with our logic.
Yeah. That's what I mean, Jonathan. But
Well, you framed the question in a way that says if he re-signs with Top Rank, like, then what's more likely? If he re-signs with Top Rank, what do you think is more likely? Like, he's going to fight Top Rank fighters, or like he's going to take a detour and fight Tank in the middle of fighting a bunch of Top Rank fighters? Like, he could fight Top Rank. I mean, he could fight Tank, but it's more likely that he wouldn't, right? Like,
yeah, that's my point.
yeah, but why don't you just make the point? Why does it have to be a pop quiz?
Well, I'm just
Why don't
asking.
you just say that? Like, just say,
I'm
and
just,
everybody would agree with you. Like,
I'm
is
just
it pretty
asking.
much?
So
It's
I
like
gotta,
Captain Obvious. Like, what the fuck?
I gotta like do a detour with you
It's like
sometimes, bro.
pulling teeth to state the obvious. Like, what the fuck?
Sometimes I gotta do a detour.
Okay, dude. All right. If that's what's happening, I'm often surprised that that you guys' communicating style, but I guess I have my own unique style too. So whatever. We all here, boxing fans. Yeah. But I think you guys need to stop trying to paint Devin into a corner just because you guys got your boy beating him, or you want him the fight to happen in a certain weight class. Devin is not trapped the way that you guys are trying to trap him in these
So
scenarios,
that
these
was the
hypothetical
issue.
scenarios.
I knew it was something. Now I got to it. All right.
Yeah, that's what you guys been doing. That's what I said. I've been pushing back on all of
Who's
it.
you guys? Like, who's
Well,
doing
you
that
did
other than
initially, but you
AO?
change it up, and now you're trying to act like you didn't do it. But whatever.
Well, you talking about niggas moving up and down and waiting shit. So I don't.
Okay, again, I wasn't talking about guys moving up and down in weight. I was talking about how he doesn't have to fight Shakur. Then you changed it to how he needs to fight, or he should fight Shakur. But first you said he needed to. Another guy said he needed to fight a good. No, there was a have and a need. I'm not going to attribute which one said what. But basically, it was as if Devin was going to be somehow like demerited if he didn't face your guys. Like, get the fuck out of here.
No, I think AO said that. I didn't say that.
No, well, he said Loma. I don't think Loma's his guy, but whatever.
I think Loma is his guy. Like, how is Loma not his guy?
Really? Is that what it is? Did like AOC Loma fight live or something? Like, that's your guy, Lomachenko? You don't want to fight back? You don't want to clear up the record, AO? I'm not saying Loma's a bad guy to have if that's your guy. I just want to know.
I think that's the fight Devin really wants.
I think there's a couple of fights that Devin really wants. The question is, do any one of those guys really want Devin? Or is Devin just like a convenient like option? Or he's an option if it's convenient?
I think if the money's right, yeah.
Well, I don't think. Well, I think he's the biggest fight in the division. So that whole money's right thing is some bullshit to me. I think that's some more Coach Calvin trying to sell us everybody a pipe dream, and people don't even think critically for 2 seconds as to whether or not what he's saying is complete horse pucky, hogwash.
I think if the money's right, Loma fight him, Shakur fight him. I think I don't think it'll be an issue to make those fights.
Oh, well, you said Loma, Shakur, or whatever. I'm not talking about those guys anyway. Well, Loma is already. We'll see if it's the money's right when it comes to Loma. Because Loma said he needed more time. He didn't say anything about money.
The money's going to be good. It's going to be damn good.
Well, it's not like it was a secret. He told him, like, I need more time. He said it to his face.
Goes on as it should be. Yeah.
So everyone's like nobody really is interested in this Fulton monster fight, huh?
Well, I'm heavy interested in it.
Like I feel like it's gonna be
I'm a little surprised that it's happening, knowing that he just moved up. But I'm not. I'm not. I'm. That's one of the fights I'm kind of excited about. So I didn't think it'd happen so quick.
Yeah, better shut your alarm, Jonathan. It'll be like 3,
Yeah.
4 in the morning.
on Tuesday.
I at least if Foden was gonna stay down there, at least I thought Inoue would have a fight for another title in a weight class. When it
Well,
comes to
there's only
Corey,
all the titles are held up, Jonathan. MJ got 2 and Fulton got 2. There's no
yeah,
other
that's
real
true.
world titles.
That's true. Damn, I forgot MJ had the other two.
Yeah, that's what Fulton was saying. Is like either undisputed or monster. He didn't have time to waste on Rice, Salim, and Neary.
Who's the
If he's
tougher
only got
fight?
one more
Who
fight,
y'all think is the
he
tougher
only
fight?
got 1 or 2 more fights at 122.
Yeah, I don't blame him for that. Not at all. Monster came in and said, "Hey, everybody else, step aside."
Who y'all think is the tougher fight?
As far as what, Jonathan?
MJ in a way, or Fulton in a way?
Well, you basically said, "What's the tougher fight for anyway?" In that scenario,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm?
Ooh, I would have to go Fulton.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he's more defensively responsible. He can be if he wants to be. I'll say that.
The thing about um Cool Boy is he's a little bit conceited, and I don't know. Going to Japan and doing all that cocksure stuff that could play against him. He doesn't seem to be humble in any way, shape, or form. But that doesn't mean that he can't go to fucking Japan and beat Monster. It just means that like I don't know if he's taking it as seriously as it needs to be taken.
That's what I was saying earlier. That's what is kind of leaning me towards Inoue right now, because Inoue is like, this is gonna be the biggest fight of my life, and this nigga over here saying he's a hype job. Like, well, it's two different attitudes going on right here.
Yeah, one dude is doing the Cool Boy staff routine like he's I don't know selling T-shirts or whatever. I'm not getting it. Like it was an affectation with Muhammad Ali. He was selling you something, but I feel like I don't know. Well, yeah, well, actually, they do have a lot in common. Maybe he can sell it. maybe you can sell it. Or maybe it's just the fact that under 147 pounds, even though the young guys, the smaller guys mix it up and there's a lot of action and even some money down there, the boxing public in general, they want to see the bigger guys fight.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you have to sell? It's not like you're doing a pay per view on your fucking ESPN.
Yeah, 4:00 in the morning on Tuesday.
Yeah, so what is there to sell, really? What are you pitching here?
It's a hell of a fight. 2 pound for pounds, right?
Well, I don't know if Fulton's on ESPN's pound for pound list, maybe on another one, but in a way, it's that pound for pound.
Yeah, I think Fulton, is he on transnational board or? I think he might be. He's not a Ring magazine guy?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Let me look it up.
Probably not. Probably not until after him and MJ fight. Akmadalioff. Mm-hmm.
Who do y'all think has a chance to be a multiple undisputed division champion first?
Who are the options? We got Monster Inoue, we got Bud Crawford, and we got Alexander Usyk.
And by the way, no, Fulton's not on Ring magazine. Jamel Charlo is though. That's a good pick.
Right? Are we missing anybody? Those are 3 guys, right?
You said Usyk, Crawford, and Inoue, right?
Yeah. Are we missing somebody?
No, I don't believe so. We had this conversation before, though.
Yeah, I think we had it together like last week. Who would do it first? We did the who would be the best run, and not who was likely to do it first.
Yeah, it was the best run. Yep.
Who is likely to do it first is probably Usyk. I'd say Usyk.
Yeah, I mean, all he has is one more fight to make. So yeah.
Well, they're in negotiations. Yeah, they're in negotiations. Well, all Bud has is one more fight to make too. But
the thing
but
with Bud, we ain't gonna get into the thing with Bud.
But he's just one fight away.
He's one fight away, but
Usyk is one fight away, and Monster is 2 fights away.
I think.
But if Inoue beats Fulton, he's going after MJ next. Like,
yep.
That's undeniable.
Well, multiple weight undisputed. Yeah, Charlo doesn't seem like he's gonna get there. Josh Taylor doesn't seem like he's gonna get there. Yeah, Usyk.
Yeah, Usyk, man. Usyk and Bud is the closest. I think could be more likely Usyk would fight Tyson Fury undisputed. I don't know. Still don't know about the Crawford Spence situation.
I'm keep it 100. I think Bud and Spence are gonna fight next. Like, that fight's happening this year. Honestly, I feel it.
You've been standing on that for a minute, fam. So I hope.
Yeah, I can see Usyk and Fury not happening. I can see it happening. I can see Button Spence happening. I can also see it not happening. I actually don't see the MJ fight happening. Like guys who are in position to get shots but don't take them, it's hard for me to like back them and their willingness to take shots, right? And MJ to this date is not fighting anybody, and so now all the line is piling up behind Schoolboy Steph, as he points out his latest interview, and yeah, I don't know what MJ's doing. But guys, it's been a pleasure to talk boxing with you. I am gonna check my eyelids for leaks for a little bit, then I'll come back.
Wondering how long before the WBC deals Jamal and Artemida.
Yeah, it seems like he's on the clock, definitely.
Yeah. It's been a minute for him, you know. I know he's going through it right now and stuff like that, you know. But unless they give him a medical leave, I don't know.
Who's that, Jonathan?
Jamal.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough situation because it sounds like the WBC want their hardware back.
Because it'll be damn near almost 2 years since the last time he got in the ring. If this year go by, like 2.